Late start, sorry. Stuff happens. What is going on, Wrenches? How are you today? Got some things going on, just kind of taking care of some buddies, so bear with me. Chip, chip. Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scully, you've not won anything, my good friend. I almost said farted. All right, so we're just getting going here. Sorry, one of my buddies is having a day, so. Justin, what's up, buddy? Your comment on the giveaway thing was a little nebulous, weird. I like it. Yeah, I'll go in a second. I always just do that to make sure you can hear me. Not much, dude. Not much is going on, Wrenches. Just kind of sitting here, getting the whole live stream thing ready, going, running, all that fun stuff. Nebula is your dog's name. Dude, who timed you out? Do you know who timed you out last time, Roman? That was weird. I didn't notice that until you sent me that message. What's up, Charlie? No, that was weird, dude. If that ever happens again, just email me. That is weird. Oh, not banned from me. Gotcha. Yeah, if you ever get banned or timed out on my channel, just let me know in an email. You know, it's funny. YouTube in general. How the hell did you get banned from YouTube in general? What the hell did you do, my guy? You got an empty slot behind me. Where? You talking about that? That's just spare hooks. Ooh, a gun fan. I love shooting guns. Yeah, guns are fun. What's up, Tactical? Yeah. Do you notice the picture? I got the 75 back from the dude. He wasn't able to do it. You were extremely intoxicated, was not digging the vid that had come up with something. I just typed what I was thinking while watching it in 1.5 speed. Yeah, it sounded like you were free associating thing. I say something that hurts people's feelings. I guess those community standards are a doozy and they never tell you what you say when you get timed out. I gotcha. How good is CZ actually? CZ is a very solid brand. Now, just like anything else, there's always a hit and miss, a dog crap thing. Never heard of a Lula. I'll check it out, Mundo. But in general, CZ has been very solid, in my opinion, for the guns that I've picked up. I wish CZ outside of Dan Wesson, if CZ made like a real 1911 themselves, I bet it would be like right up there with the Dan Wesson, the Ed Browns, the Les Bears, and it would really be something I'd want to buy. I see you're a fan of 1911s. Absolutely. Are they real? They look like a picture. No, they're 100% real. You can check out my channel if you want to see examples of those guns being fired or thrown. You're shotguns. Okay, gotcha, Mundo. I'm not much of a long gun guy. I have a few, but I don't play with long guns much. But yeah, so we're just kind of getting rolling. Like I said, one of my buddies is having one of those days. It's frustrating. So he's gonna be on here later. You have a goldfish in your drawer. I think the translation's a little weird. You're gonna get a 1911 next because I got so many. I feel like it's a must. You should. I'm actually thinking about adding another one. Local pawn local pawn shop near me has a T-Sauce, which I'm still not 100% backing anymore, but they have one with a fully engraved slide for like $300. Did I sign up for the giveaway? I don't remember seeing it. If you didn't remember seeing it, you didn't sign up for it. I can tell you, you're not the winner. I've already drawn the winner. What should be your first 1911? If you want to stay under like $600 or $700, go with the Rock Island. If you want to step up from there, then you can go with like a Springfield Garrison or a Fusion Firearms. They're between 700 and 1,000. Even some of the Desert Eagle Bull Armory guns can be around $1,000, and that's a really solid number. You're going to get a super solid gun for about $1,000. And then if you want to step up from there and just start dumping some money into it, like a Dan Wesson, you can get those in the $12 to $1,500 range. Kimbers you can get in the $12 to $1,500 range for like some of the other examples of it. So you can just keep on moving the bar up as you go along until you wind up with a Nighthawk Custom, which is one of the finest guns ever made. Even Armin Gun, he's that dude up in Canada that's got like the super arsenal that he shows everything, all his machine guns and stuff. Even he says that a Nighthawk is the best gun he's ever played with. Yeah, you can get some of the 9mm Kimbers, the TLE, the TFO, or the GFO, which is the green fiber optic base model. You can get the aluminum frame guns, like the Arctic Lightweight that I have up there. That one is coming in at like $700, $750, something like that. That's a good solid price for one. People hate on PSA and SIG. I don't really get it. They seem like fine firearms to me. People look at the people that bag on gun companies like that are the people that really don't have enough experience with them. They don't understand what's going on with them, and then they just listen to whatever they read on the internet, and it throws everybody off. That 226 Elite was pretty sexy. It's up there behind me. It is very sexy. Is the Smith & Wesson 500 the most powerful handgun in the world? No. It's a very powerful handgun, but you can get guns from Magnum Research like the BFR Revolver, which is chambered in 4570. A 4570 is much more powerful than a 500 Smith & Wesson. You've missed the TSO. Yeah, I did too. My buddy, the one that was going to originally recode it, was so far behind, he wasn't going to get to it for a couple more months, so I took it back. And then, like I said, I contacted one of my other buddies who was going to do it, but then I started messing with it. And then you can see it's actually black and stainless now. I took all the finish off of both sides, and you see the picture from the thumbnail. Dude, I think it looks hot like that. I'm only leaving the mag release orange, and I'm putting black aluminum grips on it, so it's going to be a TS orange that only has an orange mag release. It's going to be pretty badass. If you're a Goth fanboy, you have no problem with daggers. Yeah. What about Sar Shamal SAR 9? I've had a few of them. The Sar Shamal SAR 9 is fine as a firearm. It's not like my go-to because it's like an HK VP9 Glock 1911 kind of baby. I've had a few of them, actually. Well, you own the Cyclops from Bond Arms, chambered in 4570. A lot of people are scared to shoot it. I wouldn't be scared to shoot it. I just wouldn't want to shoot it a lot. Joshua, what's up? BFR Revolver, thanks. You're welcome, man. They do them in everything, 30-30, 300. I think they have a 300 Win Mag. They might have a 300 Win Mag. But yeah, 4570 is a longer, more powerful cartridge than a 500 Smith & Wesson. It's also going a lot faster. Excuse me. No. I do not have a DT11. Trying to find the white Canic Meta SFT, but they're sold out everywhere. Yeah, the white ones are typically going to be like a Talo or a special edition. You think a 500 kicks a lot more? You finally named your two guns. What'd you name them? PX4 Compact is Francesca, and my PDP Pro is Olga. Nice. Do I have a 308 Blackout? I got a 1911. There's several 1911s behind me, but anyways. So the giveaway today is going to be a gift card. I've already drawn the winner. I don't know if they're going to be here. If they are, then I'll shout them out if they do come in here. It's none of you. Just kidding. It's somebody that left a message. And again, inspiring and funny, okay? So I put out the video. I'm going to break down the rules again for you guys, okay? You have to have your subscriptions public. You have to be subscribed to me. And for some reason, there were 73 likes, 60 comments, yet only 23 people had their subscriptions public. And members are automatically listed as public. You don't have to worry about that. You haven't named a gun since the military. Yeah, it's okay. So if you're going to get into for the giveaways and stuff, just check your settings. Make sure your subscriptions are public. Pretty sure I missed the giveaway post this week. It's been a crazy week, but oh well. Kids will keep you busy. Yeah, I think you did, Wrenches, but you're automatically entered in for this one next week because you're a member. So this Hollow Sun is what I'm giving away next Friday. So I don't have an... Oh, if I had an anime waifu, I guess it would be... Hinata Hyuga. What's up, games? Who won? I'm not telling you. I don't feel like telling you. It was a subscriber, not a member, so unfortunately you'll have to take from that what you want. Oh no, all my members just quit. Oh, I'm bleeding. Interesting. But yeah, so that's a hint. Is the Mark 23 really too heavy? No, the Mark 23 weighs less than a 1911. It's just that it's large. A Mark 23 is bigger than a Desert Eagle in total overall length and size. Red dot giveaway. Yep. Congrats to sub who deserves to win, so I suppose. Yeah. What's up, Andrew? Dude, it seems like every other stream you end up bleeding. Yeah, if I don't bleed, am I really alive? Do you also have some knives or just guns? I don't really mess with knives. I've got a couple of EDC knives, but I don't really mess with knives. Yeah, the Mark 23 is a polymer frame, my guy. It's very light, comparatively. It weighs less than a Beretta. Which is an interesting thing. Yeah, the funny thing is, I don't even know if the winner's going to be here, but we'll see. You're stealing that if I don't bleed. Am I really alive? It's yours, Plumber. Shotguns. I've got the shotguns you see behind me are the ones I talk about, and then I've got a 930 tactical. So I've got the KS7 and a single shot 12 gauge behind me, and I run a 930 tactical for my self-defense or home defense. Been with you for about 3 weeks now. Love all the info, being fairly new to it all. No problem, Mickey. Don't ask one-word questions. I don't answer those. We get so busy going. It's not a productive way to, ask me stuff. Don't one-word question me. Hey, Jew, what's going on, dude? PC specs, it's a i9 12900K with a 3090 water-cooled. It's in the video. There's a video that shows the whole computer. You should go watch it. Hasim, you should go watch that video, my friend. So, a bunch of you guys seem to like the video on the 320 blackout that's up there behind my head. Interesting fact, I don't like it. I actually despise it. I like it so little that I'm selling it. Sitting listening to you and cleaning a Colt. Nice. I, out of nowhere, decided to completely redo the CZ today, so that was funny. It's a KS7. What do I think of the Gerson 1911? They're fine. I haven't spent a lot of time with the Gerson ones. No, Andrew, you didn't win. But the Gerson seemed fine. Why don't I like the black? I don't like the finish. It's too shiny on the upper, and then the lower just looks bad. Those are really big guns behind you. Okay. Yes, they are guns, and they're of average size. This is America. We got big shiz. But yeah, no, so I spent some time with the blackout. I mean, you can even see it in the picture, like the picture that I upload of it. When they went to that blackout, the coating they use, it makes the gun feel like shiz. God's gift to this world is a JXP-10. I've had one. It was fun. Costco shotguns, yeah, that's actually a Kirkland CZ. You have to have a membership, though. It's pretty fun. Have you gotten any more additions to the sleeves? No, I'm getting some tattoo work on the 9th, though. It's the most expensive or rarest gun in your collection. I don't really have expensive guns. I have guns that cost money, but nothing that I would call expensive. And rare guns, I've got a few rare guns, but I don't really talk about my collection. If you don't see it on the wall, I really don't talk about it. What's the 1911 in the top left that's brown? That is a Kimber Royal Classic 2. What type of pattern you getting with the mini shells out of that gun? I have no clue. I've never shot them out of that gun, but out of a Shockwave, reasonably decent. Running them out of a pump shotgun is always more suggested because they really don't cycle semis. DB, what's up? They start spreading for me because I was running them out of a Shockwave, which doesn't have a choke tube or anything. At about 15 yards, it's about like that. and it gets wider from there. Would you consider the 17L rare? No, I really wouldn't, because they build a lot of them in batches. They only release them like twice a year, but they release like a few thousand of them every year. So some people consider the Canik TTI rare with 9,000 guns. I don't consider that rare. The Zip 22 pistol only has 500 built, and that's rare. 100 built, and that's rare. My audio's fine, dude. It's you, DB. Your opinion, what company has the best finishes on their guns? Consistently CZ. Yeah. Do you have AK-47? Yes. California has no Second Amendment. Oh no, you have the right to bear arms, but just the ones they decide that you can have. You know of a company I can send my Kimber Wrap to for having a rail cut out? A rail cut out. You won't. When you say cut out, what do you mean? Are you trying to put a pick rail on it, like what I have on that Para Ordnance? If you're trying to add a rail, you can't cut a rail because it doesn't have enough of a dust cover. Yeah, so if you have just the standard Raptor or the Raptor 2, you'd have to have it added. You can't cut one into that dust cover. It won't hold anything. It's too narrow. No, the Kimber Raptor doesn't have a rail. That's its defining thing. It's got the nice cuts in the slide and stuff, but the Kimber Raptor doesn't have a rail. Yeah, you can't put a rail into that dust cover because the 1911 dust cover curves in, and the only way you can do it is by adding metal, so you have to weld something to it. It's not going to be worth it to you, dude. You might as well just sell it and buy a rail gun, because you can see that Kimber with no dust cover or with no rail versus that Para with the rail. You can see how much material there is there. There's literally no way to put a rail on there without welding metal to it, and by the time you're done, you might as well just sell your Raptor and buy a gun buy a Warrior or something that already has one on it. What's better for Royal? Recoil reduction, a compensator, or a recoil spring? The recoil spring and a heavier guide rod is going to add weight, but a compensator is much better than just a recoil spring. You added a rail for the Para. Is it a Dawson? No, that's factory. That is a Para Black Ops. That gun always had a rail. No, I don't have a gun I've ever regretted selling. I have guns that I kind of miss that I've sold, but I never regret selling a gun. Favorite first-person single-player shooter game? For me, Fallout 4. Canadian gun stores have super low Holosun stock. Do we know any American sellers that ship to Canada? You'd probably be best off buying from like eBay and having them shipped. That way you don't have to declare what it is. Yo, damn, did you ever take a break from streaming? I just do it 3 times a week, bro, for 5 to 6 hours, so I really don't do it that much. Wall of America, yep. Do I like 40 cal for a daily carry? I don't daily carry 40 cal. Nothing against it. It's another caliber that I don't care for, and every gun that I like is either available in a 9 or a 45, and I'll usually go the higher caliber, so 45 typically, 9 mil if I just want ammo availability. Looking into getting a big bore AR, would you go 450 Bushmaster, 458 SOCOM, or 50 Beowulf? I'd go 458 SOCOM. That'll be the easiest round of the 3 to actually get a hold of. I actually was looking at a 10.5-inch 50 Beowulf pistol at this local pawn shop that I buy a few of my guns from, and I might still be doing it. Is that a CZ on the bottom left? Also, I can't see the guns on the right. Sorry, the camera turned a little bit. There we go. And yes, it is a CZ. It is the CZ Tactical Sport Orange that, if you have been with the channel for a while, you'll know has taken flight at the gun range. And I'm done with my refinish of it for now. Why don't you do 40? Just because I just don't have many guns in 40 caliber, so I don't want to dedicate time to another caliber. Plus, like I said, pretty much any gun that's built in a 40 is available in 9 or 45. And 45 for me is a softer shooting round. It is. I typically I typically carry a 1911, so I might as well, if I'm going to have lower capacity, have a better round. Did it most fun gun for shits and giggles? Usually a race style gun like that CZ Tactical Sport Orange. That's a Tactical Sport Orange. If you Google it, it'll give you all the specs on it and stuff. But that's a race gun. But also it's been thrown down range so hard that I had to refinish it. So I used my subcompact 40, but it's too bulky for concealed carry. You're going to run into that with a lot of things because the overall size of the 40 guns is the same as the size as a 9. Like if you look at CZ magazines, they don't even use different mags. 9 and 40 use the same mags. So you just got to look for a smaller gun, that's all. Is an FN57 a good carry piece? No. 5.7 is an ineffectual round unless you're trying to punch soft body armor. I have a few cool guns that are used for special occasions, but I try to keep my calibers limited. Yep, me too. Colin, I don't really have a good choice for best rifle to own just because I'm not a long gun guy. I'm a pistol guy. You know, like sniper guys are sniper guys, long range guys are long range guys, 22 guys are 22 guys. I'm a pistol guy. And I'm also aesthetically driven. If you notice, most of those guns fit into a style category, except for like the Beretta. That's just an old ass gun, but it's a beautiful gun, so I keep it up behind me. I'm torn between 365 XL and X Macro non-comp. The XL's fine, but the XL with its extended mags is the same length as the Macro, and the Macro naturally carries 17, as well as has the full 3.7-inch barrel, and it holds better resale right now. So those are the reasons I would go with the Macro. Also, the Macro has the interchangeable backstraps where the XL doesn't. What do I feel about the XD 9mm? It's older school build quality, build design. It's fine. It's just not my style. What are the best guns in the world? Whatever you can effectively shoot, my friend. Frick yeah, the visual is exactly why I love America. Wish UK was this way. Right, well, you can always emigrate. We'd welcome you here. Always going to the Aussie. I used to do a great English accent, and then I started watching Dank Pods. Now it's all gone. What caliber would you recommend for a Marlin leather action? I've got a 4570 personally. You want target practice, some stopping power. Someone told you 270. 270 is a good round. Absolutely. 243, you can still do hunting, planking, and it's an effective round. But 270 definitely. What's the best out of a 3-inch barrel, 9mm or 45? 45, because 45 doesn't accelerate as much as 9 does. 9 is statistically typically supersonic, and when you're firing it out of a 3-inch barrel, you're not getting as much speed, whereas a 45 doesn't need as much speed because it has its weight for expansion. So if you're going to go short barrel, 45 is going to be the better round, but the 9mm is going to be the better shooter. Are there any good revolvers for concealed carry? Absolutely. Ruger GP100. You can get it in a 3-inch 357. You can get a Smith & Wesson Airweight, so you can get like a 14-ounce 357 5-shot. You can get the LCR X, which is a 5-shot 38 special that weighs like 12 ounces. Those are all great ones. What's my opinion on Siley optics? Have I tried any? I've never tried them. They've sent me emails before asking me to look at their stuff. At the time, I really wasn't into just taking everything that came down the pipeline, so I told them no at the time. I've seen other people that say they like it, so it's just like one of those things. Do I give them a shot or not? I'm currently working with 2 other companies on optics, so I'll eventually get around to messing with the Sileys, but just not right now. Square, square, square. Oh, cool. My stuff from Square's been sent. Nice. So, like, I've got Vector Optics, and then this company, Tatu, is sending me stuff. So, well, they already sent me stuff. What do I think about trigger guard undercuts on 1911 frames? I'm fine with them. Typically, I don't find I need them as often when it comes to full-size guns, but definitely on, like, a commander size with a slightly shorter frame or an officer for sure. Australian accent is a better British accent. Good on ya. They make plenty of accessories and options for the AR-15s. Yes, it's true. If suppressor ever removed from NFA, do you think prices will drop due to quantity of sales increasing? Yeah, Charlie, actually, I do. If they start selling suppressors without NFA stamp interference or NFA interference, like braces and stuff, absolutely, because it's literally an aluminum tube. It's basically a muffler for your gun. Okay, cool. Always appreciate your opinion. No problem, dude. Like I said, I've seen a lot of people run the Siley stuff. It's just I'm not in the mood right now to, like I said, get in bed with 3 different optics manufacturers. Shadow 2 orange or TS2 orange. If you're talking about mine is an actual first gen TS orange. It's just been very weirdly modified. I've kind of done the SIG Equinox treatment to it, so it's black and silver now. You will never get me to choose a Glock over any other gun. So, if you're going to ask any other questions regarding Glock versus anything, I'll never pick a Glock. Think it's funny you have to have a muffler for your vehicle but won't light you on your gun. Yeah. Would I choose 45 ACP over 10 millimeter? Yes, just because I don't have a large collection of 10 millimeter and it's just like 40. I don't want to build up calibers. I don't know what that means, Mish. Ow. I just hurt my ear. Oh, shit. I missed an auction. They had some good stuff. Damn it. Would a 10 millimeter take out a bear? Somebody said that to me the other day. 10 millimeter has a better chance of taking out a bear than a lot of the smaller calibers. I'm a Sigma balls in your face if you keep on trying to get me to say stupid shit. Yeah, I picked Smith & Wesson over Glock. Yep. What's your favorite handgun and rifle? I don't do that. What's the best gun for arthritis? It's actually a decent question. If you have bad arthritis, I have arthritis, but it's not that bad right now. So I'd probably say something like a Smith & Wesson Equalizer because it's a very easy racking. Obviously, you have the Easy 9s from Smith & Wesson as well. So... let's see. Sorry, I gotta wait for these band messages to go away. There you go. What's your opinion on IWI Jericho, and would you carry it over a G2C or a JXP? Yeah, I like the Jericho. I really appreciate the metal frame Jerichos a lot more than I do the polymer new ones, like the 941 Enhanced. I would definitely take it over a G2C or a JXP. PDP is ugly, so that's the only reason I won't buy one. They're amazing shooters, great triggers, but the slide to frame ratio, it has such a tall looking slide on it that it's ridiculously ugly. So that's the only reason why I won't buy one. The Kimber, the 1911's on the wall. So that is a Kimber Royal Classic 2. That's a Kimber Arctic lightweight. I'm waiting for new grips for that one. I took those grips off and put them on that one, which is a Para Ordnance Black Ops 1911. What's up, Lobster 11? Hardwick, what's going on? Best low profile handgun? You're going to have to look at like single stack stuff. The SIG 210, 1911, Glock 48s. Those are all very thin guns. Yeah, the Smith & Wesson Easy is a good one for people with arthritic hands because another hammer-fired gun. Most accurate pistol you've ever shot. Most accurate pistol I ever shot was actually my Dan Wesson DWX, but I sold it because it wasn't optics ready. In fact, I need to see if anybody's got one in stock because I've been trying to order the Dan Wesson with the optics cut. And still out of stock. I'd even take the big goddamn 10-rounder and change out the barrel or the trigger. Still waiting though. What's up, RG? The three 1911s up on the wall right now are all 45 ACP. Michael, sorry to have disappeared. Been working too much. That's all right, dude. Everybody has to work every now and then. I think this is the first stream I've been to where the Night Stalker isn't up there. Yeah, Lucas, I sold it. Is 380 a valid caliber? It can be. Shoot somebody. See how they react. They're not going to be happy. Sup at a concert. Can't hear anything you're saying. Oh. USP 45 or FNX 45? I'm going to run with the FNX 45 just because I think it's a little bit superior in terms of its more compact size. Why'd you sell the Night Stalker, or did I miss a video? I sold the Night Stalker because one of my friends wanted it really bad, and I was done with it. I did the stippling on it. I changed out the trigger. I enjoyed it for a little while, and then I decided to move it on. Also, it's cast, not forged, and TSOS lied in their documentation saying that the slide and frame are forged metal, and I won't keep a gun that comes from a liar. What kind of pump shotgun is on the wall? That is a Keltec KS7. Now, to be clear, the Night Stalker ran 100%. Everything worked 100% on it. But I don't like companies that don't be honest with what they're doing and how they're selling and representing their firearms. So I won't be buying another one. The Lionheart Volcano 9. Is that the new one that just came out? The re-release of the old Daewoo with the triple action trigger? 9mm used to be thought is not enough, but with recent bullet and powder tech, it's standard defensive caliber. I think the same thing is happening with 38 and 380 specials. Yes, so you can overcome the perceived deficiencies of ammo by making it better, and that's exactly what they did. Because the reason they claimed that 9mm was ineffectual was because of the Miami-Dade shootout, where one dude with a 223 Ruger Mini 14 took out multiple police officers, but it had to do with the bullets just weren't good. I'm all right, MC. How are you? So I've dropped a few of the mods. Sorry, I made you a mod, but I had too many. So please understand you were one of the newer ones. I'll keep you on deck in case anybody else backs out, but I want to reduce the number of mods because I had like 12. So please don't take offense to it, MC. I want to run it with fewer mods for right now. Thoughts on the Prodigy? It needs a lot of work. It's okay. Did I decide on the Colt? Yeah, I'm going to be buying it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet because other stuff keeps coming up. Like Sam got a HKP7 squeeze cocker at the shop today, and I'm trying to buy it. Just kidding around. Okay, cool. I didn't even see your comment, so... yeah, so the Lionheart, I've actually looked at the older version of that gun when it was still the Lionheart LH9, which is still the copy of the Daewoo. It's an interesting trigger design. For those of you that don't know the Daewoo or the Lionheart, it's a double action, single action gun. You can cock it. You can run it in single action mode. You can pull it in double action mode, but you can also push the hammer back after you've cocked it, so it goes into double action with a lightened trigger. It's a really weird gun. 380 is good as long as you run the right ammo. Paul Harrell has a good video on it. Yeah, a lot of people, like I used to say carry 95 grain hollow points, but I've kind of switched to like carry 100 grain round nose, and you can get pretty good penetration. Don't like Cold War era rifles. All good. I like the work on the CZ Orange you got going on. I'm always here, man. No problem, dude. Do I have a 50 BMG? No. I will be getting one, but I don't have one currently. Did I win the giveaway? Nope. What's the preference on the rubber grips? I don't actually run rubber grips. I run G10 or aluminum. I subscribe to any gun channel, 2A power. Thank you, Cool G. What is it that revolvers can shoot multiple cartridges if they're the same size, but semi-auto pistols can't? Mainly due to the cycling of the round. So if you take a 9mm and a 380, which technically are the same diameter, and put them into a Browning high power, for example, The 380 doesn't have enough power to cycle the slide. That's not a problem with the revolver because a revolver doesn't rely on the cartridge to cycle it. It actually uses a ratchet. Basically, it's a ratchet system. When you pull the trigger, it rotates the cylinder. It's all to do with that. You can run stupid different calibers through guns. You can put a 5.56 in a 9mm and fire it if you want, as long as you can get it to center in the chamber and get hit by the striker. Saw today, Hayes Custom does a lot of work on Rock Island. Yeah, they do. They make like the budget high capacity 1911s. So you got your Atlas and then you got Hayes. Hayes does them, what are they, like $750 for the work package plus the gun? Pretty reasonable. Why would anybody spend money on a Series 80 1911? Sometimes you don't have a choice. That pair of ordnance, the Black Ops, only came with the Series 80 internal on it, and so I have no choice. But it also has an amazing trigger in it, and you can always go through the extra work if you know what you're doing. What's up, Cool? Thank you, dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Nice channel. Thank you, sir. That just goes into helping everybody out, so I appreciate that one. But you could take a Series 80 and turn it into a Series 70, but it takes a little bit of work. Are the LC9 and 380 pistol good? They're fine. I don't recommend 380, but if you're gonna go with them, the Ruger stuff is pretty good. Thoughts on the AK? They're fine. They run. They're reliable. What is getting a gun Cajunized? So there's a company called Cajun Gun Works who specializes in CZ. They do other companies as well, but they're well known for selling trigger upgrades, internal parts upgrades, recoil springs, things like that for CZ pistols. So if you get the whole package and apply it to a gun, that's Cajunized. If you send the gun in, it's like $400 plus the cost of the parts, and then they'll install the parts, and then your gun is Cajunized. It's kind of like saying, oh, I've got a Langdon tactical Beretta, or I have a, like my Springfield operator that I sold to a friend of mine. It was a Springfield operator that had that had been rebuilt by Wilson Combat. Have I seen the 500 Magnum revolver? If so, is it ridiculous? Not as ridiculous as you'd think. I mean, the standard load for a 500 Smith & Wesson is a 350 grain cast bullet, or not a cast, but a round nose bullet. But you can run up to a 700 grain bullet. If you run the 350 or 500, then they are still a handful, but they're not that bad. Who are we congratulating on the giveaway? I'm giving them a little bit of time. I said it would be during the live stream that I would be announcing it. I don't even know if they're going to be in here. I've never seen them on here, and in their comment they didn't say they were going to be here, but I will announce them. I think with the same maker or same bullet type, the 9mm is slightly cheaper than 380 per round. 380 is more expensive just in general than 9mm. Difference between TAC versus TAC 2. If you're talking about the Rock Island, the TAC 2s basically take all the things that were... So you can get a TAC without a dust cover. You can get a TAC without a fiber optic front. The TAC 2s typically have the fiber optics, and many of them have the enhanced dust covers on them. What Taurus guns are actually good? The G series, the G2C, the G3C, the G3. Many of their revolvers are fine. Definitely worth it. Have I tried Magnet Red Dot? Thinking about getting one. No, I've seen it though. Cool. I might be interested in getting one, but at this point it's not high on my list because most of the guns I have up there I don't want to put it on. How much are 50 BMG? Rounds are between $4 and $8 a round, and the guns can be anywhere from $2,000 to $11,000. What's your opinion on Langdon Tactical? Was looking to possibly have them put the short trigger reset and Gray Guns flat face trigger in your P30. Langdon makes their parts seem to be really nice, and we've had several in both stores I worked at. We've had several of their Berettas come through, and the triggers feel really good. Like it brings the double action in the Beretta 92 down to like 7 pounds, which is really nice. RG comes in with the sad video game controller. Oh, your wing is bad. But thoughts on external hollows? What's an external hollow? What up, Rango? Thank you. We need to see reviews on that magnetic red dot. Yeah. You need a license for a high-powered rifle? No. In the United States, you can have up to a 50 caliber. You can actually go bigger with certain sporting guns, like a 700 Nitro, because it's a smoothbore gun. I think it's smoothbore. Is it smoothbore? It might be smoothbore. I don't know. But you can go the 700 Nitro Express, but the largest one is the 975 JDJ Mac, Fat Mac, which is a 95 caliber round. Will a Glock 17 with a comp be just as good as a Glock 34? A Glock 17 with a comp is probably going to shoot flatter than a 34. Snoopy, nice guns. Thank you. Oh, you poor video game guy. No, you make... I was going to say you're making me sad, but you're actually making me tired. I'm not depressed. You're depressed. Can you see a P... Can you use as a summer carry? Depending on what your outerwear is, because the 365X macro has a 17 round capacity, so the grip module is longer, so it's hard to carry like in shorts and stuff. Our 50 BMG like in the hundreds or in the thousands. The rifles, even in pistol variants, are going to be in the thousands. You're not getting a 50 BMG in the hundreds. 380 prices are ass. I got ammo for 380 and it was like 35 for a box of 50 versus 15 for a box of 59 mil. Yep. It is the same with the Glock 19. The Glock 19 with its shorter barrel will benefit more from the compensator than even the 17 will, but I think the 34 would still be the superior gun. Has the better sight picture. Keep eyeing that orange behind you. Nice. Yeah, it's got the, it still has the grips, but I'm actually changing the grips. I'm going to go with some black grips because of the coloring that I did to it, the way that I have it polished out. It's a very unique gun now. I don't think anybody's ever done what I did to the orange. And then when I change it out, it'll be good. Oh, and are you not listening to my answer, brother? KS7 thoughts. Haven't shot it yet. James, what's going on, dude? 380 in bulk is best. Yeah, that's true. If you can find it in bulk, will be better than the 17 with the comp. An uncomped 17 versus a comped 19, they're going to be very similar because in order to compensate the 19, you have to add a threaded barrel for like the Radiant Arms comp, I think, or for a good single port comp like what the Spectre comp has. So you're going to wind up with a barrel length that's the same as that. So the 19 has a 4-inch barrel, the 17 has a 4.5-inch barrel, and when you add a compensator, you usually add in a 1/2-inch longer barrel with threads. So you're going to wind up with this Glock 17 length barrel anyways, and it's going to be compensated. So I think it would actually be better than a standard 17. Have you ever had to deal with trying to find 44 mag ammo? No, I work at gun stores. So who makes high-end bullets? Barnes, Underwood, even Federal has a line of match grade stuff. Ely for 22s. Yep. Where gun? Their gun. Best way to stop printing. Just it either has to do with your wardrobe or your gun choice. Some people will carry with like a belly band and a loose shirt, or you can carry with shoulder rig if you wear an overshirt. Otherwise, you're just going to have to carry a smaller gun. It's just a danger either way. Hammer fire versus striker fire. I mean, if you look at my wall, it'll be pretty obvious what I prefer. I prefer yeah, I prefer striker fire. Forget all those hammer fire. No, I prefer hammer fire guns. Sierra, Hornady, Barnes. Sierra, they've kind of fallen off in my opinion a little bit, but Hornady and Barnes for sure. You had me hooked on that TAC 2 Ultra for sure, but just ordered the Bull Armory. Oh, the Bull Armory is a good choice. The only problem, if you got the double stack with the Bull Armory, is that they have proprietary mags. So that's something you got to keep in mind. Some of their models, I'm not sure which model you ordered, but some of the Bull Armory 1911 double stacks, they have a dedicated mag that you can't share with checkmate mags like the Prodigy, the Staccato, and the TSOS Gersons. Do you like never use rounds or reloads? I only shoot new manufacturer. I don't shoot reloads. Owen, I've answered this question like 4 times, my guy. Stop asking about the BMG or you're getting timed out for a day. That orange grip is so damn sexy. Thank you. What's the pistol on the top right? My top right is the Kimber Royal Classic 2. This side of the screen, that is a Chris Sphinx. Is that a 10 gauge? Nope, 12 gauge. My first time on your channel. Glad I found it. Good info. I will share. Thanks. No problem. Thank you very much. Cool. And again, thank you for the donation. Bum, 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 bum. Double stack or single? Which one, Isaac? What did I miss? Did you ask? I don't really care either way. For me, when it comes to a gun for self-defense, it's accuracy over capacity. My single stack EDC is that Para-Ordnance 45 with the in 45, but I'm going to probably start carrying the Chris as soon as I get the new front sight. Thank you, Nell. What kind of shotgun is that, brother? That one is the Kel-Tec KS7. Dale, what's going on, son? Thank you. I like it, but my first AR rifle ever, so I want some outside thoughts. Which one is your first? Hold on, Afro. Is Aero Precision good, specifically the M5308? Yes, the Aero Precision is good as long as you use some quality parts, at least Aero Precision quality parts, and up, dude, that's a good way to go. The M5 is a good chassis, too. Good lower. Do I feel the TSAS double stack will go up in price? No, they make too many of them. The only way you make a gun go up in value is either it's really crap and gets discontinued right away, or they don't make that many. The TSAS double stack, the BR9, the Night Stalkers, all those, they're all readily available. They'll never go up in price. No problem, Isaac. Buffalo Boar, yeah, that's a good one. Thoughts on PSA guns? I like the company. They need to increase their quality control. They do that, then they'll be in a much stronger position. I have never competitively shot Demon. Said you don't like the cuts on the LFL Apollo. Which cuts do you mean? So, MC, if you look at the picture of it, it's got the slide serrations, which are normal. I like those. But then they put like a horizontal cut that runs right down the center of the slide. So it looks like the slide is split, and that center line cut through the slide makes the gun look like it was designed in like 1983, and I hate it. Every Kel-Tec I put my hands on feels like junk. Oh, they're not quality in any way, but they're fun. I would never trust my life to a Kel-Tec, but I would take one to the range for fun. Do I long shoot? Nope. Longest range I have is 300 yards, so that's about as far as I go. Is all of America like this? They wish they were. No. What you have to understand is that we have 340 million people living in the United States. We live on 6% of our land. And no, it's not always like you see in the news and stuff. So I'm a little bit of an exception because of my enthusiasm for firearms. But I'm a sports shooter and a self-protection shooter. Did I do the Staccato Colt trade? No, I'm doing a different sale on the Staccato. The Colt is just one I'm just going to put on layaway and pay off slowly. Thank you for asking, Chris. I agree. I work at PSA and I've seen the quality control department. Andrew, I mean, it's sorry. I hate to say it, but like I bought the PSA Rock, the 5.7. Gun shoots great, but it wouldn't go back in the battery the first few times I shot it. And that had to do with the disconnector not being polished. So I went in and polished it, and now it runs fine. As a new gunsmith that just graduated SDI, do you have any advice on direction in life? I'm 22, trying to hit the ground running towards R&D to make new guns. Afro, the best thing to do is get into some kind of program somewhere with a gunsmithing apprenticeship or gunsmithing, even if you got to take like $20 an hour versus $30 an hour for like what like normal gunsmiths make. Take a lower pay so that you can get in and then start putting in applications. What gauge is the double barrel? There is no double barrel behind me. Guns with slide cuts get the breeze. They can, for sure. It's not as big a deal because look at a Beretta 92. It's nothing but a giant slide cut. What's my thoughts on the 30-06? Don't really have one. I'm not a long gun. Just looked at the slide cut on the Apollo, and you can't unsee it now. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. It makes the gun look like it was designed by a 14-year-old in 1985. If a guy's robbing you during the process, if a guy turns his back, am I allowed to protect myself? If he has a weapon and he threatened you with it, you do have the right to try to do what you want. However, if you stop the threat and continue to harm that person, then you get into trouble. If somebody turns his back on you while they're robbing you, they deserve to get taken down. But if you take them down, you don't want to continue to hurt them. Can't get a question answered for the life of me. I didn't see your question, brother. Sorry, ask it again. Was a break-in issue. Oh, got it. Favorite revolver, Ruger GP100. Your question of best red dot. Oh, yeah. So if your question, SW, was what's the best red dot, that is just like Chris says, it's a completely subjective question. Some people will spend $1,000 on a red dot and not blink because, in their opinion, that's the best red dot. Some people will swear by all the Chinese built stuff that's $150 and say they're the best red dot because of the cost versus the quality. Some people will tell you a $300 to $500 red dot is the best. So you just need to go to a store that has some. Nice, Demon. And actually pick them up and use your own eyes, because I can tell you, like, the difference between this Hollow Sun and this guy, which is kind of modeled after a Hollow Sun Swamp Fox kind of a guy, the glass is definitely different. The dots are definitely different. So you got to find what works best with, like, your eyes if you have any problem. What if they're running away? If somebody's running away from you, you are not allowed to hurt them. If you're going to give chase, then you're in a non-life-threatening situation. If they threaten you and then run away, just let them go. Call the police, obviously, but it's not worth losing your life to be a hero. What do you think on the Walmart rifles? I mean, pumping CO2. If you can buy a CO2 gun in Walmart, it's not a good idea to use it to try to kill small, like, squirrels and pests and things like that, because they don't have the power. Had to do the same with my PSA Rock, honestly, and it doesn't run suppressed well at all. I haven't shot mine suppressed yet, but I will. Like I said, I think Palmetto State is, like, on the cusp of being right there. They just need to hire a few more people or do a little bit more internal training for your quality control. Once they've done that, dude, they are a force to be reckoned with, 100%. And since they manufacture that AAC ammo now, I mean, they've got so many inroads that they could be doing so much cool shit with. They just need to step it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like you guys sent James Reed from TFB TV. You sent him the rock, and it was missing a roll pin for the fire control group. Some lucky person is going to win a really good Votatu from you. I'm not giving away the Votatu. I'm giving away the Hollow Sun. What's up, Zaxxon? Don't buy anything from Walmart, pretty much. T-Rex with the 4-bore. Kentucky Ballistics. If they were running away and still in your house, it's fair game. Favorite handgun on your wall? Right now, it's the Para Ordnance Blackout. Yeah, we said that, Lobster. You came in and said the same thing. Okay, so idea, Tesla value suppressor, making thicker suppressors that would increase bullet velocity and reduce gas blowing via multiple channels, being fatter rather than longer. People have tried that Afro Chicken. It's a diminishing returns. Making it bigger and fatter doesn't help as much in muzzle velocity. You can't increase muzzle velocity with the suppressor. All you can do is reduce it, because the act of the gases cycling through the suppressor will never increase velocity. The act of the velocity is wholly on the part of the barrel, and the suppressor does nothing to stabilize a round. All the suppressor does is sits perfectly in line with the barrel so that the round can pass through it and the gases coming behind it can be caught by the suppressor. But since it doesn't actually cause a seal with the round as it's passing through it, the gases dissipate, they don't enhance. So you can't actually increase speed with a suppressor. Also, you don't want to increase muzzle velocity, because the point of a suppressor is to slow a round down to subsonic speeds to make it quieter. If you're going to go for any sort of a velocity enhancement, then you just get a longer barrel. What's my opinion about 320X carry Legion? I'm not a fan of the carry. I have the full-size Legion. I'm not a big fan of the carries. Which forces you and the family? What gun are you bringing? I'll bring a shotgun into the woods, Isaac. Shotguns are very diverse. Devin, it's a members given away. You can join for $2. Yep. Preferably under 400 normalized. Again, Smith M&P. Gun came with a lot of footprint plates, but owner's manual only lists a few red dots with a lot of popular brands. Well, the RDR, the red dots and the footprints on the plates, it'll probably say something like RMR, RMSC, Doctors, Nobles, things like that. Those aren't brands. Those are actually the footprints. So if it came with all the plates and you want something like this is an RMSC, the 407K is made for the compact. The Romeos are made for the RMR full-size cut. So I'd still say something in a Holosun. If it's a full-size M&P or even a compact M&P, I would go with something like a 507C or even the comp because they're large, big windows, and they run well. If there are any shorts in the back, it can be proven they were treating. If there are any shots in the back, it can be proven they were treating. Yeah, so if somebody's trying to get away from you, let them go. It's not worth killing somebody. What would you use on a bear? At least a 10 mil, but I don't have a 10 mil behind me, so probably the shotgun. Suppressor could affect barrel harmonics. I wonder if that can affect anything. I've seen suppressor affects point of impact and group tightness in some occasions. Didn't look deep into it. Yeah, harmonics for sure, but so can your brake. Your brake completely change the sound of your gun. You can either have a dissipator, a modulator, a moderator, things like that to change the pitch and harmonics. It can affect the point of aim, point of impact because again, the way it's capturing the gas behind the round can affect the round's aerodynamics. So it is something to look into, but that's why you do a little bit of research, go to the website, see what they're rated for, what they've been tested on, things like that. How long are 12 gauge slugs effective to? I've seen people take deer at 200 yards with them, but 100 yards is very doable. Shake awake on my Holosun is extremely sensitive. Yeah, it's designed to be. That's why they're designed to last so many hours with batteries. By the way, for a little bit of a lesson to you guys, when a optic says it has a 50 or 70,000 hour battery life, that doesn't mean the battery lasts 70,000 hours. Don't be insane. It means that the optic is designed to run for 70,000 hours with constant power. So that's what that means. If you're ever looking at a Holosun, for example, and you buy it and it's dead in 6 months, that's because the optic still works, but your battery is dead. So keep that in mind. Are you in anything other else than weapons? Cars and computers and books and movies. Bumping in here today. Yep, it is. A lot of people talking. Is there... Oh, what's up? Pan Gorilla, what is going on? $5 dono too. Is there a 1911 compensator you recommend? I would look at, I think Atlas makes one, Harrington Arms makes one. Both of those companies are really good. They're like $300, but they're really effective. And believe it or not, even if you want to go with something that isn't barrel attached because you don't want to change your barrel, get one that's body attached, like the 1911, like the Punisher compensators and things like that. Because even those compensators will help by 15 to 25%, and that's a lot, especially on a 45 ACP. It's definitely going to bring it down. I would also recommend going to a full-length tungsten guide rod, so you may have to change the plunger on the end, but a tungsten guide rod, softer recoil spring, and even that Punisher compensator combo, the one that's bushing mounted, not barrel mounted, will still bring your recoil down by about 35 to 40%. So, but the Harrington Arms 1911, I have one had one on the Night Stalker, and that's supposed to bring down your recoil about 45%. How long do red dots last? Again, it's about whatever it says on there. If the box says it'll run 40,000 hours, that means it'll last 40,000 hours constant on as long as the batteries are charged. Favorite books? No Dostoevsky. Mostly science fiction. Orson Scott Card was one of my favorite writers until it turns out he was a freaking racist douche nozzle. He wrote Ender's Game, Ender's Shadow, Speaker for the Dead, that. Louis McMaster Bujold, who wrote the Vorkosigan books. I like those. I don't like real life shit. It just bores me. Have you announced the winner, or are you doing that later? Sorry for repeating the question. No, you're just fine. I haven't announced it yet. Unfortunately, I'm just going to let you all know it's not a member. So if you're a member, sorry. It just happened to be a subscriber this time. I use a random number generator, so I'm not picking favorites. Also, I like what you did with your orange cheesy. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I just finished it 2 hours ago, or 3 hours ago. I finished it at 5 o'clock. So I really haven't spent any real time with it. Do I like any of the FN 45 cal stuff? Yes, the 45 FNX. I don't like anything in the 5 series. I'm not too familiar with using RDs. Never thought about the hours rating on the life of the RD, not the life of the battery. Does that mean the emitter has a lifespan? Yes, that's pretty much what it's referring to. The it's usually a diode or an LED, like if you get a Seymour. But yes, that's what is rated, not the battery itself. Sorry, SA. Hey, but you're a member, so you get entered in to win a Holosong, so you're going to get a much better one anyways. Do you like Desert Tech? No experience with them. So, Desert Tech makes rifles, right? They make, like, the really expensive snipers. Like your videos, Bubba. Thank you, Richard. Paul Harrell seems to be feeling a bit better, doing some videos again. Yeah, he is. Also, he likes to help out his brother, making sure that his brother gets, like, the handover for when he's got pancreatic cancer. Unfortunately, he's going to pass. But yeah, did I darken my tattoo? No, I've been outside in the sun, so my skin's just a little darker. We don't take kindly to those who don't take kindly to other kinds. Yeah, just hate everybody. Then you're not prejudiced. Have you ever heard of the Corvus TP19? What could you say about its quality? Is it kind of crap? Never heard of it, but let's look it up real quick. I'd recommend CZs over Berettas. Who makes the Corvus? How to become a member? You need to find, if you're on iPhone, you got to hit the A and then bring up the desktop mode. Then you can hit the join. Otherwise, yeah, I don't see the Corvus, sorry. But that's how you do it on Apple products. Otherwise, if you're here on your phone, you can just find it and on the three dots, I think, and hit the join. Glock 43X on a micro dagger frame. Do you have any advice for building it to function good? No, not really. Sorry. I don't like the small guns and I don't like Glocks, so I don't really mess with them too much. Survival rate of pancreatic cancer is not good. Prayers and thoughts to his family. Paul's a good dude. Yeah. It's almost universally fatal. It's very rare that you see somebody live long with pancreatic cancer. It sucks. Thanks for content you're putting out. I really like what you're doing and the fact that this is live. Keep it up. No problem, dude. I try. I do my best. Hollersons are cool. My brother hated his because he wanted to use it on his sidearm for hunting season and shit kept getting behind the optic. Oh, you got it from a movie. Gotcha. Yeah, it's not a real gun. Not as far as I'm seeing anyways. Yo, I feel confident in gripping my firing, but why is that when I see other people shoot, there's almost no recoil? Is it because mine has no modifications? No, it's your grip. I don't know what your grip looks like when you're shooting it, but it is something to do with the way you're gripping your gun. I'd have to see you grip your gun. No three dots on iPad. Nope, you have to go to desktop mode. Is it to get the old lady to hit the range more? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I honestly can't tell you how to make, because you're putting the 43X top on the PSA micro dagger. The typical problem with the micro daggers is the disconnector needs to be polished because it'll keep the gun from going back in a battery. And internally, you need to shave down the side of the rear lock block in order to allow it to cycle. If you're not a gunsmith, it's not worth doing. You ever make lives while in a range, give tips with shooting? No, because you cannot hold, fire, or demonstrate a handgun live on YouTube. It's against TOS. Opinion on Stealth Arms Platypus. I like it. I don't like the 24-week wait time they're running right now. Yeah. They're still at 20 to 24 weeks, so I'm not a fan of that. Currently starting a barbecue. You should use a match and some good charcoal. They have a female hormone treatment for pancreatic. Doesn't cure it, but it really slows progress. Well, my prayers with your uncle, man. And I hope it works, dude. And who knows, maybe he'll get a nice set of Hooters out of it. What pistol comes with the best trigger out of the box? Any 1911, especially a Dan Wesson, a Nighthawk Custom, or a Springfield Operator. You have to grab the glove. You don't have to lock your wrists. That's actually a misunderstood thing. You do need a strong wrist hold, but there are a lot of guys that actually, if you watch like PewView, his wrists are not locked. He just has a strong grip. Also, the recoil is just as much with these fingers as it is with this hand. So I can't pick up a gun. But let's say this is the underside of your trigger guard, and this is your hand. You're in your finger. So you need to actually be actively pushing sideways while pulling back at the same time, pulling down with these fingers. You need to pull down while you're shooting because that will allow it to force the nose of the gun to stay down. What you're doing, from the sound of it, if you're saying that you're having more recoil than other people is, you're letting the gun fire and then trying to hold it. You need to be actively holding it from the get-go so that you're holding it stiff before you fire a round. That's the only thing I can say without actually seeing you shoot. If you limp wrist a gun or have weak wrists, is there an exercise that would strengthen it? Just using standard weights. You can use milk jugs. Just practice curls. Curls will help you build up your wrists. He's a portly guy, so he's got the hooters already. Is that illegal? Is what illegal? If we just put out orders when we first thought about it, we'd be almost here. Put our orders in when we first thought about it, it would almost be here. Oh, for dinner? Sorry. Besides 1911s? Besides 1911s, Walters and Canics have some of the best triggers right out of the box. What's the oldest gun you own? Do you own anything considered antique? I have a 1903 pocket hammerless that was built in 1907. That's my oldest gun. I have a 1929 Winchester 1875 and a 1939 Winchester 1894 and 3030. Just thought of if t-shirts came with a membership, they'd go through the roof. Not sure if possible. T-shirts with the membership would have to be at the gold level for the first one because I can't make shirts cheap enough to sell for $2 because the guy I'm having make my shirts, I'm getting American-made shirts because since I'm putting an American flag on it, I might as well get American-made shirts, which means the shirts are going to be about $20. Hey, Drunk. What's going on, Drunk? Can I see the 226? Can't pick up guns. You just have to Google it, my friend. Need some more help with finding memberships. I tapped on everything. You might have to go to, if you're on an Apple product, you may have to get off the Apple product. Go to Google. Don't use Safari. Go to Google and then go to YouTube through that if you're on an iPad, and then it will be just underneath the video. If you're on an iPhone, you have to hit the A button, which will then bring it on, and go to desktop mode, which will then allow you to hit the join button. You may have to Google it, dude. Sorry. I wish I could give you more help than that. No, the platies. Oh, the platypus. Yeah, that's true. What do you think about polymer cased ammo? Cased, I haven't shot any. That sounds like weird stuff. 226 is probably the next gun on my list. Maybe a Beretta 92. I haven't decided yet. Either one's a good choice. I like the... Oh, I was just messing with... Oh, just waiting for the charcoals to get... I thought you were asking me which charcoals to get. I would recommend getting something that's a little bit on the higher end. I know you can get into the 226 for like $700, but I'd recommend going with something like at least an Elite or an Equinox or something like that. Spend a little bit over $1,000 and you'll never regret it. Getting a base one, you're always going to look at every other one and go, man, I should have got that one. I should have got that one. I should have got that one. Really like that 320 blackout. Well, it's going to be for sale starting tomorrow, so Liberty Arms. What's the most unrealistic use of a gun you've seen in a movie? Anytime that somebody fires a gun into a tank or a tanker or anything like that and it blows up, that's not how it works. Also, single, like just running around and instantly hitting everything with one shot, no. Mr. Armstrong, what's going on? You have to use a real... Yep, sorry. Like sell a shirt for 22, then your example, people will be more apt to buy it. That way you give Google 2 wives and such. What? No. If I sell the shirt, I'm going to do it through my own... I have Square now, so I'm going to set up a web page for that. I'll just have links and shit. Google doesn't need that. I have the Spring store, but I'm killing that. I don't need them. Who makes better pistols in your opinion, Canic or Walter? Walter makes better pistols, but the Canic is a licensed copy, so they're a close second. As a 1911 guy, any idea why public opinion on Kimber is so split? I've heard people swear by them, people that guarantee they will fail. The biggest problem with Kimber is that when they moved from the West Coast to the East Coast, they lost all their quality control. They were absorbed by another company, and they stopped caring about the quality of their guns. And the minute you have a bad batch or a couple of bad years like they do, it makes people really resent you. I have a Yonkers. That one was built in Yonkers, but it runs flawless. It's hit and miss. It's kind of the same problem PSA has with some of their guns, but Kimber has coming back very strong now. You're using Mexican charcoal. How long does it take for the Mexican to break down into charcoal? You can have 50-round polymer case mag that weighs the same as a 30-round brass mag. Gotcha. Never seen that. I'll have to check those out. What's up, Jason? Yep. I can hit anything with one shot. Won't be weight I'm aiming at, but I'll hit something. Won't be what you're aiming at. Yeah, exactly. I think Brett 2 is probably the coolest gun action I've seen in a movie so rugged. Where does the HK VP9 sit between the two? It's just under a Walther, because the VP9 and the PDP are basically, everybody thinks they're just about the same gun. Especially for 2001. I may have to check that out. Kimbers use plastic parts on their 1911s. A lot of companies use plastic parts on their 1911s. TSOS does. The Night Stalker, the backstrap is plastic on it. And the backstrap on the Kimber is plastic, but change them out and you're fine. And the plastic trigger shoes, Prodigy does it, Staccato does it. So saying that they use plastic parts isn't as bad as it used to be, Drunk Mouse. What do I think about the Staccato XC carry option? I'm thinking about getting one. I don't think they're worth the money. I think there are better, much better choices out there if you're looking for something in a carry, especially in a 9. Trouble staying in target when I fire rapidly. I'll definitely practice gripping down. Yeah, you also need to watch how your grouping changes. So if you're firing fast and you're watching your rounds are just climbing, that's a grip issue. If you're having under rapid fire, your rounds are going to the right, then you're not gripping hard enough with your left. If you're going to the left, then you're pushing too much with your right if you're a right-handed. So watching what your gun does on the target when you're rapid firing can actually give you a better idea of what you're doing wrong rather than just guessing. It's free on YouTube with subtitles. Well, I'll have to check it out. Never shot a bow gun. No problem hitting 9 out of 10 at 14 yards. Well, doesn't sound like you have that big a problem. You'll get there, though. Desert Tech, they make an AR lower that takes the 50-round mags that are thick instead of casket mags. I'll check them out sometime. True Velocity has a polymer case. I think I can link if you want. Nah, I'll look it up. What magazines are better, polymer or steel? I prefer steel, but polymer works as long as they have metal feed lips. What other firearm YouTube channels do you watch? Not many, honestly. I really don't watch that many. Wow, sorry. I just saw a weird email come through. I check out some of the smaller guys when they have something interesting to say or just to see what some people are doing. But I really don't watch much in the way of YouTube channels for gun guys. I do watch Honest Outlaw, but I don't watch any of his new stuff until it's old, if that makes sense. Like, he'll put out a new video, I won't watch it for a couple of weeks. You cannot rapid fire at any range in Southern California. Well, move out of California. Tilting action or falling block action, which would you choose for a fight if that's all you have? Well, I'll go with tilting, because falling block is much more rare. What do I think about Atlas Gunworks? They're very expensive. I've never owned any of their products. I don't think I ever will unless YouTube actually pays me a decent amount of money, which they don't. So I'm not gonna. There are many other guns that I'd rather spend my $6 grand on than an Atlas Gunworks gun. I don't really believe in spending much more than $2,000 for a gun. Do I have any AKs? Yeah, I got a couple. What's better, the Canic Meta or VP9? I think the VP9's a better shooter, but the Canic has more versatility because you got to get like the tactical VP9 in order to get the same level of adaptability. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, Legend. What's up? Top one is a Keltec KS7. I'm a huge fan of their products personally, but quick question. Hold on, sorry. Got an ad on my own channel. Vent. Yep, there you go. Following block action is the M9 Beretta. I prefer it for its flatter shooting. Yeah, but the falling block can wear out faster. If you look at a lot of P38s and P1s from World War II era, a lot of those have non-numbers matching parts in them because the falling block tends to break, whereas 1911s that are over 110 years old are still running with their original parts. Why is Daniel Defense always getting targeted for lawsuits? Because they build incredibly nice guns, which all the kids want, because then they see them on TV and everybody says they have them. And then that douche nozzle with Uvalde decided to use a Daniel Defense, buys a $2,600 gun. And yeah, the problem isn't the parents that didn't notice the kid was a fucking wackadoo, or anybody else that didn't notice the kid was walking down the road with guns slung over his shoulders. Yeah, let's blame the gun manufacturer. I'm blaming Toyota for everything, personally. Toyota for every car accident because they have more cars on the road than anybody else. I blame all the grocery stores for all the obesity. I blame Oscar Mayer for all of the obese people in the United States, so I want to start a class action lawsuit against them. It's ridiculous, and it's people looking for people to blame, and it's stupid, and it takes away from the impact that needs to be taken away from it, and that we need to do better as people. Switching from Glock 17 to a 26, is that a good idea? Thoughts? I don't like Glocks. I think there are way better options on the market today. If you're going for something smaller, why would you get something that's the same width? The Glock 26 is way too chunky for what it is nowadays. What if you use a chrome moly falling block? If you can find somebody that makes one, go for it. But then you're modifying a gun just to make it slightly more reliable. I'd rather have one. And again, we're talking about guns that are 60, 70 years old. So I'm not saying it's going to break right away. Is that a bullpup? It's a Keltec KS7. Although great info for life. Yep. What's up, Cookie? Do you have a high caliber rifle? I've got some 308s and 4570s. The Glock 26 is literally the best gun ever. You are lucky I'm so attracted to you. Jesus Christ, Steamy. No, DJ, I haven't. What's a shotgun on the bottom? That's just a ATI Nomad single shot 12 gauge. Should I get a Hellcat or a Smith & Wesson M&P? The Hellcat's fine, but the smaller guns they don't shoot as well as the 365s, so I'd go with the M&P. What about an RPG? Absolutely, Don. Don't forget to like the live. Don't ask questions in that format. It does nobody any good. Just because you know what you're asking doesn't mean I do. Never hear anyone mention the FN 509. Is that much worse than something like a Walther PDP? For the money, the dollar for dollar, the 5 Series is a terrible gun. That's why FN still makes the FNX series, because real FN guys won't even piss on an FN 509 to put out a fire. The 5 Series is nothing but a commercial money grab, whereas in the FNX, FNS, FNPs were all designed as actual shooting guns. It's kind of like the FN High Power re-release, which is nothing but a bullshit FNS9 or FNH9. It's just a waste of money. Shield Plus is nice. Do you have modifications for your guns? Yes, many of mine are modified. Carter, what about the FN Reflex? Again, it's trash. It's had a ton of problems with striker issues, primer issues, things like that. I think they actually recalled it for some of their issues. It's not worth it, in my opinion. Never liked SIG even before the internet thought on. Otherwise, I would have picked up. No worry about that. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you want to rapid fire, blah, blah, blah. I think LAPD started issuing FN 509. Yeah. 3 buttons on the top. Well, if you don't need to be accurate anyway, so let's face it, LA cops aren't. So I would get an FNX9 if it came pre-milled for an optic. Yeah, that's a downside because it's an older design. I want to go into R&D, so this is right up my alley. I'm going to try to buy a gun for me. I'm trying to make guns that change everything. For instance, that off-axis recoil mitigation action. Off-axis recoil mitigation action. Which gun uses that? For some reason, my brain is going rotating barrel for off-axis. 509 is that bad or just overpriced? Okay, so FN made high-quality guns. They were expensive, but there was care taken into them. They had nice materials. They had nice ambi controls. They came very nicely made. Then the 5 Series came out, and the 5 Series is like, hey, we make a really good gun here. Let's release it's kind of like when you have an original PS4 controller, but you give your cousin the shitty aftermarket one because you don't want him actually messing with it. So FN makes their high line models, and then they make the 5 Series, which is the entry level. I just want to say I own a 5 FN because I'm a loser line. And literally that's what FN is thinking when they design that line. They're like, oh, we'll just put FN on it and everybody will like it, even though it's worse than Glock in every conceivable way, yet it costs more than Glock. And Glock is overpriced by $200 per gun. So imagine paying $400 more than a gun is worth. Like their 502, their 22 caliber, it's literally the same gun as the Beretta 22 or the Smith & Wesson 22 because they're all built by Umarex, yet it's still $500, $600. Screw that. I was thinking about picking up an FN 509, so I shouldn't. They suck for the price. No, don't get one. Just check out all the options you have for guns, and you'll see that the A5 Series is just not worth it. Stupid questions will be removed, so the askers, I'm not even paying attention to the stupid people. What's up, Walter? The only gun that has ever succeeded with making a gun with that action, I would have typed it if I had the room. The Chris Vector. Oh, okay. I like the Chris Vector, but I've never had the ability to shoot one full auto. What's up, Susu? And full auto is where you take advantage of what the Chris Vector's recoil system does because of full auto fire is what it was designed for. What FN products are actually worth buying? Like I said, any of the FNH, FNX, FNN, or FNS line, those are all fine because that was back before they decided to commercialize their stupid shiz. I mean, the sentiment would be reign true for the new FN 510 and 545. Yes, absolutely. I don't like either one of them. I think their rabbit ear bullcrap around their rear sights is nothing but a gimmick. It actually does nothing to protect it. Because if you're typically dropping on your rear sight, you're not dropping it from the side. It's falling onto its top because of the top heaviness of the gun. And if you're banging it into stuff, it might protect it a little bit, but the ears are just stupid too. Happy Friday to you too, Susu. What's up? Yes, Glock 18s are illegal here. Who makes a decent 10 millimeter? Smith & Wesson, Glock, and SIG all make decent 10 millimeters. Rest in peace to Kalashnikov USA. It's all right. T-Sauce will find another company to buy. My teacher told me there were no stupid questions. That's true. There are no stupid questions, just stupid people, Legends. You like auto fire. I wish we could have them here. You know, we can have fully transferable machine guns, but they're super expensive. Hold on. Sorry. My live just reset for some reason. Do I have a P90? No, I don't. I wish you would stream on the weekends, but good job keeping on the schedule. Yeah, I don't want to stream on the weekends. I don't even really want to do it 3 days a week, but it seems to be the optimal number of days to keep everybody happy. People need to stack up on ammo. That's true. What are your thoughts on Nerf guns? I found out they're deadly accurate with them. Hit your brother straight in the eyeball. Nerf is fun. It has no real application to real world because of the function and the way they run, but they're fun. Is a Chris Vector made for 45 ACP or 10 millimeter? It's in 9, 45, and 10, but it's designed for the 45, I believe, was its first application, but 9 is its most popular one. I wish you luck, Afro. If you can make one that shoots regular rifle rounds, that would actually be kind of cool. Any luck on getting the stream lag down? I have not really tried with the camera again, just because I haven't wanted to. So I'm using the phone, and it's about a 3-second lag right now. 3 to 4. What state are you in? Virginia, Susu. Is a rival gun or a mega gun better? They both hold Nerf, but I was hoping to use it for self-defense. I don't know if you're being serious or not. You do not use a Nerf gun for self-defense. What state are you from? Yeah, I already answered that. Do you have any Heckler and Kochs? Not right now. Sold my P30, sold my other one. Thought about moving one stream to the AM. It might draw a different crowd. No, not at all. I have no desire to do one in the morning. 45 ACP is far superior to all other calibers. It's pretty fun. Who makes good white lights? I know about TLR, that's about it. I don't have a lot of light experience, so somebody else will have to answer that question. Opinion on CZ Shadow 2 Compact. The Shadow 2 Compact is just a 4.6-inch barrel version of the full-size Shadow 2. It's basically what the PL1 should have been its whole life, and you can get it optics cut, so I approve. If I could get stream lag gone, your streams would be A++. I think the 3-second or 2-second or 4-second or whatever it is actually YouTube, so that their AI can catch if somebody does something stupid. That's all I wanted. God bless you and good night. Every stream has lag because it's being compressed and then uploaded to a server and then being broadcast to all of you. If I was trying to use my home computer or my phone to try to stream to all of you, it would be impossible. So you're always going to have lag. But literally it's at less than 3 seconds right now. No problem. Afro Chicken, thanks for asking some good questions, man. I appreciate that one. And good luck to you in your future endeavors, dude. I hope to someday see a gun made by you. That'd be awesome. Didn't like the P30. P30 was fine, but P30 is readily replaceable. I only keep guns that I can't get my hands on easily these days. If you look at the guns on the wall behind me, the only super replaceable one right now, like a brand new manufactured version of it, would be the 320 Blackout. Every single other gun on that wall is out of production now. Stream lags can be as long as 20 seconds. Yeah, when I was using my Logitech 4K camera, I think the lag was like 15 seconds, and I was getting annoyed because I was using another window with all the comments and stuff, so I was seeing it not through my stream, but through I wasn't using it through like the stream setup the right way, so I was seeing the comments well before I was answering them on camera, so it was really driving me nuts. It's why I like doing the vertical. Who makes good red dots? A lot of people make good red dots. Hollow Sun, Vortec, Swamp Fox, Vector. A lot of companies make good red dots. My girlfriend wants to get a gun. She shot the Glock 17, but doesn't like it too much recoil. What do you recommend? You need to get something that's got a little bit heavier weight to it. So the Glock 27 or Glock 17 is like 29 ounces. Trying to find something in the mid 30 ounces range, like a Canic, probably has enough top heaviness where the recoil will be mitigated down a little bit. So like a Canic TP9 or a Meta SFT would be a good choice. Another one would be like a full-size M&P if she shot a 17, so a full-size M&P 2.0 with a 5-inch barrel, which would be close to a Glock 17, would be a good one. Any experience with Gideon optics? No. They don't make the Shadow 2 anymore? No, they don't make the TS Orange first gen anymore. That's not a Shadow 2. Do I have a favorite gun? No, I don't. I don't plan on using a suppressor on my pistols, but I do want to run a comp on it. Do I need suppressor height sights? You don't need suppressor height sights for a comp. Many comps are designed to sit at the same height as the top of the barrel. Like if you look at the 320 Spectre comp up there, the compensator is actually where the front sight is in its normal height. What do I think of the Glock 49? The Glock 49 is just a Glock 19 with a Glock 17 slide on it. It's nothing new. It's nothing fancy. People have been doing that for years. My battery's about to die, so I'll have to come back in a bit. All right, Wrenches, thoughts on new Smith & Wesson SD9 2.0? I think it's a really good value, man. They like when they're at Liberty, they street for $300. I think that's a really, really hard price to beat. It's what Glock should be. If Glock could sell their guns for about $300, $350 all day long, they'd have the market cornered. It's a good gun. Am I afraid that people are clamoring for World War III? Dude, people have been clamoring for World War III since we stopped World War II. Every day there's people that are pushing for war, and the fact that the only reason why you're so aware of it is because of the internet, because of social media, because of overinflated egos having access to social media. We have a guy that's probably going to win the election, and he's now a convicted 39-time felon. Why? Social fucking media. We're the problem, not the rest of the world. Everybody that inherently responds to the internet and interacts with the internet, and I'm guilty of it too. I make content. But if you go and you become politically active on social media, you might as well walk into the ocean and wait for the bubbles to stop, because you're affecting nothing. Have I ever seen the Chinese Marines or SEALs? No, I haven't. They're really good. Can you get a threaded barrel for your pocket? Yeah, I could, but I'm not going to do that. You know why I can't find extended safety for the shadows? No, actually I don't. You check CZ Parts, I'm assuming, but I would check Cajun Gunworks. Do I need suppressor height sights if I put a red dot on my pistol? No. Suppressor height sights are only needed if you want to co-witness with your sights. You guys spend time with your wife. Have a good stream. All right, Drunk Mouse. Thanks for coming in, dude. Hey, it's only 34 felonies. Hey, it ain't over yet. He's got other cases he's in the middle of. Later, Mouse. Yeah. He can launch nukes, but he can't own a gun anymore. Here's the thing, though. He could trick Biden into giving him a presidential pardon. I need something robust, precise. Perhaps a Glock 34 TTI Combat Master. Fucking hate that movie. The minute he did that, I lost all my taste for John Wick. The minute he went into a wine tasting and he's being presented. Also, the dude that they hired to be him, that's proof that acting can overcome a lot of things, because that dude had never held a gun before he did that movie, The Sommelier. Literally the only two ways to get your, there's multiple ways to get your rights back as a felon, but one is to go in front of Congress, which doesn't happen. Two is a presidential pardon. Otherwise, you can just apply to get your rights back. What gun is the top right? That is a Chris Finks. That is a Kimber Royal Classic 2. Buying a Holosun X2 and kind of armor level plates on the 3rd of next month. I'm excited. That's a level 4. Holy shit. Where do you live? The Gaza Strip? I don't care what any of y'all are saying. Your Scar 17 kicks ass. Not a Trump fan? I'm not a politics fan. Why would you want to compete for the worst job in the world? You're the leader of the free world. No, you're not. You're an idiot that just vetoes the other idiots. Politics do nobody any good. Have I been to Africa? No. I've been to Europe, but never to Africa. Opinion on Rock Island Armory? I think they're pretty good, actually. What the fuck was I about to look up? What is co-witnessing? So co-witnessing is, so your red dot is on, right? And your dot basically is in the same position as your front sight. So when your sight is actually on target, Your red dot will be in the same spot as your front sight, so that even if the red dot died, you'd be having the same hold for shooting red dot or iron sights. So you can co-witness with your sights. So let's say you grab your gun, you forget to turn on your optic, and you present, you still have your sights, which are still aimed correctly. Gun safety training, it's 110 for the class, 30 for range time. What's a good pistol to start with? Big hands. Smith & Wesson MP2, Glock 17, Canic, Meta SFTs. Those are all good guns. Come to Kenya. No, I'll pass, thanks. They got gun restrictions in Kenya? Probably. I'd agree if it were an option, but I don't think there's a way to a world without politics. No, there really isn't. Brandon Herrera did it the right way, though. The thing that I'm talking about is the fact that is you turn on social media, you turn on YouTube, TikTok, all those other things, and all you see is people lamenting, complaining, screaming, yelling, oh, yet they don't do anything about it. Brandon Herrera at least had the nuts to step up and run for office. He lost, but he had the nuts to step up and run for office. And I don't care if you're a girl or a guy, you have the ovaries, whatever. He at least tried to do something. But the rest of the world with the internet, and they just sit there and they bitch, moan, and complain, that's the problem. And I'm not talking about the rioters from January 6th either. That's a bunch of motards who listen to an orange-haired retard tell them to storm the Capitol. And unfortunately, he didn't realize that social media is full of idiots. And yes, again, I'm guilty of it because I'm on social media. YouTube is social media. It's our own damn fault that we cause our own problems. What's better, regular sights or suppressor height sights? Regular sights. Better options for holsters and lots of stuff. Suppressor height sights are only really useful if you're going to run suppressors. I know you're not a fan, but best micro compact. MC9 Meta. A lot of words in Twitter fights for nothing. Yeah, no. I would have wholeheartedly become an Elon Musk supporter if he had bought Twitter and shut it down. Even if he did it for a day, just to prove what would happen if we turned off social media for a day, I would have become a Elon man for life. But he's another one of the problems. He believes in free speech, 100%, great, good, awesome. But he only believes in grand gestures. John Cena does more for the world than Elon Musk. Sounds like a dumb statement, doesn't it? But John Cena does more Make-A-Wish grantings than any other celebrity or any other person that I can even recall. He is more active in more things than Elon is. Elon is a philanthropist. He gives his money away. But if you're talking on a personal level, John Cena is 100 million times the man that Elon Musk is. Period. Elon only believes in grand gestures. Do I use an AR-15 or bolt action? I have both, but typically I'll take my AR-15 with me when I go to the range. Always has been. Yeah, pretty much. I could easily go without social media. I only have YouTube and I take breaks even from this. You have too. Yeah, well, here's the thing, dude. I don't make a living doing this. I do this because I like doing it. But I have Twitter. I don't use it. I have Instagram. I don't use it. I have X. I don't use it. In fact, I bought this phone in November. I literally never logged into Facebook on it until just yesterday when somebody sent me something. I only check on the computer every now and then when I'm on there. That's how often I use Facebook or Meta or X or any of that bullshit. And the only reason I have the other social medias is just because I thought I needed them. But they're just cancer, dude. I can't stand it. You wind up doom scrolling because all you're doing is looking for another train wreck to look at. And it just makes me sad. And I'm not, again, I'm guilty of it. I've doom scrolled. I've been on the crapper for an hour just looking at YouTube shorts. It does happen. But yeah, it makes me very angry. Oh, by the way, for all you kids that want to know an interesting fact, that's the that's the Chris Sphinx SDP made in Switzerland until Sphinx went out of business for selling guns and parts to Arab countries that were on the no-no list. So B&T bought the rights to that gun, and they make one. The Universal Service Weapon is actually based on that gun. If you actually look up the Universal Service Weapon, you'll see it's the same split frame and everything. Their version of the gun is $2,500. They're a bunch of idiots. Do I have any good tips for gun wreck channels? No. Train wreck channels? No, I really don't. I agree. I deleted all social media around 5 years ago. Don't miss it. All that happens is I forget birthdays. What's up, Robert? How you doing? What's the best advice for self-defense in a life or death situation? Because it's easy to buy a gun, but to use in shit hits the fan situation is different. Yeah, that is the problem. We don't have the ability to train for an actual shit hit the fan situation unless you live in a really shitty neighborhood. But you need to not stop worrying about wearing freaking body armor and all that bullcrap, because more than likely 90% of the time you're going to be in a scenario where you don't have body armor on, unless you're actually at a job that requires you to wear body armor, or you're in the military, or you live in an area that's so bad you have to 50 cent it and wear armor all the time. You're not going to be wearing body armor all the time. So you need to practice without it. You need to practice at multiple distances. You need to practice moving. So you go to a lot of these gun ranges, especially indoor ranges and shit like that, you have to stand still and you have to shoot at a 2-second cadence. So you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to find abilities to practice movement and shooting from cover, and shooting from the draw, because I know a lot of ranges don't allow you to draw. So you got to find things to do all that stuff. What do I think of the SIG M18? SIG M18 is just a carry version of the M17. It's fine. Pro is casually fine with 10 guns behind him. Count again, son. Why no 2-pack? Well, that's not counting the 3 that are sitting in front of me. I actually think I remember the Sphinx and that same SIG under it being for sale at the same time years ago, and wish I had the money for either. Yeah, yeah, they've gone up quite a bit in price. Well, the Sphinx actually has come down in price, believe it or not. You can still find them used for under $1,000, and their original MSRP was $1,100. But the SIG 226 Elite stainless is up to about $1,600 now. So I'm happy I got mine when I did. Do you carry something aside from a gun to hopefully use before pulling out a gun, like pepper spray or something? My wit, honestly. I always try to diffuse a situation through calm, rational talk. But no, I don't carry pepper spray or anything like that. No tasers. I'm not a cop. I'm not required to do de-escalation like that. But typically I'll just try not to let a situation get to a point where I need to. And if I'm in a situation where I have to draw my gun, if I pull my gun, I'm using my gun. If I don't have to pull my gun, it's literally the last thing I'll think of. What's better, a red dot or iron sights? Red dots are always going to be more accurate. That's just because of their inherent design and what they were made for. But you need to be proficient with iron sights. If you're very proficient with iron sights, being proficient with red dots will be easy to you. If you're only proficient with red dots, you will suck at iron sights. So my advice to you is get good with irons first, and then move on to the red dots. Nice guns, thank you. How do you feel about the Ruger Precision? Not a long gun guy. They seem fine. Stuff Crust, what's up? Don't forget to hit the 3 dots and like the vid. Yep. Everybody do that, because I get Google's money that way. So when you guys are liking the videos, it shows Google that I deserve their love and their appreciation. And then they recommend me to more people when you're doom scrolling. Also, if you want to become a member, you still have some time. You have until Wednesday. If you join at least the $2 level, you'll be entered for a chance to win a HoloSun optic. If you're outside of the U.S., I will just do a gift card for a company that sells them, or an equivalent value gift card. So, Top Gun is a Keltec KS7. Is there a different hold for suppressor height sights? You need to shoot with them, but no. Typically, it's the same thing that people think with like overbore for optics and stuff. When you have elevated red dots and stuff, you still, if you have suppressor height sights, it's still equal height, equal light. So they need to be at the same level, same distance between the rear sights, things like that. What's a stereotypical FUD gun? A 1911 or a 12 gauge pump shotgun? Anyways, really quick before we keep going, because it's what, almost 9 o'clock, so we've been going for a couple hours. I don't know if they're here. If they're here, then cool. If not, then I'll send a message to them. But the giveaway winner is a Kiyotaka. Kiyootaka. That is the name of the winner. Subscriber, according to the message board, they've been a member for a subscriber for 6 months. So if you're watching, get a hold of me. I will put it in the community tomorrow. Stock with carry and durability in mind, P10C or M&P 2.0. They're both just about equal in my opinion. It's just whatever you like better in your hand. I'd say it's a wash, 50-50. Is the center pistol silver on top or just the glare from the light? Can't tell when it's on my phone. The center pistol is a Kimber lightweight Arctic stainless slide. So it's a light silver top or body with a stainless slide. Now my TSO orange, my TS orange. Now that one's silver and black now. It's hard to tell with the light. I'll make a video of it tonight and put it up tomorrow. Which one below the Kimber? You said center top. The one below the Kimber, that's the SIG P320 Blackout. Will heavier bullets perform better on windy days versus lighter bullets? Distance is going to have more of an effect in that respect. So a 9mm or a 45 shot at 20 yards on a windy day or a not windy day is not going to be as big a factor. But if you're talking about going out over 100 yards, things like that, then yeah, wind can affect it. Thoughts on needing to rock a safety to be comfortable to carry? I think as a person, it becomes an individual thing. What the? Sorry, I'm just seeing something on my wall. You need to practice carrying with or without the safety. If you want to rock a safety, I don't care. People have been doing it for hundreds of years, ever since flintlocks were designed. But I would recommend that you need to practice without the safety so that you can be comfortable in that situation. But I'm not going to fault you for wanting extra safeties, but you need to train with it. How do wind affect bullets when we shoot? Well, if the wind is blowing hard enough, a bullet is very light in comparison to what it's doing. So traveling through the air is resistance. So even though it doesn't feel like we're fighting the air right now as we're moving, we are fighting the air. We are moving through something that is effectively a gaseous liquid. Everything has 3 states: plasma, liquid, gas. So air is a gas, but it can be liquid. You can make oxygen liquid. So when we're moving through it, we're actually acting against a force. So when you fire around, it's fighting the air as it's going, which is why you have drop. Gravity plus wind equals drop. So if you have a crosswind, so you're fighting going this way and this way, so it can force the round over. It's just like when you drive down the highway and you get a huge gust and you're in a 5,000-pound car and the wind can blow you into the next lane. Same basic principle. So I'm not going to agree and approve this comment. What does Costa keep saying? I didn't even see him get held. The blackout, I saw your video, so I just know the light is hitting it. Thanks. Looks like the top half of the slab. Oh, okay. Yeah, it might be the way that it looks on camera. It won't be there next week. I'm selling it, though. Second time he said that, I timed him out the first time. Oh, well, if he says it again, just remove him. Ban him. Thoughts on the Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0? I like it. It actually is the only real gun that passed Garand Thumb's freezing test, so that was interesting. Has anyone ever dropped or nearly dropped your sidearm while in a gas station bathroom? Not a gas station bathroom, but in bathrooms, yeah, I've almost had it fall out of my holster. Did it? Dun, dun. 1911 equals fat rooster. I know what you're saying, Justin, but I'm saying it the polite way. Da, da, da. Urban Carry has decent retention in their holsters. Yeah, I use a Urban Carry for mine. Do I carry chest seals? What's a chest seal? Oh, I keep trauma packs in my car and at home, but I don't know if it has just chest seal. I'd have to open it up. I'll have to do a video with my trauma pack. It has blood clot and tourniquets and all that stuff in there. I don't know. It probably does. I've never opened it up. I just bought it because I was told to. Have you ever packed more than one gun at a time? Yes. One time to mess with everybody at the office or at the store, I put on my core belt, the 1.75 Garrison belt, and then I put 5 1911s on my belt and wore them all day. It wasn't very fun. Selling the blackout already? Did you even take it to the range? No, I just hate the finish on it. Need some coffee. I don't drink coffee. I have a weird relationship with the smell of coffee. It smells like roadkill. I've got chest seal, quick clock gauze tape, and a bunch of other stuff that I hope I'll never need. Yeah, no, I make sure to have a trauma pack, but I just don't know. We prefer something does happen. Yeah. Any ideas for having sorting trigger for sorting trigger? I don't understand what you mean by sorting trigger because the Omega already has a good trigger, but the way to install an optic, because it's not optics cut from the factory, you either have to get it milled or you need to buy a optic plate. Were the 5 1911s loaded? Yes, absolutely. I wound up taking them off after about an hour, but I wore them for an hour. I'm glad you said you hate the finish, look like crap in your video. Yeah, like just the overall build on it, it looks terrible. It's so unappealing that I would have to get it redone, and it's a $1,400 gun, so I'm just gonna sell it. Don't have a top shit hits the fan gun, but I would definitely take something like a shotgun, just because of its versatility. Handgun, it's always gonna be a 1911. What I think about the government not letting the Glock 46. The Glock 46 not coming to this country is more a thing with Glock than it is the U.S. because we have the PX4 Storm, which uses the exact same lockup. So, also the Grand Power K100 uses the rotating barrel. The GB Steyr uses the rotating barrel. So, it's not the U.S. government exclusively that won't let it in. It's the fact that because it's a new model, they ask that Glock probably wants nothing to do with the safety requirements, such as the trigger, as well as the drop safeties and all the other bullshit that import guns have to deal with. Because realistically, they could just build the gun here. Glock has factories in the United States. They just don't want to because it won't sell. What's the most gruesome defense round you've seen? Black Talons are pretty gnarly. RIP rounds are pretty good for like going off, but honestly, an extreme penetrator round going through something will leave a devastating hole. You're only allowed to carry 2 even with our CCW in our area. Oh, that's weird. Where are you, Legend? Hi, I'm a Glock fan. Would a Shadow System be better than modding my G34? Nope. I would modify your Glock 34 before I go for somebody that's making a clone. Shadow Systems are decent. I would go with the Foundation series. Honestly, if you want to go with the Shadow Systems, go with the Foundation series, not the MR series. mainly because you'll get a better than Glock for less than Glock, but I'd still say it's not going to be better than the G34. You only carry enough to get to your AR. Yeah, but I don't want to go all the way home, Justin. Is there any special program for CNC milling for optics? Well, I mean, there are like gunsmithing programs and teaching in schools, but there's no like you can't download a program unless you have the exact same machine. And CNC mills that can do that kind of work effectively are very expensive, so it's not like they're normally out there sharing their files. Do I like the Ruger 270 American? I like the Ruger American. I just don't have that much experience with them because I'm not a long gun liker. If you ever do get shot, you're supposed to fill the hole right. That way you don't choke on blood or whatever you can explain. Robert, got to put the kids to bed. Catch you next time. Thank you for the donation. You want to stop the bleeding as fast as you can. If you have the ability to plug the hole, I wouldn't go for plugging the hole unless it hits an artery or something where you're having massive blood loss. Usually just full compression will stop it if it's not a through and through. But if it's a gaping wound and you need to stop the blood, then yeah, putting something in there will help. But it's more with putting pressure, especially like, so if I'm shot here and I'm bleeding, I'm not trying to stop the bleeding here. I'm trying to stop the bleeding above it. So I'm going to put all the pressure right there while also putting pressure on the wound. Hey, from the great state of Maine. Hello. SoCal, but the CCW is county here. I can have 3 on my permit, but we aren't allowed to carry more than 2. That's weird. Do you like the PTAR? I never spent any time with that one. I'm not a long gun guy. Shotguns are considered long guns, so. The vented chest seals that I'm seeing, that's for like lungs and shit? I don't know. What do I think about the Makarov PM? Never shot the PM. I've only shot a regular, like early edition. You only stuff when you nick an artery. That's what you do with the gauze. That's what I said. Unless you have massive blood loss, it's pressure. Mark 19. Again, no experience. If you're talking about the Desert Eagle Mark 19, I've had one. Sold it. I'm in South Boston as well. Hey, Zaxon, he's in South Boston. Nerds with Guns, what's going on? Barstow. Barstow isn't a real place. Barstow is like Nice. It's just something people say. You're welcome, Safety. Now, if it's your enemy, you could always just pour salt in their wounds. That's always a fun thing to do. Just hit left Outdoor World in Florida. What is your opinion on FN57? It's a fun round for the range. It's not a round that I would ever put my life in. You know, I wouldn't trust my life to it. It's not what it was designed for. It was designed to be fired full auto out of the P90. And it was just designed to work with the FN57, just the 5.7 pistol, because they wanted accurate ammo compatibility. Should I do a Glock 45 or a revolver for home defense, since a revolver won't jam? Either one will be fine. Glock 45s don't typically jam either, unless you're limp wristing like a little girl. What's up, Steve? Steven with his normal 5.0. Thank you, Steve 050. Hey, Jimmini, you were right about PSA quality being 50-50. One of my Dagger Striker died only shooting about 800 rounds in total. Exactly. Ontario. It's like that one state. What one state? There's no real state. There's no Hawaii. The real place, there's even a McDonald's with a train car. That sounds like fake stuff. It's too crowded for 5.7. If you're a gun guy with all the 45s, do you think there will ever be a model that comes out, people say that's enough of this type of gun? Yes, every single time Glock comes out with another gun. If you ever look at all the press conferences, if you watch when they went from like the 3rd and 4th generation Glock 19s, and then they started announcing, we're making new guns after they came out with the Glock 44, which was a piece of crap 22. Literally every time they announce a new gun, everybody goes, okay. They came out with the 47 and killed the 17 MOS because Border Patrol wanted a gun with a shorter frame. Okay. Nobody gave a shit. Or the ability to put a 19 slide on a 45 so they could appendix carry it while they're in their cars. Okay. The 49, it's a 17 with a 19 frame. Every time they have a press conference, everybody in attendance gets less interested. It's just like Apple with all their new iPhones. Salt for the eyes, alcohol for the cries. That's interesting. Similar to the bipod mounted 50 machine guns, just with 40mm grenades. Oh, okay. Thoughts on titanium firing pins? Are they necessary? Not really. They just ensure that you won't have accidental breakage. McManus! Hey, what's up, dude? Unfortunately, you did not win. It was Kiyotoko was the winner. But hey, you're still in the running for that guy. And I know you like your Haro sons. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Riverside County can have as many as they want added to their permits. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I don't have to add guns to my permits. I don't have to list how many guns I want to carry with my permits. I just, whatever. Nothing else matters. Anyone can see. Nothing else will matter. It's just a Glock to me. To me. To me. Hey, we're Cali. Just being able to get one is amazing. Hey, you're Cali. Why are you? It's weird because you're defending your state, but you're also in a state that sucks. Sorry. I'd rather risk Oklahoma. For home defense, what's a good recommendation when it comes to lethality? Being able to aim is more important than lethality. What's the popularity of the rigs that convert Glocks into a rifle style? Would it be cool to see Glocks come out with something that rivals that, like the MP7? Not really, and they'll never do it. Glocks are so overrated in the market that statements like this happen all the time, yet Glock still doesn't do it. Glock doesn't give a shit about you. Glock is like Apple. Apple doesn't care about you. Nike doesn't care about you. Tesla doesn't care about you. All these big companies, they care about your money, but they don't care about your opinion. So, no, they'll never do anything fun like that. My Siley has seen better deeds. The baritone is real. Am I actually dropping that low tonight?
I'm sorry.
You have a contest going? How do I get in? You have to become a member. I already did the subscriber giveaway. As a subscriber, the last Friday of every month, I give something away. This month, it was a gift card. As a member, you get 2 chances. This month, next month, well, the first Friday next weekend, I'm giving away a Holler Shun. Glock made 1911s. Would that make them interesting? No, because then that would just be them abdicating their ability to be dipshits and make something actually good. It would probably be a quality gun, but it would not forgive them in my eyes. Our state sucks. We were just happy we were able to carry after jumping through hoops. I know it's harder to leave a state than it is to leave a job. But when I hear a lot of people lamenting and hating where they live that much, I get saddened. It's like I used to tell my employees. So I used to have all these employees, right? And I had several employees when I was managing multiple places, and all they would do is complain, bitch, moan, and complain about their job. And all it did to me was I'm sitting there and I'm looking at them going, then why are you here? I'm not holding you hostage. I'm not forcing you to be here. Oh, well, then I'd have to go looking for a job. Well, then you obviously don't hate this job as much as you say. Thoughts on the Shadow System DR920? It's too much money. Get the Foundation System. What? Musk does not have an heart? Nope. I want a Glock 42. It's supposed to be the smallest 380 or something, but I would have to trust my life with it. You can trust your life to it as long as you're accurate. Staying in a state because of a job is dumb. No, staying in a job because you hate it and you're afraid to find another job is dumb. Staying in a state because of a job, you got to be getting paid really well. I live in St. Louis and tons of people hate it. I love it here. To each their own. I drove through St. Louis once. You should talk about the guns behind you. Mine is shotgun. Shotguns are too commonly known. All those guns are commonly known too. KJ, hello. I'm locked up in U.S. Penitentiary, Big Sandy Federal Penitentiary. I just want to say we love your content and wish you the best. Well, hello from the Pokey. Hopefully you guys are doing your time okay. I've been working on my family to leave Cali for about 10 years. My wife is finally looking at houses, so I'm on my way out. Dude, if you'd left 10 years ago, you'd be halfway through your alimony payments. I never said it. I hated Cali. It's got pros and cons. It's got prostitutes and cons. What are your thoughts on the G42? I don't like any Glock, just as a fundamental problem with their company and their inability to innovate. Sorry. I don't do verses. Zach's in the weather is great. Texas and laws absolutely suck in Cali. Yep. I can't carry a gun at all, let alone concealed. Your shitey state has better gun laws than my country. Yeah, but you have jujitsu, Crypto. You don't need guns. You are the gun. It's not the smallest 380. I have both, amongst others. Yeah, Caltech actually makes a smaller one than even the LCP2. I think they meant that it's the smallest Glock, but it's still nothing that I'd recommend. I've never been at a job without quitting and coming back for longer than a few years. Do I know any good places to buy a Beretta 93R? You can find them for sale in the transferable market, but be prepared to pay about 70 grand. My 6-year-old daughter loves helping clean my guns. I've never been so proud, even when she dropped my bolt carrier group. Yeah, my buddy's daughter, man, he loves letting her play around with all his stuff, and it's funny to watch her drop things, and he just goes, "Ah, you." Meanwhile, I'm like, I bet I could kick her straight down the hall. Alimony has been discussed, but with alimony and child support, I'd be broke. Kids are grown now, so I'm on my way out. Ah. Am I a FUD? Number one, you spelled it wrong. Number two, sure, why not? Prefer a 38 revolver, never jams, retired combat veteran, 15 years, 91, 94, and 05. Well, thank you for your service. And yeah, revolvers are extremely reliable. Never jam is a lie. Revolvers can jam, but I get what you mean. By and large, they are way more reliable than a semi. If that's what you like, get what you like, brother. Start a company that makes clones, especially listening to people's opinions, make guns, and getting sued. America. You're an internet user, Jay. Have you ever seen China? China literally copies everything. China hasn't had an original thought. China is the copy-paste of the commercial world. And you're making fun of America. That's hilarious. Revolvers can also fire out of timing, cause some issues to where your hands used to be. Yeah, well, so can an M80 if you close your hand around it. McManish is a manish. Are you a mensch or a manish? Justin, I am, bro. She has until the end of the year. I'm leaving without her. Dude, just pull a Dexter and drive out into the middle of the ocean in your boat and wind up in the palatial forest of the upper mid-east west of the world. Yo, what's up? McManus is a menace. McManus talks a lot about gun failures. I'm just saying, dude. I'd like to go to the range with you, but I want to stand on the other side of the fence. Take your toys. They make great good companies. Favorite commercial 1911 brand? Nighthawk Custom. Japan is a country that has no infringement laws. By China doesn't allow international lawsuits. They are both clone mother fathers. And they can do whatever the frick they want. Well, when you actually use these things, you notice failures 99% of people will never put enough rounds through them to experience. I have a way to circumvent that, McManus. just throw them down range. You see I got the orange back and I polished it out. Best first rifle for home defense, a 12 gauge. Why do you hate God's gift Glocks? Have you ever seen one? Leslie Yanker Marshall. Yep, something 300 blackout, blah, blah. I saw a Night Stalker for 800, but it didn't have the optics capability. Did you mill yours? No, the Night Stalker you saw was not the double stack. The Night Stalker you saw was a single stack. Completely different gun. Night Stalker is just the name of the model. It's not the name of the double stack 2011. All of the Night Stalker double stacks are full steel double stacks with optics cut. That's the only way they come right now. 12 gauge isn't a rifle. It is if you use rifle slugs. No, McManus, here's the deal, okay? So the high power, it's moving down the stack, so it's kind of moving towards the door. But come on, you got to admit that the CZ does look good like that. It's also now a one-of-a-kind orange, although I'm changing out for black grips, and it's just going to have the orange mag release. But come on, tell me that ain't sexy. Black and silver, nobody's seen that. Makes it look like a SIG 226 Equinox. You have a favorite foreign gun company? Not really. Thanks. I did that today. I started doing it yesterday, and I polished out just one part of it, and it looked really good, and then today I took it apart. By the way, I only wound up with one extra part that I can't identify, but the gun seems to work, so send it. Do not get rid of the orange grips. I'm going to keep them, but I'm not going to be shooting with it. I have a set of black aluminum grips coming. Yeah, and since I polished it down, I can still get it refinished and paint and recoated at any time. The orange grips do look good, but I'm going for more of a classic Equinox look, and it needs to be black. CZ's come with extra parts anyway, so it'll be fine. Yeah, it was really funny. So I've never taken that gun apart before. I've taken apart other 75s. So, but what I wasn't thinking, so I took out the safety, which is ambi on that gun, and when I took it out, the whole rear sear pack just kind of popped out because I forgot to take off the hammer spring. So the whole rear pack just went thunk. And then when I was reassembling it, I noticed there was this little piece of metal. It was about that big, and it was made out of steel. I thought it went to that gun, but I put it back together and it runs. So, shiny black grips like on the 97B. That, or if you've ever seen people do the Shadow 2s with the black grips, I think that'll look good. Saw a Colt 5-inch for 800. I feel like it was good to be true, so I didn't get it. Depends on what year that gun was made, Rafa. It might be fine for that. Actually, the grips I ordered are black and gray. So, these are the grips that are going on it. Oh, I'm getting some lag. Hold on a second. Yeah, but come on, those are good ones. They're from Cool Hand, who is like an Amazon seller, but they are G10 material. But yeah, those grips are going to go on it, and I think that'll look really good on there with the black and silver. I'm going to leave the orange mag release so it still has some orange on it. But yeah, it'll be pretty good. You don't need to remove D's comments from Little Como. D's nuts is not a big deal to me. I'm fine with D's nuts, and Little Como's been here a long time, McManus. The new ones look good, but we have so many with black and gray grips already. Yeah, but they're a lighter gray, so we'll see how they look on the gun. And again, since I'm going with the polished look, I want to go more of the darker look for everything except for the polished part. So I want the black and darker grips on it on purpose because it'll make this stainless pop more. I'll do better video on it tonight and upload it as a short tomorrow, like a full minute of me just showing all the polishing stuff on it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, because McManus, DB makes D's nuts jokes all the time, so I'm fine with those. Everyone's going to misidentify it even more without the orange grips. I don't care. That's even funnier in my opinion. 90% of people misidentify it now. Like 1 out of every 60 people have been able to actually identify it as an orange, even with the orange damn grips. Because yes, they did make a CZ Shadow 2 orange, but still, I don't care. Gun's done for me. I have to tell you about my new rifle. It's my new all-time favorite, Henry Model X in 44 Magnum. Yeah, the Henry X line is actually pretty cool. Are M&P shields good carries? Yes. RG said, got it. What did you get? What did you ask, RJ? What did I miss? Shit. We give a shite about what the things identify as. We don't call it like we see it. No, when it comes to guns, I find that like people like some of you guys, the ones that are hardcore, you know exactly what you're looking at. You're the ones that if somebody misidentifies it, I don't care. Plus, it allows me to say I don't have a Shadow 2 on my wall. What weapon is up there? That on the Sphinx there is the Warrior Land Crossbow 2. And they are not returning emails anymore, and I heard their company's already having problems, so in terms of plugging them, no. But it fits the gun really nice, so I left it on there. What's the largest gun you have? I don't have any real large guns. I've got a 4570 Marlin. What are the wrenches and stars next to people's names? The wrench means that they are a moderator for the channel, so they have the ability to remove people's comments and people. The star means that they're a member of the channel, so minimum $2 a month, up to $20 a month or something like that, and you get entered into extra things. And when I batch film videos, like there's been 2 videos up on the channel for the last week, including the one that just came out today, as well as the one on the Para Ordnance, which has been out for a week, but you can only see it if you're a member, so... I carry a large gun concealed in my pants. Ah, the 2-shot. I didn't even know CZ made airsoft. Lols. Actually, they do. Their shit's pretty impressive. I don't play that game, Mass Blast. Well, how does one become a mod? I decide whether or not I want somebody to become a moderator, depending on what time they're always consistently on, and if they're consistently in every video, or if they've contributed greatly to the... quality of the channel. So McManus, he's an elitist, so I need him because he can help correct people. Guys like Ocean Dude and DB, they're just Nimrods and I love them. Same thing with Justin. You have to be super shiny knee pads, Como. Ah, that's funny. Do you get to play-by-play on MOD's activity, like who deletes what comments? Yes, I can see who does what, and I usually check when you guys remove stuff because I don't always catch it as you're doing it, and sometimes I'll react to them anyways, but yeah, for the most part, I see what you guys are doing. Also, I see stuff that the mods don't. I'm bougie, not an elitist. Okay, what do you think of AKs? Are suppressors a need or a want? Another question, can you binary an M&P? Not sure. That would be an interesting question. I don't know why you'd want to. They're for the poor. That's elitist. Or he's having a stroke. I could be having a stroke. You never know. Need. Suppressors are a need. That's elitism, not bougieism. AKs are reliable, but the battle metallurgy has to be updated, otherwise they look like a D swinging in the wind. Is that the same gun up top as Wednesday? Yes. I just haven't felt like replacing it. So, when I'm done with the lives, I leave them up during the day. But if I plan on leaving the house for a while, I take them all down and put them in a safe. And then when I get ready for a live stream, I'll just put them all back up. If you notice, the handguns have changed order a little bit, but the long guns really haven't, just because it's annoying to pick another long gun to put on the wall. Okay, well, what if I say it's a surefire silencers that are the need? Then that's just sensible. That's sensible elitism, and I approve. I need my high end guy, dude. You're my high end guy. And then we've got Coonskin, who's the in the muck everyman. We've got Redneck, who's the up and coming youngster. DB is the smartass. Yeah. How much does pressure cost plus all the paperwork? Yep. No, I don't want to put up an AK, Rafa. All my AKs are put away in my safes, and I don't like digging through my safes. Once I put a gun away, I really don't like pulling them back out. I'm not that kind of a gun guy. But if you're really nice, I'll put one up for Monday. I'll put up a shitty Riley Rack 47 single stack. Feels good flying under the deceptive radar. Zaxon, you're in California, so you've got your issues, but you're a good dude. You're very on top of it. Some nights you're catching people before I even see them needing to be pulled. I like my mods. Oh, God. What, you don't like that single stack, the import that sucks? Come on. Riley defense. Well, in Riley's defense, if you get like one shot off and you're really good, you could be good. Pros and cons of red dots and lights on your carry pistol. That's Honest Outlaw's new video. I have to check that out at some point. Zach is held back by his state. It's not his fault. That's like saying somebody's held back by their genetics. Is it true? Did I mention you look very handsome this evening? Thank you. I had a lot of blood draws today, so I guess that's why. And the trunnion doesn't explode. Yeah. The only gun I have is my carry gun because I am poor. Hey, at least you have something. It's his fault he can move. This is still America. Problem is, California isn't America. So he'd have to emigrate, McManus. I mean, honestly, is there any other state in the union that has a moving out fee? I don't even think Alaska cares if you leave. I think a SIG handgun or an AR-10 is next. Need to get the bigger gun store to see better option. I do agree. Not having money doesn't make you poor. That is true. How do I like the CZ? I love that CZ. I love it so much that you remember the old saying, if you love something, let it go. If it comes back, it was meant to be. So I let that go 25 yards down a range, and it's still here. So that obviously means I like it. Cali has a moving fee. Yeah, they've been talking about it for a long time. Doing an exit fee because there's been the threat of a lot of people leaving the state, so they'd lose a lot of income. So they want to charge people to move. Where is that PM 745? The Dan Wesson, I meant to buy it last week from Liberty Arms, and somebody else bought it. So I went and bought a pair of ordnance. My wife has a poor mindset. Sucks to deal with. Friggin' simpleton. Oh, can you go get your wife real quick? Harbor Freight makes a pistol case that's already cut? Interesting. I might have to go and get one of those. I need a good multi-pistol case. And if it's just made out of plastic, I don't give a shit. Thank you. By the way, wife said I can spend at Best Buy on the card. Dude, get something awesome. Mr. Mom, what's up? Just finished dinner and having an after-dinner drink. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, Mr. Mom. We're having an after... Did you see how much I made my CZ look pretty? There's an exit tax, but I think it's on income over 500K in businesses. Isn't that like everybody's over 500K in California? Because 500K in California is like 30K everywhere else. Love the Harbor Freight cases, actually. They're pretty legit. I cut my own, but it's good. Yeah, I'm going to go check those out. I didn't realize they sold... Oh, they do sell pistol safes and rifle safes, so I didn't think about that. Thoughts on all the Amazon special laser light combos? It's a lot of Chinese drop shipping, so go for it. Don't expect to get surefire streamlight quality, But for the most part, for like a lot of us that don't have to do night ops and things like that, something like that Warrior Lane, which is $100 light, might do the ticket for you because that's got 800 lumens and it's rechargeable. So just get something. I have cases from Harbor Freight. I see nothing wrong with it. Yeah, that's why I think I'm going to go check it out. I think you're either over 500K or you live under a bridge and the shit on the street. Yeah, but living under a bridge, you still have to wear like, what do they call that? Dolce & Gabbana, because that's like the poor level California clothing. My carry piece is an M&P Shield Plus. I'm still saving for a decent rifle. Dude, Shield Plus is a great one, Matt. Don't consider yourself a poor when you carry a Shield Plus. Shield Plus is an excellent gun. Now, if you had said I carry a high point, then I would agree that you're a poor, even if you made $1 million a year, because you're thinking with the beer budget. You picked a good choice. How many people making nowhere? Well, yeah, it's the guys that work at McDonald's because they just got their $21 an hour. What's the best gun for people that never owned one? Unfortunately, Joseph Stalin, a Glock. My 16-year-old earns $20 an hour at fast food. And as a side note, booger meals cost large $15. Dude, they do here too. That's why I don't do it anymore. So I went to my grocery store today. I got fresh fruits, vegetables, lettuce, salad dressing, bacon bits, croutons, banana bread, apple pie, and steak. It was on sale for some reason. It was only $4.49 a pound, but I got like 4 days worth of food for $30. Whereas if I go to the McDonald's and I get a 20-piece nugget meal, large, $16. Do I think California is too far gone? No, I mean it could just fall off and break off and fall into the ocean. Then it'll be too far gone. I got a decent plastic double layer pistol case from Academy for $20. It holds 6 to 8 handguns. Yeah, see, I don't know what my problem is. I normally just carry like, I mean, this is the case for the CZ Orange, by the way. This thing is just stupid. It's empty, YouTube, so shut the hell up. But dude, look at how big this stupid case is, and it holds one gun. But I want the one where, like, the ones where you can just set them in and then mags in front of it. I just don't have a good setup like that right now. I don't know why. It's just usually I'll throw the guns into a soft case in my backpack. Yes, I just said I throw guns into a backpack. I'm also 45 and I don't have to go to school tomorrow. So all you people that think I'm saying what you think I'm saying, shut the fuck up. I understand lumens are a measurement of light, but how much is normally used for an attachment? If you're going to be doing something where you want to be able to disorient the other person, 800-ish is a good place to be. 500 is just good radiant light. When you get much below that, then it's not going to be really effective at being like a distraction or lighting up longer hallways and shiz. You're praying for Arizona Bay every day. Yeah, but you know what happens, McManus? If California falls into the ocean, Nevada becomes the new California. But the question is, Joe, are there raisins in the banana bread? No. And unfortunately, there's not even nuts because I'm allergic to nuts. That's why I don't do porn. Dude, it's sitting on top of my computer. It's always warm. You're only 45. You're only 45. You look 30. Thank you. I click back on the channel and the first thing I hear is shut the frick up. Sorry. Lumens and Candelala is also important. Yep. But I remember one time I shot an elephant rifle and shot both triggers and then he went up in my face and broke my nose. Oof. Yeah, that's not a smart thing to do. Elephant gun, bullet barrels. You're usually shooting over 1,000 grains of bullets that way. I got a deep one from Harbor Freight, and I can get 5 guns and 2 silencers. Had to pull apart foam, so I set it up and then glued the layers of foam together. It floats, too, and it's waterproof. Yeah, I'm going to go check some out tomorrow. I need to pick up some more paint anyways. I'm going to add more pegboard, I think. But I'll have beachfront property, and I'll die before it goes totally communist, so it's fine. Better dead than red, I get it. Where did you get to shoot the elephant? Oh, you're talking about it. Are you still active on Instagram? I want to send you a photo of the case I picked up. Got it today, actually. I still have the account, so you could send something to it. But dun 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 dun. My handle is the Jimmini, so the Jimmini on Instagram. Found out that all gun tubers are California haters. Not the ones that live there. It was an accident, but I recovered. I'm glad. I never found anybody that liked California unless they live there. I used to live there. My folks like the wineries every time they'd go to like some other place. Actually, one of my buddies, his name's Brian. He's on Instagram and he's very, very active there. He used to be he had like over 500,000 followers on TikTok. He's up there now. I'm happy for him. I actually have 2 videos that we did on Vine where I put him in the trunk of a Mustang. It was funny. Was raised there, couldn't wait to get out. I was raised inside of a human, couldn't wait to get out. Harbor Freight is also giving away your choice of 1 of 3 free gifts until 6/2. Nice. Hello, good people. Sorry I've been late, been busy. Don't worry, Tim. I'm gonna talk like this now. Harbor Freight. Time for Japanese curry and mayo. What? I was with you until you said both together. Oops, excuse me. Choose from 4-in-1 screwdriver. Nah, latex. Ooh, cable ties. I could always use cable ties. Last time I went to San Francisco a few years ago was absolutely this thing. I grew up going to the Candlestick in the Coliseum every summer with my dad. Candlestick. Pardon me. Oh, I've got one of their full-size Apache ones. Okay, so I do know of Apache. I've just never messed with them too much. That's how old I am. All the metro areas suck. Living in smaller towns is way better. See, now we're talking about a state I've never been to other than when I was inside of a person being shipped overseas. So I'm guessing you're talking about the 4800 weatherproof protective case, McManus? I've seen an Apache helicopter. Sorry. Apparently I'm a lot more tired than I thought I was. They took a lot of my blood today. And they forgot to put some of it back. I know about it. I actually stepped in less human shite in Baghdad than in San Francisco. To be honest, no one even knows about the Pop app, but you see it everywhere. What? What's it look like? Hold on a second. This one, it's like $60. This demonstration, they have 3 guns in it, which is funny because they're all old-ass Rugers. P89s and P85s. That's funny. Is it weird that we're all gun guys and we can identify those guns right away? Doo-doo. You see poop everywhere. Everyone poops. And there's a lot of homeless people. For some reason, I can't send you the message. Check out number 300 case by condition 1. Number 300 case. There's an app that tracks human poop. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, thank you. What's the proper way to hold a shotgun? If it's got a full stock, tuck that son of a bitch in tight. If it's a stock, you need to get a good firm grip on it. Don't chicken wing if you don't have to, but if you have to, have fun. Go way up high so everybody can look at your armpit, and then just hold tight. Mine is green. Yeah, no, I did see that, and then honestly, their cases are not that expensive. I mean, but yeah, no, I'm going to go check out the other ones first. How bad is the homeless issue in Cali? High-level executives are homeless in California. Bad in Metro, kind of bad. Well, if it's anything like, what was it, Texas that shipped them all to Maine? Hated the ending to Dexter and Dexter New Blood. Yeah, both of those were stupid. I have the long tan rifle one too. Yeah, I've got a green version of that one, but I got that for free because one of my buddies traded in a gun and it was in there and I stole it. I mean, I kept it. I mean, I borrowed it. Why do I need testosterone? Somebody's been on my Instagram. Which second highest row? Far right. I'm guessing you're meaning that one. Right for you is that one. So yeah, Sig 226. What does a sawed shotgun do? It makes it easier to conceal, and it's very loud when it explodey bows. That's right. He said explodey bows. Do you have any micro compact? No. I am 6'4", so I do not carry micro compacts. I have a question no one may be able to answer. Make it a try. Sawed shotgun does great. Does get you 10 years in prison. Yep. One time my dad, when he was back in Russia, went into an abandoned house to see what he could find. He found an AN-94 he gave, but when he tested it with a gun holder and when I pulled the rope, it just exploded. Jesus Christ. Do you own any revolvers? Sure do. I love the actor Dexter Morgan. He has his own band and did live performance for David Bowie. That's pretty cool. Did not know that. He was also married to Jennifer Carpenter, who was his sister in the show for a while. Being that the 40 is so snappy, why is the majority pistols are sub or completely compact, almost no full-size pistols in 40? Because it's not an in-demand cartridge. Yeah, my Beretta APX Tactical A1 was a lemon, had to send it back. Very disappointed. I talked to you about it already. Oh, yeah, did you? Have I ever attended National Gun Expos? No, I have not. I'll probably go next year to the SHOT Show. I was invited to go this last year, but it was from a company that made lights that I didn't care for, so I didn't go. Every major manufacturer makes a full-size pistol in 40. Yep. Michael C. Hall had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, so luckily it was the easier, or is it Hodgkin's or non-Hodgkin's? One of them's easier to treat, so he got lucky. And he broke up with Jennifer Carpenter after he recovered. I was watching the second last Michael Myers film. It made me so mad when they shot his extremities or got in close range to him. Take a 40 a lot to the range. You know no one else has a weak wrist. I don't find 40 to be that snappy, Rafa. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but personally, I don't find 40 to be that snappy. At least there's an answer no one at my local gun store I just had an answer to. What is it, dude? Ever try Wilson Combat Grip Module? Yes, I have. I don't care for it. Nano gun cases are high too. No, I'm going to Harbor Freight, dude. I'm going for the budget blasters. I save money on my cases so that I can have nice guns in them. It's funny how many people in line at Delta get their bags with these carries during SHOT Show. Yeah. I'll never forgive the writer for screwing up the show twice. Yeah, that was pretty stupid. I know you might have gotten this question already, but I just joined. What's the gun at the very top? That's a Kel-Tec KS7. SHOT Show kind of sucks. It's nice to get there first, but the crowds aren't worth it. Yeah, but you see, I'm disabled, so I get one of those hover round scooter things, so I don't even have to walk. Makes a lot of things a hell of a lot better for me. Like when I go to the Smithsonian, I don't even have to get up. I just neat. And anybody that's willing to take me gets free parking, so it's a win-win. Has anybody tried to trade with you an obviously broken gun? Yes, I had somebody try to trade me a shit. I can't think of the name of it now, but it was a Japanese capture gun. My favorite concealed 1911. Oh, I answered it. Gotcha. Has anyone tried to trade? Yep. New Blood really had me excited. Yeah, I knew how it ended, so I never watched it. 4,800 case for 32 caps. Yeah, that's the one I'm going to get. There was a place called Carolina Foam that made custom guns as well, but frick, they wanted thousands of dollars for them. Guess why they went out of business? Because they didn't ship on time, Tim. Has anybody tried selling you a stolen gun? We've had guns that were eventually where police had come to check and see if we still had the gun. But the problem is when you take in a gun and put it in your bound book, unless you run the serial number, it doesn't automatically pop because there's no registration for it. And you don't have to put in the serial number when you sell the gun. So unless somebody comes in and gives us the serial number before the gun comes into the store, I have no way of knowing it's stolen because you have to pay for each run that you do here in Virginia. It's like $1.50 or $2 every one. So if I'm selling 12,000 guns a year, I'm not paying $20,000 to check serial numbers. What shows do I recommend watching? Currently, I'm watching Mayor of Kingstown with Jeremy Renner. That's coming out with their new season. The Boys, obviously, and there's a few others, but mostly just those. Do you think Smith & Wesson ARs are worth it? Yes. Absolutely. Get the new Gen 3, the M&P Sport 3, because it actually has the low-profile gas block, so you can put a free-floating handguard on it. Sorry for being a bit of a lurk. Had to take care of some family stuff. Got to run. Have a great weekend. All peace. You too, man. Thanks for stopping in again, Lobster. I have an ALAR case from Amazon. Used to ship almost coast to coast, and it helps, and it held up. Cool. I'll check those out. Tulsa King is good too, but it's going to be a long time before it comes back. Burn Notice, I didn't like the last season. It did not have a great ending. Best ending, in my opinion, was actually House with Hugh Laurie. Yeah, that was my favorite. Hey, chat. Yeah, M4. Heard tells it is good. Have I seen the movie Furiosa? No, I have not. The jelly scene where they told me he had a lot of THC. Yeah. You ever watched The Wire? No. What 45 1911 would you pick for a first gun? I wouldn't for a first gun. MASH was really good. Also, Cheers. Cheers had a great ending. That's funny. You two typed the exact same ending. But yeah, Cheers was a really good one in the last episode where he doesn't actually, they don't end the series. He just says, "Oh, sorry guys, bar's closed. We'll be open tomorrow." That was pretty impressive. Sopranos, yeah, Sopranos is okay. Is good, but make sure to watch the first season. Justified is good. City Primeval, if they do a series 2, if Walton Goggins can get away, that'll be awesome. Yes, I used to watch Mythbusters. Just buy a Glock and get the best for less. There's no such thing as a Glock being best for less. Glocks are $200 overpriced. If you can get a Glock for $300, go for it. But $500 is not the best for less. I'd rather buy 500 lottery scratch-off tickets and try to win before I buy a Glock on purpose at price. What I was meant for first 1911, not a first gun. Fusion Firearms, Bull Armory, or a Springfield Garrison. They're all in around the $800 range. Very quality guns. You can step up a little bit, run into like Dan Wessons and some of the lower end Colts, although I don't recommend the Colts. Go with the Dan Wessons, the Springfield Operators, even the SIG X series in the mid teens are really good. While I'm still working, we go to our 4 pawn shops weekly and run any new firearms. We'd also look for items taken in recent burglaries. Yes, and here in Virginia, the pawn laws is they actually submit all the serial numbers for the pawn shops, but not the gun stores. Everyone's favorite Brit is back. Who is? Walter Goggins. Yep. Whoa, this is cool looking show. Oh, it ended. Yep. Snowfall, never seen it. His 4 2-hour shows, pretty decent watch. The Orville is a good comedy. Orville, it's got its points, but it's also got Seth MacFarlane's humor in it, and I think that takes away a lot. And then that moron, the idiot, his friend, Jesus Christ, I cannot stand him. The redheaded guy, Jesus, he's supposed to be the comedy relief in a show that's a comedy. When you try to have somebody being comedy relief in a show that's a comedy, you've lost the plot. On all the big players at the turn of the century, Railroad on Old Steel, etc. Walton Goggins is one of those guys that you don't expect to be that good at different roles. No problem, Andrew. Firearm, third row, top row, third right. That is a Sphinx SDP, precursor to the BNT, ASW, Universal Service Weapon. RIP Norm MacDonald. Okay. Which streaming platform? That I think is on Hulu, isn't it? Let's see. Only owe $3,500 on my car. Once I pay it off, I can have financial freedom to spend it on an armory. That's an interesting way of looking at things. Series focuses on the life. Vanderbilt, John D. Rockefeller, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Have I shot the CZ ever since it came back? No, it only came back the other day. Oh, House is also on Hulu. Did not know that. Let's see. Orville. Yeah, the Orville is on Hulu. From a TV show that's going to have a third season release soon, it's a pretty good horror show. Who? Is that a CG Tactical Sport Orange is a real gun? Yes, it is a real Tactical Sport Orange. It's just a customized one because that's what I was bored and wanted to change it up because it was damaged from me throwing it down the... what's the replacement part I need if I fire my pistol a lot? Recoil springs, guide rods if it's a Glock and it's an older one. Do you have the orange grip polish? Looks good from here. No, the grips are the stock aluminum orange grips. They just, the light is hitting them in a good spot. I use all LEDs. What's the giveaway? Well, the giveaway is already done for subscribers, but members get to get entered in for a Holosun. Holosun. The only Chinese optics that people don't say is cheap, even though it is made in China by Chinese people, Chinese children, Chinese old people, Chinese young people. By the way, I'm Asian, so I can be racist.
No, you can't.
Trust me, I can. I got stuck at work. What did I miss? Everything, Brian. The whole world ended. I either need DWX's optics ready. Yes, it is, McManus, and I have 3 different distributors looking for it for me. It's all listed under coming soon. I don't know why my quotation is 3 fingers, but I also was going to get the X5 Classic 226 and sell that one, but I've decided I'm going to sell that and buy the DWX optics cut. Green dot or red dot? This one's a green dot, but if you need a red dot, I can always get a red one. What do you think about the Hellcat Pro? Oh my God, how do I get in? You need to be a member, so you have to sign up at least the $2 level, and then I will be giving it away next Friday. Hellcat Pro is decent, but it's a small gun, and I don't play with small guns. It has Korean emitters, though, which I think is what makes it good. It has the snab slung. I don't know. I really like the Holosun stuff. It's fine. Man, I miss Bernie Mac. Dude was funny. Yeah, he was. He literally said is a member giveaway. Who ended up winning? It was a subscriber that had been around for about 6 months. Goes by Kiyotaka. KiyotakA. Used a random number generator. Only 23 of the comments actually qualified out of the 73 left because they didn't have public subscriptions. All of you guys that are members are automatically entered in as public, so it didn't matter. Did you suggest getting a firing pin stopper? Firing pin stopper? I have 2 distributors looking for it, me too. There you go. Hicks and another one. Hicks is cool. The old lady that calls from Hicks, she's not really on the ball, but she's a decent lady. That orange grip almost looks like Bakelite from here, and I kind of like it. Yeah, it's aluminum for all of my non-American brethren. By the way, aluminum was the way the creator of aluminum wanted it spelled. He actually wanted it to be allium, A-L-I-U-M, but the British wanted it to be spelled aluminium, but the inventor patented it under aluminum. So aluminum is actually the right way to pronounce it. So, hey, England, we gave you the L in 1776. Guess what? There's another one for you. I've seen him in live chats. Who, me? I've been there before. I've done lives. I wish the buttons to adjust were a little better on Holosun. She's super nice. She reminds me of my grandma. Who is? Oh, the old lady? Yeah. It's hard not to buy stuff from her, too. Hey, sweetheart. You doing good today? We got some good specials on those new special edition Canics. She's a great lady. I love her. I've seen Kyoto. Yeah, like I said, they've been here for a while. I'll put it up on the community tab tomorrow if I don't see her in the live tonight. Yeah, lady. I think it's Mrs. Hicks, man. It might be the dude's wife. They're cool. I just love it every time you pick up with her. How you doing, sweetheart? Most optics made in countries. Yes, most optics are made in countries. What's the handgun? First one, brown with the badass grip. That one, that's a Kimber Royal Classic. Tell you what, we will do a flyby and I will show each gun and name what it is for you. The only ATI that I'll willingly buy is the ATI Nomad 12 gauge single shot. Up top, that is the Keltec KS7. So it's the standard 7-round 12 gauge bullpup pump action shotgun. However, it has the mini shell adapter for it, so it's going to hold 11. That is top row Kimber Royal Classic 2 with custom wood grips. Second one in is a Kimber Arctic lightweight aluminum frame steel slide with some shit grips on it that were on that pair of ordnance. We'll get back to that. That is the Sphinx SDP service duty pistol. They sold to Afghan and Arab countries that they shouldn't have, so they got put out of business. That is the SIG, second row, starting there. SIG 226 Elite, stainless. Love that gun. SIG P320 Spectre Comp Blackout with a horrible finish on it, so that gun is going away. Will be for sale. Next over is my Para Ordnance Blackout or Black Ops 1911 45 ACP. Down underneath it is my CZ Tactical Sport Orange that has now a custom two-tone black and silver. You can see the black on it. Don't make fun of my floor, it's covered in shiz. But yeah, so that's a custom silver black two-tone now. That is a Model 51 Beretta. And that is a Browning Belgian High Power from 1968. So, that's the wall tonight, kids. Who instead of just jumping in, getting sassy, and ask, there's tons of help out here. Ooh, what? How combat veterans can't have a CHL or own a weapon to protect their own property. That's not true. PTSD, yes. Thank you for actually making the rest of this, the rest of the statement there. Yes, if you admit to having PTSD, you can be denied owning firearms. PTSD is basically the same as being mentally adjudicated as a defective. At least I'm speaking for Virginia here. You're Browning High Power to be exact. So in the state of Virginia, if you select that you have PTSD in order to get full VA coverage, you are automatically denied firearms because you are considered a danger to yourself and others because of the PTSD if you are a military member. The CZ looks sexy. Thank you. Anyone heard from Diggity? Not in a long time, but he's got his wife in school and all that fun stuff. And he wasn't banned, I checked. You gonna buy an Olight red dot and see if it explodes? I have a green one coming. I think they just all break. He was here Wednesday. Yeah, he was here for a little bit. Same here in Georgia. There you go. What the frick? Is that real? What, you're talking about the PTSD? Yeah, if you take your VA benefits as a PTSD sufferer and that's your disability, you are automatically denied firearms. It comes with the catch for the benefits. Yep. So you unfortunately see a lot of veterans who won't take the PTSD disability from VA because of that specific reason. I didn't ask for it. I was told when I returned from Iraq from Fort Worth, Texas. Yep. So in the eyes of the law, admitting to PTSD and having a psych eval to qualify you as PTSD is the same as being adjudicated as a mental defective. We just got a live Jimmini show video. That wall crawl would have made for a good shorter video. Yeah, I want to do a collection video, and I have a good idea for one, but none of you guys are going to like it. You're actually going to hate me if I do the collection video like people have been asking me to do. What red dots have longer lasting battery life, red or green? It really doesn't matter. Is it a state thing? Let me double check, McManus. It could be, but I think it's federal because the military is federal. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Thoughts on the Beretta 9211? I like it. How did I not know that? I'm going to have to check it out. The connection between veterans and PTSD, key statistics. How does PTSDs? This is from Wettermark, which is a veteran disability lawyer. So the symptoms of PTSD can make gun ownership a higher than average risk for some individuals, while PTSD diagnosis alone does not automatically disqualify a veteran from gun ownership. Certain factors associated with the diagnostics can lead to a VA report to the National Instant Criminal Background, so the NICS system. The report can limit the ability. So if the U.S. military reports to the NICS system, which they will if you try to get your disability for PTSD, they will be forced to report it to the NICS background check. And if it's reported to the NICS background check, you're automatically denied. It's the same thing as being a felon in their eyes. So mental institution and rehab, and getting my benefits since 2011, and also disability. Well, thank you for your service, Carlos. Sorry, man, that sucks, bro. Seems like it just reduces the number of veterans. It does, but in the minds of the military and the U.S. government, we already have 22 a day, which is the saying that's been around forever. But their thing is, we don't want to actively give members of the military that have taken the steps to get their mental health in order. We don't want them to have guns. Now, can it be expunged? I'm not sure, but that could be something. Still don't know how to become a member. You got to do it either from Google or from if you're on iPhone, you have to do it from desktop mode. So I ask a judge, if a robber comes into my house, I can't do nothing. You can poke them in the eye. What's up, barbecue? Smith & Wesson needs to break the 1076. That would be cool. My hands on my weapons. Sometimes it's all you need, bro. It's much higher than 22 a day, but yeah, that's a saying right now. Yeah, unfortunately, I hate to say that it's the popular saying, because saying it's popular is bullshit, but it's a common known saying because it was used in a lot of mental health for military advertising and awareness programs. So but yeah, absolutely. So because PTSD puts you qualify under the same mental adjudication as risk of harm to self or others. Evaluating the potential risk is an essential aspect of assessing a veteran's eligibility for firearm ownership. If there are concerns about the veteran's ability to manage their PTSD symptoms and maintain the safety of themselves and others, restrictions may be necessary to prevent potential accidents or acts of violence. That's actually how that main shooter, the dude that went in and shot up the store and stuff, he got denied for his suppressor because the U.S. military put in for his, he was being discharged because of his mental disorders. What are those VA buildings that vets go to? Well, they're government-owned facilities. 22 a day refers to the fact that on average 22 service members a day take their own lives via suicide. And they're trying to get the message out that we need to give much more effort into helping these people when they come back from war and all the shit they go through, and we don't. I didn't see that, Justin, sorry. What about the burn of pepperball guns? Yeah, it's a 68 caliber rubber ball. You can use that. Black powder guns don't need a background check. That is correct. However, if you shoot somebody with a black powder gun, you can still be prosecuted. So you can get it without it, but you can easily get prosecuted for a firearm death, even though they'd have to classify it as just like manslaughter. Or all that is true. For I have also begging stages for bipolar, dementia, and Alzheimer's. Jesus, man. Sorry, dude. They have a shotgun version of the Byrna? I did not know that. So let's turn this around to something a little bit happier. Sorry. Thoughts on the Mini 30? There you go. We don't do shit. We push a bunch of pills around them and wish them the best of luck. It's a problem with that. It's a problem with the military mindset. It's old. It's a serious problem. It hits close home. Yeah, it does. Like I said, my dad was in the military for 30 years, so some days things can trigger him. So now I'm going to stick my finger in my nose because I want to change the subject. Let me ask a funny question. Do you have a Glock 19? What's up, Daniel? The only one you recognize is that one, huh? Czechs are better than Glocks. Oh, Glocks are. What kind of pills can you even give to somebody to help vet a pill? Typically, they're mood stabilizers, depressants, things like that. Gabapentin can turn people into zombies. Stuck between the Mini 14, Mini 30, and the M&P 15. The M&P will be the most upgradable down the road, but the Mini 30 is cool because that shoots 7.62. What's the best size for boobies? I'm a solid teacup guy myself. Yeah, no, I prefer although, have you seen Jennifer Lopez in Atlas? I've only seen clips. Daniel, see if you can get Atlas for us to watch. What will penetrate metal doors the best? 9mm or 45 ACP. Depending on the metal, smaller and faster will always penetrate better than bigger and slower. If you take too much, yep. I don't agree with it, but in the spirit of moving on, show us a Glock. Hold on a second. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Hey, I don't know what that noise was, but that was a noise. It's fine. Not touching guns. Not touching guns. Here, look that way for a second. You can look at prices for stuff. You're not looking at me, are you? There you go. There you go. Yeah. Speed defeats it. Yep. Dog, probably 9mm. Not what she said. Mexican neighbors brought me 18-pack of beer. Take it to the cemetery to a veteran who gave his life. Aw. Salute. Prices on nothing good. Comes back and shows middle finger. Pretty much. What's that tab of midgets gone wild for? Bro, midgets are fun. Especially when you're 6'4". It's like getting one of those real dolls. Wait, did I just say that out loud? You ever picked up a midget? They get angry.
Hey, put me down, put me down, put me down.
I see on P-Hub. Yeah, but that's not a really good metal. That's like freaking going through... What's that metal that you can eat? We disapprove of red drink in blue cups. It's very lackluster. Look, this is a cleanable bottle, and it still looks red. See? If I move it up to the camera, it's red. Hee hee. They can do that spinning thing when their legs are well the way off the ground. Gallium, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, anything can penetrate gallium. Except for when you put gallium with aluminum. Somebody got their message held. You see they're doing a Glock 45 MOS with the Acro P2. Why would anybody pay $1,300 for one of those? You're paying $800 for the Acro P2. We try to keep the stream clean. I love them because I look bigger in your hand since I'm a grower, not a shower. Immaturity ensues. Dude, I hang a Glock from the trigger guard and you guys are talking about sex. You have a brother that's 4 foot and another brother who's special ed. No, I'm not talking about the mental fortitude of a midget. I'm talking about how angry they get when you pick them up. Yeah, the best thing to do is you just ask them if they need assistance, and then you get them a stool. I picked one up at the grocery store when I was a kid. Dude wanted to kill me. He's like, "Can you get that for me?" I'm like, "Here." He's like,
Put me down. God dang, I don't want to be picked up.
he sounded like Cartman a little bit, but Cartman was taller. Where's the line for midget and fun sized? 4'8". Actually, I think 4'10" is considered midgetisms. I understand, been there for they don't want it and they are independent. Yep. I used to tell everybody I was the world's tallest midget. Because I have very short legs for my height. Speaking of Glocks, did you see Forgotten Weapons video on the Glock 46? It's weird. Yes, I did. It's depleted uranium used only for its weight. It's also because of the strength of the metal, which allows it to penetrate a lot better than just standard mild or brass or copper. So a depleted uranium shell or round is going to penetrate better because it deforms way less. It holds its penetrative shape. I tell everyone I'm the most masculine lesbian. Yes, that's funny. I don't have dwarfism, but my thing was I was 5'8" when I was 18 years old, and I started working at a buffet. And over the course of less than a year, I went from 5'8" to 6'4", but I also went from like 170 pounds to like 300 plus. So my body reacted by going thook. So I've never had like a huge, I had a gut, but at 6'4" and 380 pounds, I was still only like a 40 waist. But because of the extreme weight gain, my legs didn't grow correctly because that can happen. So I have a 30-inch inseam, even though I'm 6'4". Glocks are the second ugliest gun to ever plague the world. High Point gets first place. Yes, but High Point isn't pretentious. If High Points were $600, then I'd be angry. It's the same as platinum, like catalytic converters for use in weapons. No, I don't think platinum would be a good penetrative item, but yes, dwarf is 58 inches or less. Oh, yeah, 410. That's what I said. What are you drinking, by the way? It's just a zero. By the way, Weiler's, if anybody knows anybody that works at Weiler's, get me a gosh dang sponsorship. I drink this stuff almost exclusively, which is something I've actually cut back on because I'm drinking too much. But it's a zero sugar island punch. It has a little bit of sodium and 1% of my carbs per daily. So this is actually way more healthy than drinking soda, even like Coke Zero and all that stuff, which has a lot more aspartame in it. So that's much healthier for you. Did you end up having knock knees? No, thankfully I didn't, but my knees are terrible. A dwarven giant walks among the small people as one of the talls. Skies are kind of ugly too. Yeah, that's true. But they're cheap too. Again, they're cheap. Cheap gives you a little bit of a pass. That 138 a day in Kool-Aid package is brutal. Better than Gatorade too. Yes, Gatorade, even their low sodium or whatever it is, their G2 is not that good. It's electrolytes and stuff, but I don't have electrolyte balance issues. I drink coconut juice in horchata. I've heard of that, but I don't like coconut. Hey, you still live? Yes. Thank you. Your concern is appreciated. Stop drinking those because of coloring, red 40, etc. I only drink water. I can't do water. Water tastes like crap. And I don't buy bottled water. I'm not touching anything, YouTube. Not touching anything at all. It's gone. We can talk about Glocks. I was drinking Prime, but I switched to Ghost. When I work down at the store, I'll drink a Prime just because it's there and it's really good too. I haven't seen that drink before. Is it only sold in the U.S.? It might be sold under different names. It's basically just a fruit punch. Let's see. It also supports ovarian cancer, so apparently I'm a feminist. But it's made out of Chicago, so yeah. That's a suspicious sound. Yeah, the Glock just hit the Ramline Syntec, and I don't think they're happy because they're touching butts. Can't say much. I live in coffee and soda water optional. See there. So when I was really big, right? So I was selling cars. I was about 350 pounds, and I was drinking 48 cans of soda a day. And here's the craziest part of all that. I stopped. I lost 75 pounds. Then I got diabetes. Cut all the sugar out of my diet. My body shocked itself. But I have to take a pill a day. So with all my other problems I have, trust me, the diabetes is like freaking nothing, dude. Yeah, I drank literally 48 cans of Lipton Brisk tea a day in order to drop weight. Mm-hmm. This was 2005, 2006, 2007, and so you could get 24 packs for like $4, and I was working at a car dealership making six figures. So yeah, my heart doesn't stop pumping. Here, I'll show you what my heart rate is. I've gotten up twice since we started the live stream. How come I can't touch a gun but others shoot and compare a big number of followers? Because the ones that you're talking about are not doing them on a live stream. I can show and can shoot and... Okay, apparently I was having a nightmare at 7 o'clock because apparently my heart rate at 7 o'clock was 193. Don't masturbate with a watch on. So that's my resting heart rate, even though all I did was I got up once in the last 3 hours and 10 minutes. Bush to lose weight on the weekends didn't work. She stayed here and had to quit. Ha! New here and I don't know what is going on. That's okay. I've been here for a long time and I don't know what's going on here, Isaac. Ramen noodles and energy drink is mostly my diet. Jesus Christ, you're going to die in a week. What's up, man? Thanks for the live. No problem, Mr. Myers. Hey, I'll learn not to do that the hard way. Yeah, one time I masturbated for 5 miles. I was masturbating with the watch on. Trixie didn't think I'm doing some sort of actual exercise. Ha! You had to quit drinking because you grew moves. That's pretty impressive, dude. So I don't think the watch was being accurate when it said I was at 190 beats per minute because it also said I didn't go anywhere. Yeah, Buzz, don't type in caps. You've been here enough time. Yeah, according to this, I haven't gone up any floors and I've done no protein. I also haven't been wearing it at all today, so I don't know why it said that. When I used to drink Yingling. I don't know if you guys remember Yingling. Saw something recently, all the bad chemicals in Prime. Oh, all it is bad freaking chemicals. They're an energy drink that's trying to compete with freaking Gatorade, and Gatorade is not healthy either. Drink real beer like an adult. Yeah, drink Bush. I say that and it goes to a commercial for a kitchen. Everyone go to give this man a like. Everybody like this video, otherwise you're not a man. Sounds like you don't have hair on your chest, silly. There's one down there. Ooh, and a nipple. Free the nip. Sorry. Drinking some Bud Light right now. Sorry to hear that. Bad heart, liver, and lungs. Sorry. 3 nipples. I actually do have a superfluous nipple. I stick fingers and lick bush. Is that the same? Only if you're in Colorado. 76 of 100. We're actually at 80. Gatorade is bad. Ray worked at the bottling plant. No, I know it's not good for you. It was designed for football teams and players that were burning 5,000 to 6,000 calories in a game. It was for electrolyte replacement, not for just an energy drink. Opinions on the Night Stalker. Well, I sold it I don't like the company right now because they lied about their frames being forged. You watch any college ball? Actually, college sports is the one that I actually watch in comparison to like pro, because college dudes are trying to get that contract, right? They're trying to earn the right to earn that money, whereas a pro dude who's getting paid $1 billion to play football and bitches about it, I can't stand those motherfathers. You worked on a bathroom today, like blowing it up. Crypto liked it. Yay! Are we allowed to admit to drinking Bud Light now? Everybody is gay for a little bit, sure. How much did you get for it? I got cost, McManus. I did not make any money on it. I sold it for what I had into it. So, which team does Virginia usually support in the NFL? Most of the time they support the Redskins, and then they became the Commanders. I used to sell a lot of cars to Redskins players. How was the frame made? It was cast. College football is far more interesting. Pretty much, may I ask what the giveaway is for? The giveaway is already done. That was for a gift card. But if you become a member, you get a opportunity to win a Hollow Sun. So, bum bum bum. High school, college, pro. Recommendations on an SPO1 model for first-time CZ purchase. Get the Omega Trigger one. It's not that much more money than a standard SPO1, so I would get the Omega. Much nicer dual-action trigger. DeMarcus, what's going on, dude? Kevin Mays just got it. Mine, love mine. Huh? Oh, brother. Good vibes all around. No problem, Hashi. Please, God, I need a Haro, son. Also can say with experience that VA supports 3 teams, the Steelers, the Cowboys, and the Redskins. There you go. Like I said, I don't support pro teams, so I think pro teams should be limited to paying their guys $250,000 per year. If players only got paid $250,000 per year, they try harder, but they got performance bonuses at the end of the year. Because having $1 billion payroll, it just ensures that you're buying a championship, and it doesn't always work. So $250K, that's it, performance basis. That way it proves whether or not you're actually a good player. Did you know Budweiser had to stop using the bird because of Yangling? Did not know that. Not a fan of the tactical because I prefer the safety rather than the decocker, make switching out to Cajun. That's why I said go with the Omega. The Omega isn't just in the tactical, it's in the standard as well. I believe, right? Wait, are they not doing it right now? Hold on. I'm looking at one right now. Oh, shit. Nope. They're only doing it with the regular one. Either that or they're just not producing it right now because I'm not seeing the Omega. Is that the Omega? Nope, that's just a standard. All right, screw me, I guess. Can we donate when you're not live streaming? You can do what's called a super thanks on any of my videos. There's always a $sign, yes. The CZ is back. Yes, it is, Chris. And it's not refinished. I did it. I got bored and changed the look. I'm thinking of sending my SPL1 to Cajun. What package should I get? No money concerned. Just get their full package. It's like $450 random. Plus the parts, so it's like $450 for the service cost, and then the parts you're gonna wind up like $750 into it. You're doubling the price of the gun, but dude, that thing's gonna shoot amazing. And a lot of pros take deals under the table with people for gambling reasons. Nah, yeah, if you can prove it. I don't know random. I've never done it before. I've only installed their triggers. I've heard them optics cut a few P10s though. Omega's discontinued. Yeah, it sucks. Oh well. Sold my L1 to get a Shadow 2 optics ready version. I think you did a good upgrade there, Chris. Why do I always see your picture and think that it's like a model when it's a bear? I don't know. When I look at your profile picture from far away, it looks like Kate Moss posing with a weird hat. Yes, even before he goes live, the chat is scheduled ahead of time. You can drop in there. Yeah, you can also, like I said, any video that I have underneath where it says join and then the like button, there's a thing that says it's a dollar sign. It's like the super thanks. You could always do that. You have MP40? No, I don't. Sig or Glock? Sig. Thanks, Colt. More stellar changes to CZ as you guide them into bankruptcy. I think that CZ and Colt, I don't think they're the reason why they're killing the Omega. I think they're redoing their lineup because they dropped the price of the P10s again. They're like 400 for the optics cut ones. This is one of the few YouTubers I donate for so far. I've only donated a 150 to test it out, but I'm getting paid too. DeMarcus, your like is more than enough, brother. You are a king, and I really do appreciate it. I have to go, but had a lovely rest of your stream. Thank you, Sanshiro. Appreciate that. Always asking good questions, like always. I appreciate that. We'll see how long we go tonight. I might only go to midnight because I got to go to the store tomorrow, unless you guys are having a good time and we're having a good time together. Bye. Hey, Roo. Are you sitting there, Roo? Roo. Come on, Roo. Get up. Bark. Speak, Roo. Speak. I'm calling my buddy's dog. What are the best companies for bang for buck reasonable prices? Canik. Smith & Wesson actually is because they do tons of friggin' sales. Honestly, PSA, but you're going to get 50-50 shot on quality. You don't have to donate money to this guy. It's appreciated, but he's a rich YouTube gun shill, so if you can't afford it. Dude, you're on the wrong live, McManus. That's Such 00. Oh, I want to know the answer to that question, too. What? Oh, how to donate? Barack, what's going on? What gun do you recommend an 18-year-old for a first rifle? If you want a bolt action, get like a Ruger American or a Remington 700 or a Savage Axis XP. You can usually get those for about $500 with a scope for like the Savage or the Ruger. If you want something in a semi-auto, you can usually get into an AR-15 like Diamondback or a Radical for about the $500 mark. Isn't it because of cost? What? Wait. What? I don't mind, guys. It's a token appreciation. Appreciate that, brother. If you do, I love you. McManus, put your suppressor pics in a video for us. Interested to see the carnage. No, someone asked something. It was deleted. Oh, gotcha. Smith & Wesson is kind of crazy. Answer a law. I feel like the revolver's a bit overpriced. Then again, what do I know? Smith & Wesson's revolvers can be overpriced, but compared to Colt offerings, I would take a Smith & Wesson like 629 before I take a Python. Also has a better trigger. What's your favorite firearm? Don't have one. Savage Axis with the AccuTrigger is probably the best bang for your buck. Yeah, I agree, dude. That's why I always throw that in there. You work at Sky Industries. Oh, you got tired of the cocaine at Caltech, huh? Thoughts on Billie Eilish? Interesting person. Needs to get her boobs reduced. Who's the giveaway winner? The giveaway winner was Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka. Would you recommend 7.62 or 5.56? 5.56, 100%. Move up to 7.62 after you've had time and learning on your rifles and stuff. 30 caliber is not a good one choice to get on the first one. It's expensive. My girl said he has a delicious mustache, but she doesn't do long distance. Does she want the mustache? I'll shave it off and send it out. Then it'll be like a weird-ass long-distance relationship. Yeah, 5.56, dude. Took 2 months for my local gun store to get 7.62. That sucks. How long did it take for them to approve the silencers? Suppressors and silencers, whichever way you want to say it, are getting approved with single-shot truss and individuals in as little as 1 day. Barton's Vodka next to my desk. Oh, there you go. Do you have an FNX 45 Tactical? If not, why? I've had 3, and I always sell them because I can easily replace them. When a gun comes up that I can't get my hands on, like a Sphinx SDP, I will always sell a gun that I can easily replace. I've sold many a Glock to get a nice, hard-to-get SIG or a CZ or a 1911. I'll always get rid of replaceable guns that are not going to be rare in order to get guns that I can't get. Like, good luck finding a Para Ordnance Black Ops right now. Funny story with Psa. I have many mentioned before, but when we were shooting at the CCW class, they gave me a Franken Glock of Dagger Slide on a P80 frame. Shooting steel ammo kept failing to feed. That's about right. McManus. It's still a 7.62. Actually, I'm going to go the opposite way for McManus. 7.62 by 25. If you can get a Papa Shaw PPS 41 and 7.62 by 25, that's what you move to. Wait, McManus, what's it do is better. I told you, 7.62 by 25 Tokarev ammo. Best 7.62. Morning, eat oatmeal mixed in the blender with strawberry egg, protein powder, and yogurt for hangover. I just don't drink anymore. She wants the whole package. She was popular in college with the gun guys and football players. I mean, I'll shave it, but I don't think she wants that. It's getting a little creepy with your girlfriend. Didn't you say she has a sister? By 39 and 51, I don't know the differences besides size. Yeah, 39 by 51, that's the cartridge. So 7.62 by 39 is 30 cal AK rounds. 7.62 by 51 is 308. Ish. First one took 6 months. The second one took 9 months. The most recent one took less than 2 days. Yep. Only sport I really watch nowadays is NASCAR. Yeah, but they went to automatics, so I'm actually getting tired of NASCAR. Navy SEALs or special operators, sir, the Brit boys. Navy SEALs, bruh. 5.56, 16-inch. The X39 is AKs. The X51 is the NATO designation for something that's basically 308. She wants you to wax it. No, I don't wax for nobody. Favorite shoddy for illegals in your yard? Why would you go there, Aiden? You've asked good questions up till now. That we don't ask those kind of questions, dude. I don't shoot people in the yard. I insult them until they get sad and walk away. Talking about the sister. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I guess. 16-inch blackout better with short barrels. Blackout's better with shorter barrels. Special airs. Yeah, I know it's the British peoples or whatever like that, but I can't say that out loud. Yep. USA, USA, USA. Currently have the 320, but carry 220/45. As I like the DASA a lot more, thinking of trading 320 for a 229. What's your thoughts? If you're going to a 229, then you're giving up some capacity there, but go for it, bruh. You can go with the double. If you want just double action, you can go with the 250, or you can get a 226 and get double action, single action with the same size as a 320. Look at you putting the TS on the board. It's up there, isn't it? Remington 590, or Remington 590, thank you. No, Mossberg 590. 300 blackout is best with an 8-inch barrel. No, it's best with an 8-inch barrel and a suppressor, McManus. Come on, you're slipping, son. Thoughts on Vault-Tec multiple handgun safe? Oh, I thought we were talking about Fallout. I've got a couple of Vault-Tec safes. I like them. I mean, if you're in the right state, your sister could be your girl. Sorry, I'm in Virginia. I'm not willing to drive that far south. What do you usually do on July 4th? Not a whole lot, honestly. Like, I sleep through New Year's. July 4th, we usually just have a barbecue and stuff. You carry 220 on you every day. That's savage. I would too if I still had mine, but mine shot like shit. But the 229 isn't afraid of holsters. Yeah, but it only holds 15 rounds. Vault-Tec makes guns in real life? Lol. No, TEK was designed 8-inch though, right? Yes, the original guns were 18 and 20-inch. Did the Glock fall off the board? It did, with some assistance with this right hand, which also touches my peak. Can I buy that extended safety off your TS? Unfortunately, no, you can't, because it's the only one I currently have, and it's staying where it is. Thank you for the question, though. Was wondering, thank you. Thoughts on the Fallout TV show? I adore it, actually. It's got some weird things, like the way they treated the ghouls, but overall, it's a pretty enjoyable show. I'm glad it's getting a season 2. Doesn't the 229 take 226 mags? Yes. But just like Glock 19 can take 17 mags, the 17 can't take 19 mags. The 229 cannot take 226 mags, which sucks. Or the 226 cannot take the 229 mags because they're too short. I heard they call July 4th Treason Day in the UK. They can call it whatever they want as long as they admit they took the L, too. $200? No. I already defaced the gun by changing its color. I'm not selling any of the parts. Sorry, dude. What do you mean the Fallout show was good? It was. It's got some things, but it was a pretty good watch. They lost. Has some funny ass. Yeah, they did. Still mad about the AT. They can come back and get it. All our pollution, it probably tastes the same now. Same reason they buy Dracos. Who said who? What? Dave? What? Who? I missed? International did Ada get timeout? If not, he should have. No, we removed it. I give warnings. Look, there's free speech, and that did step over the line in terms of taste. And we corrected Aiden, and they didn't realize what it is. Had to try since Richard is a dick about making them. Yeah, sorry, my guy. It's just not something I want to do because then I'd have to find one. I like to learn new things because I'm you Keon know everything. I learned something that standard PDP can take candy mags. Yes, it can. If you look at the box for it, they do share those. Can you break your wrist shooting a switch? If you have super light wrists, yeah, sure. Oh, I timed him out. Oh, okay. 5 minutes is not a long time. Got it. So, Aiden, when you come back, just kind of watch what you say, brother. Kind of want to get an optics cut for my shield, but don't know where to do it or even what optic I would use. Well, the shield, you're going to want to go with something like a 407, 507K, something with the RMSC pattern, the compact. Look up NC Engravers. They're here on YouTube, and they actually do cuts for the shield. Check them out. They actually make some really cool stuff. Putting an optic on a nightmare is a freaking nightmare. Hold on, let me see if they have a video of it. NC Engravers shield. Doo, doo, doo. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find a picture. I have the Sport 2. Shoots fine. Yeah, I want to shoot it. I loved it. All right. It's a little hard to see, but this is a company in North Carolina. They're called NC Engravers. They do cuts, laser etching, all that stuff. And so still retains the rear sight. It's cut up there, and then you can see it's got the front fiber optic. So the 407 I got didn't have screws that fit, and I bought 4 different types of recommended screws. None of them fit. I gave up, put the 407 on my 322. Probably just joking. I don't know where that joke was leading. Maybe he didn't mean it in a bad way. Aiden doesn't normally drop bad jokes like that, so it's not a Gucci Glock. That's a shield. My friend's dad goes to the range even though he has arthritis, but I think it causes damage. It can. Yeah, you can exacerbate that because arthritis is just a deterioration of the material and the cartilage between the fingers. So, yeah, you lose your cushioning for your gun. G2C works fine. My buddy has one, but I'd save up. Yep. Wait, that was a shield slide? Yeah. This company is called NC Engravers. I tried to send them my DWX slide, but they didn't want to do it because they didn't have the machinery set up for it. So that is a shield slide. Lead time, it's like 3 weeks or something like that. They can do the 1911 optics cut in like 1 week. Yeah, that's an M&P shield. Smith & Wesson. So yeah, he actually does some good work. Have you been to Myrtle Beach? No, I haven't. I wanted to go when I was a Mustang guy, but I didn't want to become a statistic. Type 1 in chat if ATF should be abolished. Hold on. But yeah, so they do all the cuts themselves, the re-cerakoting, everything. Sorry, didn't mean to get it that far. Sorry, Joe. Yeah, I get it, Aiden. Like I said, just watch it for the future. I wouldn't want to avoid your DWX warranty either. Slightly. The DWX took flight the day I bought it. I literally held it up in front of a customer at the store and dropped it 6 feet onto concrete. I don't care about warranties. I am the warranty. Life is like a game of chess. Yeah, you turn around, you can only move up and over 2 if you're a knight, and you get stabbed in the back by a pawn. Dang, I was trying to make a chat flood. Sorry. Start your channel, dude. Absolutely. Warranty schmarty. Have fun with your stuff. Dude, I'm the warranty, bro. Like I was telling everybody, I took that apart today. A part popped out. I don't even know what it was for. Didn't even put it back in. The gun works. Gunsmith. Counted the ones. You pressed ones way many times and it showed. Oh, I'm sorry. What's up, Poppy? How you been, big dog? Barack is here to talk to people. Yeah, Daniel, it's a hard thing to get into, though, because you got to get to a monetization state before you really get pushed out by Google in terms of recommendations. So it's going to take a lot of effort. Just put in the effort, brother. What do I think about Mossbergs? I was thinking about putting a red dot on one in the future. If you get the 940, it's actually set up to take an optic. The 930, you can put one on the pick rail. I got a blank AR 80% lower. Where can I take it to get it milled out? You're going to have to find an independent gunsmith. Most gun shop attached gunsmiths won't touch 80%ers. Does NC Engravers sell those, or they only do a slide? They only do sent in works. They don't manufacture them and then keep them in stock, unfortunately. My 930 has a pick rail. That's what I said, McManus. The 940 has a spot where you can just mount the red dot. The 930 has pick rail. I want to give my baby girl what she wants. You give her what she wants, and you'll be a happy man. Freedom Gorilla sells extra screws for Holosun and others. I lost my... You need to find somebody with an O2 FFL for manufacturing. There you go. There's your thing, Cheese. Cheese is asking the same thing that Wavy did. Full Metal Jackets. Picatinny. One is already optics cut from Smith, allegedly. Oh, did not know they were doing that. Although I'd still like the NC Engravers one because you can direct cut it. So they do a direct cut for whatever optic you want, and you send them the optic, and they will mount it for your optic that you send them, so you don't have to guess. What's your first thought about the guy that pulls his AR out of the case and the lowers a spike as a jack? They've got more money than they should. I don't care. We used to sell a lot. CZ changed a lot in a bad way. CZ USA versus CZ, the actual CZ, are completely different entities in the same way that Kalashnikov USA was not the same as Kalashnikov in Russia. Yes, they have changed a lot, but they've expanded. But, dude, their high-end guns are still really good. Thoughts on Arrow? They're fine. Yeah, and the ones on the factory slide is trash. The screws are some weird-ass length and thread pitch. Yeah, exactly. So when you, let's say that I wanted to have this direct milled for that, I would send them the optic, or they'll sell you the optic. They carry optics. But you tell them what you want, and they cut it directly for the screws it comes with, so that you direct mount it, no plates, none of that BS. And it's not that expensive. Now, if they recode it like they did with this guy's gun, and they add the Hive build, I think it winds up being like $3 something, which is actually a really good deal. Holy shiz, the M is mad expensive. Yeah, the Bren 2s are. Did you see the video of the guy whose 50 cal went kaboom? Yes, if you're talking about Kentucky Ballistics, unless there was another one. Are Zev slides overrated? No, their parts are fine. Their guns are overrated, but their slides are actually really nice. I've run Zev barrels in a few of my Glock builds. As CZ changed, we only get like 25% of the guns. What he's meaning is that I am assuming that he's referring to the fact that CZ is pumping out a lot more guns than they used to, be honest, and they aren't focusing on just the 75 design or the P07 and things like that. So they're only focusing on the higher end guns. It's where I'm taking from what he's saying. The rifle on the bottom is actually a shotgun. It's an ATI Nomad 12 gauge. You like the PX4 Storm? Yes, I almost bought one, but it was the compact, and I want the full 4.4 inch one. No pinned comment. I can tell you that right now my favorite gun happens to be the HK P7M8 because Gun Gopher knows why. I got my Bren 2 for a steal. I got mine for a steal. Zevs can be, but a good Zev barrel, I liked my Zev barrel. I had the Glock 17 with the Zev barrel. I paid $140 for the Zev barrel. It was the gold threaded barrel, and it ran perfect. Have I seen 950 JDJ Fat Mac? Yes, I'd love to get one, but they're like $130,000. They call the Kalash a choppa. Interesting, because they used to call the Tommy gun a choppa. They also called it the Chicago typewriter. All kinds of things. They used to call that the street sweeper before they came out with the street sweeper. If I put a threaded barrel in my Glock 19, even if I don't use anything on it, will it shoot flat like a 17? No, but it will give you about a ½ inch longer barrel. Don't have a favorite rifle. I want the full 4.4 inch. You bet you, dude. If you can't touch the... Anyway. I wouldn't say no to a PX4. Neither would I. The rotating barrel in PX4 is a beautiful design. It's pretty interesting. That 45 gap. Oh, I moved the box. I have 45 gap sitting here. Definitely use NC engravers. He's shipped with USPS. He'll probably end up on my Mentries. I give him an excuse to talk to Mark. Yeah, I really wish he was willing to cut my DWX, though. He said he wouldn't, even though it's just a 1911 slide. Dang, does it suck at feeding? Not always, random. And with that threaded barrel, you can put a comp on it. Exactly. Well, McManus, before you came into the chat, that's exactly what we were talking about. He was asking me if a 17 with a comp would be better than a 34, and I said, yeah, because it would have the same length barrel, but with a comp. Who's not listening? YouTube? YouTube is listening. I've had many a comment that neither I nor my mods have removed by YouTube. Thoughts on red dots on shotguns? Definitely don't get one with like a 3 MOA. Get one that has like the 32 or 64 MOA dot on it. But I'd be fine with it if you can just quickly... Works the same way as a red dot on a rifle or a pistol, in my opinion. Get to the chopper. Have you ever rolled an ice cream? I got it for the first time. Have I ever rolled ice cream? What is ice... What? Odie, what? I love my P10 slide with the PMM comp on my P10F. That's a good way to go. I got the G45 with the PMM and comp. Talking about Glocks again. Do I have a play button? Yes. But I prefer my guns over my play button. Thought the 34 barrel was already comped from the factory. Am I wrong? Yes, you are wrong. The 34 is slide cut from the factory, but it's not comped. My carry is the opposite F slide C frame. Oh, you're still carrying that piece of junk, huh? The rifles aren't listening. Oh, yeah, I don't write rifles. Best weapon for every day. Get a Glock. They work. It's going to save your life. It's going to make you want to puke every time you look at it, but hey, it'll save your life. I have some of those too. It's a great way to go. The grip of the fit in my hand better than any other gun. So I learned the hard way that if you forget to put your optics plate back onto your P10 while you're shooting it suppressed, it has enough force to blow the roll pin for the extractor out. I learned that the hard way. And then when I had to convince CZ to send me the extractor that they didn't have in stock, so they had to take it off of a used gun that they had and sent it to me. Although in my defense, I did trade it in without the extractor. Yeah, since you shoot it. But here's the thing, McManus. If you look on my shorts setup, it will function just fine without an extractor if you shoot it suppressed. So if you lose your extractor, you have to shoot it suppressed. Hi, Jim. I'm back. What's up, Andrew? What's up? Would you turn an 80% drilled out by a gunsmith? No, I wouldn't trust any 80%. I've seen Gun go for build one, and it looked like he had Tourette's of the drill press. I think it's a pain in the ass to install over others, but it does work and look great, and looking cool is half the battle. Didn't know that we were talking to somebody. What did Tim say? McManus, what do you think of the PM? Oh, gotcha. Do I like Roger? I do like Roger. 1911 is better than Glock 100% of the time, 80% of the day, 90% of the weekend, 100% of any day that ends in Y. Glock can suck a bing bong. Very close to finishing the vet. Awesome, dude. I want to see it when it's done. My only 9mm can blew its load down range. Dude, any can is a 9mm can if it's big enough. You never seen any of my builds. Oh, you mean the one I gave you my front lock block for? The one that I saw you murdering in your drill press at the store? Me, Simple Jack. What's up, Simple Jack? What's a good entry-level revolver? EAA Windicator, under $400 stainless, and they run like a scalded ape. I have one with 8,000 rounds through it, and it's still timed perfectly. I'd use Canic over Glock. I'd use a sharp stick covered in my own poo for poison damage over Glock. Good night. Gonna hit the sack. All right, Aiden, you have a good one. Should I get 80%? Are they good quality and reliable? No. No, Cheese, they're not. Why can't Glock just innovate? Because they have a lot of plastic and horse semen laying around. So much of a pain in the ass to switch out the piston on the Osprey. Not if you clean it right away. I clean mine after every trip and take out the piston, so it actually sits outside of the gun unless I'm putting it up on the wall. Dun, dun, dun. DJ Khaled shoots his pistol sideways. Yeah, well, he also eats all of his pizza sideways, as in the whole thing down his face hole. Have you ever thought about setting up a sub community for when you're not streaming like Reddit or Discord? I thought about it, but I don't want to monitor it. I don't even follow my own Instagram. Any problems with the T-Sauce 1911s? Yes, they're a lying sacks of crap about how they build their guns, so I sold mine. Wait, thought Canic was good. It is. Glock needs to take lessons from Caltech. Yep. Oh, mine sits on the FNX. Oh, so you just leave it on there? Gotcha. You're sick, Andrew. Jeez, don't. Yeah, don't do it, jeez. You don't want to be one of those people. My Osprey is the old school one with the lever on the bottom. I've got the push button because You're a poor, McManus. Levers are for poors. You want a cheap 1911? Go Rhea. Yes. Do I use slug rounds for shotgun? Not for home defense, Bob. I use double-aught buck. Sucks ain't so in Cali. Yep. He also said that he doesn't lose weight because all he does is win, 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 win. He keeps leaving off the G, either that or he has too much meat in his face. So I think what he keeps saying is all he does is wing, 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 no matter what. Thoughts on red dots on shotguns? I'm for it. I second the Rock Island 1911 work rate, have their own aftermarket support. Yes, they do. How long are you going tonight? At least midnight, maybe 1, we'll see. My leg is really starting to hurt, so probably midnight. He probably eats corn dogs along the way. Yeah, Tim, you're gross. I love you. They really are. 1010 should have gotten the second gen Osprey. Hey, you live, you learn. Buy another one. You blew up one, so you have a reason. I'm dead. Get some innovation going. Yep. Thoughts on Hornady home defense? Hornady. I use critical duty, so I'm fine with Hornady. What about lasers? Frickin' laser beam. Dude, I eat bananas from the peel, so just to piss people off. The peel's edible. Best home defense gun, a 12 gauge shotgun. High point or Glock? High point. Wouldn't a laser be better than a red dot sight on a shotty? Not really, because the typical place that you would mount one is up near the front, and good luck keeping a cheap ass laser zeroed. So unless you're going to spend a lot of money, and if you're going to spend a lot of money, I'd rather have a red dot. I'm going to see if Silencer Co. would trade my Octane 9 for an Osprey 9 Gen 2. I'll let you know what they say. Let me know, dude. They might take it back, but who knows? I'm dyslexic. Leave me alone. I'm dyslexic. Oh, wait, no. I sex daily. You're apparently supposed to peel a banana from the bottom part. No, I bite into it like an apple. It pisses people off. Actually, do you have any advice on mitigating hollow point feeding issues on the 1911? If the gun, like the Para Ordnance, has a feed ramp, polish the shit out of it. If it doesn't, then the only thing I can really advise you to do is upgrade your mag game. So I keep these here for example. So this is a Kim Pro. So this is what actually came in the Kimber. It uses the steel flange, the steel folded steel followers, which have a chance to really not work well. These can not present well. They're only sitting here because I took them out of the box because I was using the box to take other guns other places. Whereas Wilson's, like this, use a hard plastic follower. Also, if you notice, the cuts are slightly different for where the mag, where it actually goes down to. You can actually see the Wilson Combat is cut deeper, which allows the follower to come up a little bit farther. So between everything, you can also look at the presentation angle. It's a lot harder to push this down, as in this one. Look right here, I can easily push the follower down, where this one, it's a lot tighter, even if I push from the front. So this will present the round a lot more at the barrel than this will. Can't lie. Saw it in World War, blah, blah, blah. Blessed place to buy suppressors. Silencer shop. And if you can go to a place like we have the Silencer shop kiosk. Silencer Central too. Not very many rounds in there. Can't get over it. Dude, so this is 8 rounds of 45, right? Whereas this, when you buy a suppressor, you can't take it home until you get approval on your form. This is 16 rounds of 9mm. 16 rounds of 9mm provides the exact same amount of lead as 8 rounds of 45. 115 grain, 230 grain. So, saw the Chinese Tommy gun in my local gun store. And which Chinese Tommy gun? Am I a police officer? Nah, I have morals. If one has to go forever, which one's going? 9mm or 5.56? Like, which one is going to be around forever? 9mm. 5.56 could always go away. How many rounds of 22 to 45 ACP? Well, 22 is 40, roughly 40 grains, so it would be roughly 6 rounds of 22 would equal the same bullet weight as one 230 grain bullet. You have to buy the silencer and tax stamp. The stamp approvals can be short as 1 day and as long as forever. Yep, pretty much. So capacity means nothing. If I hit you with all 8 of these and I only hit you with 6 of those, I will do way more damage with those than you will with the other thingies. Hey YouTube, I'm not loading the mag. Did I win the giveaway? No, you didn't. So 22 long rifle over 9mm. 22 probably will be there. I take it you like guns. I like technology. Guns just happen to be a good way to get it. And I'm not saying that to be a funny smartass. I like the mechanical of it. I like the challenge of being able to competently shoot guns, things like that. It's the one that looks like the Makarov, but it's slimmer and it has the Kami star. Oh, you mean a Tokarev TT-33. 9mm versus 308. 9mm will still be here longer, although 308 is a really good one. See, this is why I like asking questions, because at the gun store they get all annoyed. No problem, that sounds like one of those special edition CZs. Who are you talking to? 22 will be here longer than 105mm. My uncle in Texas legally owns a Maxim Tarkov. Every time I go down there, it's an absolute ground shaker. Nice. You got a G-Lock? I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, buddy, you already know what time it is. Gym question of the day, HK or FNH, and why has it been waiting for this one? Oh, HK versus FNH. It all depends there, bud. Are we talking like an HK P30 or, you know, because you're saying FNH and FNH 9. It's a pretty good one, don't you know? But I'd probably go HK. If money's not an issue, I'd go with the HK for sure, don't you know, buddy? Gun's useless without ammo. Ammo! They can try. 9mm versus foot. Now we're getting just silly there. But yes, I'm trying. Hey, Gopher, you never called me back about that HKP7, dude. I know you're busy, but come on. Does size really only matter for balls? HK kind of leveled up. Not really. Because I was comparing hollow points. So, do I think 308 can take a bear down? Sure. As long as you get a vital shot on it. If I walked in and asked for an AR, what would you hand me? First thing I would do is ask you how much. Any first gun recommendations? Glock, 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 Glock. I know it's out of blue. Do you have any thoughts about the Canik SFX? I like the Canik SFX series. It's a great way to get into competition shooting cheap. And if you get the Meta SFX or the Rival SFX, you get your optic cut and you keep your rear sight. We'll just go company this time. He's not too busy to hang out here. Who isn't? 9mm. Sounds lazy to me there, Gopher. Yeah. 308 Rex Black Bear. There you go. Round 500, I'll give you either a Diamondback or a Radical Firearms. Also, hit me up if you don't get any buyers on that stainless SIG. The stainless SIG is on the pricey side, so, I mean, if you got a wallet for 500, and the one I'm taking to the store to sell is the Blackout, not the stainless. For 500, which AR do you think someone should get? Diamondback or Radical Firearms? It's almost like it was a long, shitty day, and I'm not involved in that front-end BS. You're not involved in the front-end BS. That's me we're talking about. Don't buy a $500 AR. Oh, this from a man that only had one 9mm suppressor. Don't listen to McManus, dude. Get your Radical. Actually, listen to McManus. Get an IWI Zion for about $995. BCMs, they're okay. How important is ammo for accuracy? It's more important for reliability than it is for accuracy. Yes, there are some rounds where if you get the load exactly right, you'll get better accuracy. But mostly, I would say that it's more for reliability, because varying loads, even a couple of grains here or there, can actually change it quite a bit. Rock Arlen, I have a FUD with me today, so I'm going to ask for him who has a better lever action, Winchester or Henry. Winchester. Henry can suck a bing bong. My grandfather worked for Winchester. Poverty State Armory's on my last nerve. Well, $500 down payment to make payments on the remaining balance. Yeah, you can get all kinds of stuff. What kind of pistols are those? I can't go through them all. I already did. If you just kind of back through the live to about 2 hours and 6 minutes, I think I went through them all. It's just a bunch of 1911 CZ and not a Glocks. What's wrong with Palmetto? Their quality control. They need to work on their quality control and their customer service. That's two areas that are very important in the firearms industry, especially since they're making lower price guns. They need to ensure the ones they're sending out are better, in my opinion. We don't trust Scorpions. They blow up suppressors. It's almost 2 weeks pay for me. I also have an Anderson work flawlessly. Oh, so I did tell you how much I was looking to get for it. Well, you have to reach out to me through email or something. They make trash firearms, or probably the CA front where the dagger you have more likely to blow up in your hand than defend your life. Don't trust Scorpions. Oh, really? I always heard Palmetto's reliable. No, you get a 50-50 shot now. They're working on it. You got about a 50-50 shot. Hence spent all his money. Who's got a lot of money? I don't have any money. No problem, random. Charles Daly, 1911, any good? I'm going to step back on my previous comment where I said they were fine. Charles Daly is using Chiappa firearms, so no, I don't recommend them at all, because Chiappa is a worse company than Palmetto State. Opinion on Sig Sauer. I like Sig Sauer. 50-50 is optimistic. No, McManus. 50% it's going to break, and 50% chance you're going to get through to customer service. If you can tinker, then PSA aren't really that bad. Yeah, a lot of guns are that way, though, dude. That's the way I treat my Rock Islands, my TSOS, my Gersons. 100%. That's my dream PCC. Yeah, they blow up suppressors. Why need suppress? Because suppressing is a right, and it also helps hide your position if you're hunting. It reduces noise, makes it safe to shoot without ear protection, and it's just fun. What about Canik SFT series? I've been considering getting them as a concealed carry since I've been loving Canik's SF series. Only have a SIG 1911 and a Beretta 92. Yeah, Canik's SFT, SF Pros. I'd get the SFT Pro because you get a threaded barrel for about the same price. Oh, you can get through to the customer service there just fine. It's getting them to do anything. That's the issue. That's the other 50%. You got to remember, we're doing cheap gun math. 50-50-50-50. There's a 50% chance it'll work. There's a 50% chance it'll break. There's a 50% chance you'll get to customer service. There's a 50% chance that you'll get what you want done. And there's a 50% chance that none of the above will happen. Great. You agree with them. Now you won't shout about me having a hollow sound on my Daniel defense. Damn fuds. Fuds. I'm not a fud. I hunt wabbits. Also, Elmer Fudd no longer uses a gun. He uses an axe. Oh, so CZ Scorpion with a suppressor bad, but in general it's a great gun, I bet. Yeah, no. It's more of the fact that McManus was just being a lazy daisy and blew up his suppressor. Hey, what's up, Wi-Fi? I run a lot of Harrelsons. So, anyways, back to the whole mag thing. So I reloaded this one, and one thing I'll show you, this is the Wilson Combat Mag. Look at how well it presents the round at an upward angle. Whereas, and that's with the full mag with full compression. And again, it's super easy to do these. I might have a crazy moment, but I never got a Daniel. I don't get them either. Just look at that. And I'll load it all the way up. Random. McManus just likes popping people's bubbles. I'm pretty sure he's the kind of guy that would go to a pool and piss into it. How much are the mags? You can get them as low as like 35 bucks if you find them on sale, but typically they're like 39 to 45 bucks depending on the store you go to. McManus, how many guns have you destroyed? I think he's destroyed more parts than he has. Do I listen to Kanye? Back before he went insane, sure. All your red dots are made in China, even the ones that say proudly made in America. That's not true. Leopolds are made completely in the United States out of components out of China. But yeah, look how easy that will... You can see that's literally no pressure that I'm putting on there. That's why I don't recommend the factory mags. And this is the one that came factory with the Kimber. You know how easy that is for that round to just nose forward and jam into the back of the barrel? You keep getting tagged. Sorry. Ow. 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 The easiest way to tell what optics are American made are look at what the U.S. military uses, because all of their equipment has to be manufactured, like for their firearms and their sidearms. All that has to be manufactured here in the United States. The United States is not going to go to war with another country using that country's parts. Highest caliber gun I own is a 45-70 Marlin. I used to have a 50 AE, but I got rid of it. Damn PC world is ruined. Elmer, wait, what would be more brutal if he would use an axe? It would be a lot more brutal, but he never actually catches the bunny, so... Is there a concealed carry in 9 that's light enough to wear with shorts? Yes, a Ruger LCR9. Is that a CZ you're giving away? Nice try, TB. EOTech is American made with American parts. Trigicon too. I know that. That's why I say. Nah. Seymour. Seymour is also made in the United States in Virginia. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. Random, it depends on the gun, dude. Honestly, a 45 ACP 1911 is super easy to shoot. Ever seen a Type 100? Very interesting gun. I have not. Hold on. Is Holosun any good? Yes. There's a reason why they have so many contracts and so many distributors. Mother father. Seymour butts? Yes. Seymour optics, you goobers. Oh, that's an interesting gun. It's got a Nana clip. I've only destroyed PSA guns, a handful of them. Mostly it's optics and components I destroy or find lacking, but I'm doing some hardcore shite. Yeah. Yeah, he was walking down a hallway with the Scorpion. Are the cheap Ruger pistols any good and reliable? Cheap is never going to be reliable, but they run better than a lot of the lower price guns out there. I'm in the market just to get something fun. Is there any problems with Gunbroker? No, there's no problems with Gunbroker. I hate DDD because of the price of the DDM4, AR-15. Yeah. Gunbroker, they charge you, a lot of them will charge you processing fees, shipping fees, Gunbroker fees. Then you got to pay a transfer fee when you pick up the goddamn gun. Also, to the person that told me to stop saying goddamn, no. Just get a Derringer for a cheap gun. No. Get into NAA. Don't have a favorite gun, TLT. 1911 is my favorite platform, though. What's the worst gun you own? It's actually an exploded gun that I shot with a 30-30 Winchester lever-action revolver, and it was owned by Chiappa. How do you sight in your guns? I usually start at about 5 yards, put 3 to 5 rounds on paper, and then you just see which way it's going. If you have adjustable sights, it's easy. If you have non-adjustable sights, it's a pain in the ass. But you just start up close, and then you start walking backwards. Rifles, obviously, you sight out farther, but I'm talking about handguns. I hope you don't shoot me. Why would we shoot you? These problems with people on Gunbroker. Yeah, there is. Gun says damn. Yeah, he damns it all. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, I'm back again. 22 versus Minuteman 3 nuclear warhead. Your name, Enclave, and talking about nuclear warhead makes me scared. I'm going to Vault 101. Any bidding websites you would recommend? New. What's my most powerful Glock? You're new here. Always a fat man. Yep. Ask realistic questions. No, I know who it is. Enclave is asking silly ones just because he's bored. Atlantic Firearms, there you go. I kind of like the Enclave. Which gun do you like the best? 1911 platform. If you had to use a gun as a screwdriver, what gun is the best kayak paddle? Okay, you're getting a little weird, Mazakine. And unless you're actually her and you're really hot, you're giving me confusing thoughts with that name. How do you sight in iron sights on pistols? Again, if they're not adjustable, you got problems, so that's why Glock sucks assholes. But if you have a fully adjustable one, it's very easy. You just need a screwdriver. Lil Mike, what's going on, Sonny? Uh-oh, Zaxxon's on the warpath. Ported barrel or compensator? I prefer compensator because I like to shoot suppressed, so ported barrels don't work well with suppressors. Why isn't your video feed working? What? Who is this? Who the heck? I'm gonna come up there and kick your ass. It's hard policing the internet. It is. Do you have any CZ pitch? Do you get any CZ51s? Every now and then. Started to police that. A lot of gold championship 38 have been showing up randomly in gun stores, used gun sections. You know, this might be. Somebody somewhere mentioned the gun, and then other people start going nuts over it. That's usually what happens, Credible. It's like if a gun was on Forgotten Weapons or Demo Ranch, all of a sudden it gets expensive. I don't pick up guns on live streams. Stay Weird Brother is also the name of Satan's general. Yes, that makes sense because Mazikeen was Lucifer's right hand in the show. So Gunbroker is about as good as I'm getting. Yeah, Gunbroker is the Craigslist now. It's worse than Arms List. Sergeant Thorman. Atlantic Firearms is better than Gunbroker. Thoughts on the M1A Springfield 308? I'm thinking about getting one. Go for it. They seem like they're fun. Like the Luger Black Widow. Sure. I've not had issues with Gunbroker, but it's been a few years. Gunbroker is a hellhole for bastard people if you don't know what you're doing and you don't know how to identify a scam. I'm going to get pistol. You should get grammar. Ever had an ammo destroy your gun? Nope. What if it's a local dealer though? Then just go to the local dealer. It'll cost them less, it'll cost you less. Even if they're on Gunbroker but they're local to you, contact them, see if they'll sell it to you locally. I had ammo destroy a gun and a silencer. Surprisingly, the same gun. Ever have Brits come on here hating? No, not hating. Most of them are actually very respectful and they wish they had the gun rights we do. Would you rather have a suppressor or have a really loud gun? Huh? I found good stuff on there. The prices, though, are clown cakies. Yep. Is Arms of America? No, I've never perused them. Kudos, my man. Most people don't know what the name is from Mazikeen. It's genderless and takes the form of temptation. Gunbroker is pretty A1. Yes, if you got to look at reputations and sellers notes. I'm so old I remember buying, selling, and trading guns on Facebook. Oh, I did too. Craigslist was always great. I could trade real guns for things. People would give me guns, and I'd give them cars. I had a 30-06 blow up my 270. Something tells me I know why, Woody. What are your thoughts on the Heritage Rough Rider 22 long rifle? It's a good way to get into the Rovers. If you got to get it one, you get one. I don't like single action only, but it's a good way to get into 22 revolvers. Cannot pick up guns. Can you do a Korean accent? No. All I can do is just pretend to be a Korean.
I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm Korean.
No, I'm Spock. I traded guns for cars on Craigslist too. Yeah, I liked receiving the guns. That's sad actually that you can do Connery but not Korea. My mom wouldn't teach me, and I don't hang around with Asian people because no offense, they're batshit crazy. Why can't you pick up guns? Because bad things have happened in the past, Jessica. I thought I was too young when the milsurps were cheap. They still come in every year, dude. Just watch. Blinded with dental floss. Ooh, that's big round. Big eyes, round eye. Back in my day, we just robbed the trains and jacked the military weapons. Koreans sound like high ghosts. Was that a North or South Korean impression? South, because at no point was I crying for my almighty leader. No dream car. I've had all the cars I've ever wanted. Have I played Red Dead 2? No, I've barely played Red Dead 1. I play PC, so I can play good games. Do I know Joe Coy? I've watched some of his specials. Just because he's from South Korea doesn't know we know each other. God damn it, DeMarcus. South Korea because he has power in his house, Lamau. Yeah, I also have the internet and 2 screens. Good night. He hit Brazilian dreams of having a wall in his style. Someday, my buddy. He's not Korean, he's Filipino. That's even worse. They have a lot of American money there. Can you name one character? I can count to 10 in German, but I can't count anything in Korean. Korea is nice, but Vietnamese food, though. Have you built any cars? What was it? I was a mechanic for 20 years and a body guy. I did the first flat black R35 GTR in Minnesota when they first came out. Bro, I went to South Korea, bro. Everyone is so pale. I was there for 7, 10, 11 months. Most of it I was inside somebody else and not in a fun way. No thoughts on the Maxis. Don't even know what that one is. What's a good conceal holster for a TSOS duty double stack with light and optic? No idea. Probably some kind of tier 1 or some shit. Look at things that fit the Prodigy because they'll fit that too. I built the Ferrari. Nice to meet you. Philippines was a U.S. territory. I know. That's why they got all the U.S. money. Do you have a Glock 13? What the hell is a Glock 13? I mean, it sounds cool. That'd be a lucky number. I can't imagine Glock would ever release Glock number 13. Just wanted to thank you for the answer. You're no problem, Credible. Thank you for asking questions. Yeah, I was inside of someone else when I went to South Korea, too. Oh, Jerry. Yes, you do sound like you did. We've already talked about masturbating, and I masturbated for 5 miles, so do you think I spanked myself is going to be funny? Come on, dude. Watch the whole stream. Now you owe me a like because you told a joke that wasn't even funny. Hit the goddamn like button, dude. Why'd you remove it, McManus? I was putting him down. The Interview, I love that movie. What I liked about The Interview was the fact that they made that movie. It got pulled from theaters because they said that Kim Jong-un was threatening to blow up the country or some shit, and then they just released it to Netflix for free. That was funny. Dude, when I went to the Philippines, I saw a dude with an M16 and an M203 grenade launcher. I don't think he was military. Probably not. Hey, do you got a Mac 11? Nope. Nothing in a Mac style. That's not my style of gun. I'm more of a modern-day aesthetic-driven handgun. Do I have a Glock 19? No. Yes. Sure. I don't answer do I have questions. Why would you get a G13 when you can get a G14? Pepper spray? You can have one of those guns, but I got to tell you, if you break into my house, I'm not using pepper spray. Well, I will be using pepper spray, but you're going to get peppered with buckshot. Is that the same thing? I don't know math. Kim has little man syndrome. Kardashian or Un? Staccato or Springfield? Well, I sold my Staccato, and I'll never buy a Springfield Prodigy, so Kim Jong-un. If you're going to do a word pun, at least talk about saying happy birthday to me. Yeah. I've actually gotten that one a lot, dude. I actually had to stop myself even though I know what you were saying. Isn't the J14 the ceramic gun from Die Hard 2? Yeah, that's the one with the glass firing pin that can only hit bologna sandwich bullets. I use Gunbroker and Rock Island Auction. Look at prices. Oh, Rock Island Auction is great to look at. Honestly, I've actually bid on some guns through Rock Island Auction because they did a 1911 bundle where none of them worked. They were all jammed or broken, and it was like $800 for 3 Kimbers, but I stopped watching it, and I forgot to bid on it. And it sold for like $1,000 for 3 Kimbers that didn't work, but they were complete. They have a KJU impersonator that goes to LA and New York City. I think that's actually the real Kim Jong, and the impersonator is the one stuck in Korea. You know what I liked in Die Hard was the fact that they could easily swap between blanks and real bullets in their MP5s, and it didn't cause any cycling issues. Hey, is it necessary to put a drum mag and a red eye optic on a gun? Probably, because if you have a switch and a drum mag, you're high as fook, man. I'm in your bushes, cheese. What would you use while being robbed? I'd probably pull out my... I don't know how old you are. I'm not telling this question. True story. Glock was a failing gun company until Die Hard. True story. Glock is still a failing company. They just don't know it yet. Jessica is sus. I think, Jessica, we've enjoyed your company, but I think it's time that you go. So you can just willingly leave, or we're going to remove you. What do you think of the Olight dot with the charging cover? Unfortunately, because of its price and the fact that it was new, became so insanely popular, they're on a 2-week back order, so I'm waiting for mine. Don't have a favorite gun. I think guns are icky. Drax, you've already had one comment removed. Do you want to get banned? Are you like one of those guys that just likes getting banned from YouTube channels? Are you like, hey, I want to get banned? We need one more like. Come on, fools. Hit the like button. I think it's already being broken in the answer to the question no one ever asked. Yep. Drum magazines aren't reliable, are they? They also must be heavy. It's not that they're not reliable. Like a good name brand one is reliable, but they're a bitch to load. Nobody likes to. Name a car for an edit. Okay. 1968 Chrysler Cordoba. Probably feel silly for asking, but how does dual witness sights work? Like, wouldn't the digital and iron sights be aiming in different areas? No. In order to co-witness, you want the dot to actually be laying right on the front sight itself. So when you co-witness, the dot and your front sight are at the same spot, because technically your gun should be sighted in on its irons. So having your dot sit right on your front sight is co-witnessing. You have a bunch of drum mags that are reliable, but they're a nightmare to load. Yeah, so unless your gun is way out of spec, you can co-witness and it's not a problem. No problem, Sean. What's the fastest car you've had? I had a race car back when Fast and Furious 1 came out. I VMAXed that up in Minnesota at like 195. Where can I find 223 Wild ammo? You can't. 223 Wild is the barrel. 223 Wild is designed to fire 5.56 and 223 more accurately. So just put 5.56 or 223 through it. Are there Derringers that are 45 a stupid gun to get, or is it cool? No, they're fun. Do you think Taekwondo is practical in real life? Any self-defense or any martial art can be converted to be used, but there are some like Taekwondo that I think that are not as practical as like straight up karate or other forms like Taiwan. I swear, man, I feel like all the people that I know had their guns stolen and left it in their car. Yeah, that's why they're trying to introduce stronger rules against people being able to leave their guns visible. Like, if your gun is visible in your car, even if it's locked, you can get a huge fine. It's a smidge high, but inside pistol range. Yeah, that's a lot of people do that too. I had a dude yell at me because that's how I set his up. He's like, "Can you set it up so it co-witnesses?" I'm like, "Yeah, no problem." So I laid the dot right on top of the sight, and he came back. He's like, "Dude, it's sitting on top of the sight. I don't like that." I'm like, "Okay. How far are you shooting?" Like 5 yards. I'm like, "It's close enough, dude." He's like, "I want it in the dot." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So I put it all the way down in the dot, and then he was like, "Dude, I can't see the dot." I'm like, "No shit, you just put a 6 MOA dot in front of a white dot, you dumb. I was mad because I just got that this morning. Sorry. Is it better to have an extended magazine or backup magazines? Always backups. Have I shot the FN reflex? No, I have no desire to. What idiot leaves a visible gun in the car? Hi, this is the United States calling, McManus. Have you met us? Then just shoot irons. That's what I told him. I know this is off topic for this whole channel, but what's my opinion on which one is better, the Chevy Camaro or the Hellcat? The newer Camaros, like the ZL1, is actually going to be faster in terms of like driving. So it'll take corners better. It'll handle on a track way better. But the Hellcat is the faster top speed car. So I prefer Chrysler personally, and I don't care about handling as much anymore because I'm old and don't give a shit. There's only so many places you can put guns in your car. Yeah, but you don't want... See, I've seen people that'll put the magnetic holders like against their mid center console without realizing that when you leave your gun there, you can easily look in. Hello, Jakey. Have you listened to the B-17 stories? What do you mean? You have to be a lot more specific, because I know a lot of different B-17 stories, starting with the Memphis Belle and going all the way to the one that was escorted out of enemy territories by a German soldier because they were done with their bombing run. Wasn't even visible, was hidden under my seat, handle was poking out. Well, see, there you go. You should stop that. Hey, Xbox, what's up? I love my Mustang. I miss my Mustang, but I had DB run the serial number on it, the VIN number, and apparently there's been no update since 2021. So either it's in somebody's collection, which it wouldn't be because it had 170,000 miles on it, or it's in a junkyard, which is more than likely because it was up in Indiana for 5 years. Leave my kids in the car, why not a gun? Because it's more dangerous to leave the windows up with the kid in the car, believe it or not, because they'll break the window for the kid, not the gun. Although they would do it for the gun. Never mind, don't take anything. Did I find the Dan Wesson yet? You're talking about the optics cut one? Nope, we were talking about that earlier, Snatchy. Although I did put my CZ back up, so, you know. Ford circled the problem from the factory. They also put heated tailgates on certain models, like the 6-liter diesels. Opinions on 2011s, any particular opinions about certain brands or the guns? They're all okay. They all need work. Even the freaking staccatos, they need break-in periods, so. Xbox or PS5? PC, thank you. What do you recommend for modifying? Keep it stock. You can put night sights, things like that. You can polish your trigger, things like that, but don't change them. And when are the collaborations coming out? Which collaborations? With Sam? As soon as we get some time. I'd leave the kids in the car before I left the guns in the car. I would do like, what was that? Grindhouse with Josh Brolin, Quentin Tarantino, Death House, or not Death House, but that Grindhouse 2-part thing where he leaves a gun in the car with the kid and the kid just... I like the seat holster with a flap. When you get out, it's covered and it looks like the seat cover. When you get in, move the flap to the seat. It's accessible. Never seen that one. I'll have to check that one. Jimmy, are Revolvers good? Yes. I found a Dan Wesson optics cut slides. Yes, they are selling those separate. But I need the whole gun now. It's America, where people leave kids and animals in locked cars. No, we bust out those windows in a heartbeat, young. Own any Canics? Not right now. Sold them all because they're all replaceable. No such thing as a collectible Canic. I have moves like Jagger, son. Yay, CZ. In case you missed that, I said I lost the part and it still runs. I don't even know if the part... We live? Good. So if you do get pulled over, you should inform them when you hand them your IDs and stuff. Hey, officer, here's my ID, my license. I do have a concealed carry permit, or I do have a concealed carry, and I have a firearm in the car. You can get staccatos for less than $3,000. You say that like that's a good deal, man. Screw that shit. You know what I paid for mine, and I still think I overpaid. And the cheapest one, the only one that's less than $3,000 is the C2 and the CS, and they're both 24. Jesus Christ, internet acting up. Millimeter out of a 3-inch barrel, what's to be expected? Well, yeah, there's tons of guns that have 3-inch barrel. 3.1 on the SIG 365. I just happen to think you're wrong and I'm right. I've never blown up my suppressor, so you know I'm never letting that go. What is your opinion on the SA Platypus? I would order one, but I don't want to wait for the back order period. That's the only problem I have with them right now. They need to stop delivering and just set and make like 1,000 guns and sell them. Unless you're doing something to get pulled out of the car, there's no reason to inform a cop on your CCW. It would only prolong the situation. That's a 50-50 thing, man, that you're taking a chance on, because when they run your license, they're going to see that you have a CCW. I've seen many instances where a cop is angrier and will take more time. Just because you didn't, they will actually take your time. And I don't recommend not telling them, especially if you are carrying, especially with the state of cops these days being panicky little bitches. And unless you're being a dick and trying to be one of those auditors, just fucking tell them you got a gun. You'll be in a lot less headache if you just say, hey, I have a concealed carry permit and I have my gun with me. You'll get treated a lot better. Your name may be detective, but I've been stopped with 17 guns in the car. I don't give a shit. How did the Night Stalker run? It's on my desk right now. I will let you know as soon as I shoot it. Redneck, I saw you were in here. Sorry. Dude pissed me off when he said not to tell the cops anything. How you doing? I'm hella late. Had some family shiz. Super number. I was hoping to make it today. No problem. Like I said, I do not recommend not telling a cop that you have a gun, especially if it's on your person in the car or on a magnet. Have I shot the TAC Ultra? How did it cycle rounds? Yes, I've had every version of the TAC Ultra. The TAC Ultra, TAC 2 Ultra, TAC Ultra Match. I've had them all. My motherboard is an Asus Prime Z790. In a lot of states, you don't have a duty to inform a concealed carry, but it's better practice to do so. Yes. So, again, by law, you don't have to tell the police anything. You don't. But by experience, unless you're one of those friggin' douche nozzle auditors who thinks their only job in life is to intensely interrogate a police officer in a stressful situation on the law, which, yes, they should know it. They should. That's 100%. But unless you're trying to piss off a cop, dude, just be upfront, dude. I make them laugh. They don't even do shit. They just go, okay, bye. Just had my Indian cigarette. What's your favorite cereal? Captain Crunch. When I get pulled over here, they always know I have a gun, or at least act as much. When they run tags, my CCW comes up. Yeah, most states it does. So, like I said, I've seen many instances. I'm friends with a lot of cops. That's why I make fun of them. But I've seen many instances where the cops find out that they have a concealed carry, and then they walk up and then they ask, do you have a gun in the car? And at that point, they will remove the gun from the car. Because guess what? When you have a CCW and you don't announce it, it causes just as many problems as your potential longer stop from not telling them. Just don't be a dumbass. I love these people that give law advice telling you not to talk to cops. Do you ever see the dude that went to jail for 14 weeks because he didn't say anything because he saw a YouTube video saying, hey, don't talk to the cops if you're involved in a shooting? Yeah, you can go away. You realize you're on my channel trying to give my people advice? You can yourself, bud. I can guarantee your state doesn't, even if they tell you. Who doesn't? CCW is attached to a license. When you look up, like in Virginia, when you run somebody's ID, it automatically pops. Fix it. What's up, dude? How bad do you guys drive? I haven't been pulled over in 15 years. Dude, I always want to be pulled over when I have a truckload of guns. Just to see the look on their face. Do you have any firearms? Yeah, I've got like 14. Oh, where are you going? Shooting. Yeah. So this guy went to jail, and he was in jail until the trial because he refused to talk to the cops, even though he was found not guilty. And the cop that arrested him told him he wouldn't have arrested him if he had just talked. Here's one of the things, okay? I don't agree with everything Masad Ayub says in terms of maintenance and care of your firearms because he is older, but his experience and his statements are actually very well worded. And what he says is, if you're ever involved in a shooting and they are going to arrest you or they're asking you questions because they're probably going to detain you because you just shot and killed somebody, is I intend to cooperate, but I need to speak with a lawyer. Never indicate that you're not going to help. Never indicate that you're not going to cooperate, especially if you're in the right. Okay? So make sure that they understand that you're not withholding information, but you need a lawyer to make sure that the way that the information is presented is not self-incriminating in any way. When you drop your slide on your gun, shotgun is an ATI Nomad single shot. What's your favorite shooting gun? Usually something in a 1911 or a race gun. Any firearms in the vehicle? Yes. The book bag is full of loaded mags. Boom, boom, boom. All else fails, run. Yeah, that always goes well. I'd love to make a video of that. Cali has released all CCW holders' personal info, so it's out there, just saying in my area it's not directly attached. Like, I'm only speaking to Virginia myself, dude, so... That was my lawyer's advice as well. Tell them you tend to fully cooperate, but you need to speak with your lawyer first, and you want your lawyer present. Absolutely, because a lawyer can also help you. If so, you remember that cop in Texas that was on the wrong floor, walked into her neighbor's apartment, and then shot the dude? She wouldn't have gotten jail time if she had had proper training from her lawyer, because she was on the stand and she said, and she was asked, why did you shoot him in the chest? And her response was, I was trained to shoot to kill. Instant guilty verdict. If she had said, I was trained to shoot to stop, I was shooting to stop the threat, I shot him to stop the threat, she would have gotten off. So it's all depending about the wording. That's why you need to consult a lawyer. Wait, does every cop get a free gun? It's not really a free gun. You are dedicating your life to doing something stupid. I see the video gets pulled over, a Glock strapped to his chest and 20 other guns in the car. Yes, because he was a firearms instructor and he was very chill about it. Told me to go to the hospital after self-defense shooting for the stress. Usually the cops solved the problem before the 2 days of hospital stay. See, YouTube. Do I like SIG? Yes. Hey, Bruce, what's up? I used to think that way as don't ask, don't tell. When cops ask if you got a firearm, a few months ago I changed my mind. You described it perfectly. Don't be a douche nozzle and save time. Are you familiar with the channel Pew Pew? Yes. I wish I could shoot like him, but he shoots probably hundreds of thousands of rounds a year. Just saying it isn't always attached directly when they run your license. If I was to get stopped, it would be the first thing I told him. Like I said, first thing you do, okay? First thing you do when you get stopped. Keep your freaking hands on your goddamn wheel. Don't start reaching for stuff, especially if you have a gun. Okay? Hands visible. They walk up to the window, lower the window. You don't have to lower it all the way, but again, the more you instigate their senses of, hey, this guy's doing something crazy, just lower the goddamn window. He's a person, you're a person. Treat each other with respect, and you'll be fine. When he says, all right, you know why I stopped you? You can use levity if you're a smartass like me. I usually say because I'm black, just to see what they say. And then if they say license and registration, that's usually when I would say, no problem. I need to reach for it. Just so you know, I have a CCW and I am armed. They'll ask me, last time I got stopped with a gun, they said, where is it? I told them, they said, okay, just leave it there. Have I seen Acorn Cop? Yes. Have you seen my short that I made for my Acorn fire drill? It involved that CZ. It's weird because I can stand firmly on my rights and still not be an a-hole. It's a mutual thing. They have guns, I have guns. We're on equal footing. Yeah, dude. They're just people that are doing their job, man. What do you have to shoot that you haven't? Nothing in my mind. Do you watch the awesome gun YouTubers like Texas Planking and Demolition Ranch? No, I really don't. They're way too big for me. First thing I do is roll down all windows and put both hands on the wheel. Yep. Love Steam days or stream days. Yep. Hands on the wheel, give license, offer CWP. Yep. That's what I say. Lol. Pro 2 Amendment, don't tread on me. Okay. You don't have to be treaded on in order to protect yourself and give yourself the best possible chance of getting a warning. I don't think it's the same scenario would go well for me, but lol, it depends. No. When you get stopped, you say it's because I'm Korean. I give you 100% permission. The best thing to say to a cop to get them to take you serious is, I'm a sovereign citizen. Oh, yeah, that always ends well. You get a free ride when you go that route. Most cops tell you don't reach for yours, I won't reach for mine. Absolutely. Like I said, it all depends. If you come, I got a gun. Versus, yeah, I got one. It's in the door. You know why I pulled you over? Because you don't like Apache attack helicopters. It wouldn't work as well if I didn't know a lot of cops in the area, but yeah, I love dropping that one. I don't get pulled over that often. It's usually because I'm running over a curb or a person. My guns are higher quality. My training is better. I was trying to be nice. Hey, have you seen Johnny Q? Yeah, you go be live tomorrow. Nope, I'm live Mondays, Wednesdays, Friday, and I don't watch Johnny Q because he's a guy that basically made it through his basic training for being a cop and then quit because he was a pussy. What does the Second Amendment mean again, and does it work everywhere? Second Amendment is the right to bear arms. It also protects us against tyranny of our government. I always keep my hands on the wheel and try to stay with the yes officer, no officer. Screw that, dude. Well, I guess it's okay. It's very polite, but going yes officer, no officer, if you're showing them too much respect, can trigger their boonk, doonk. Thank you. I bestow upon you the N-word pass. Oh, dude, I've had that for years. I went to a secondary school in freaking Killeen, Texas, dude. I was calling people cuz long before Paul Walker. Oh, yeah, I got into an argument with someone last night, was trying to say owning a gun just cuz is negative interaction with cops. Absolutely brain rot. Dude, I was at the range, and me and Daniel were shooting guns. Cop walks up to us, and we're just having a grand old time. I didn't give a shit. I even offered to let him shoot my gun, but he didn't. Give them a donut every time they come to the window. Who's Johnny Q? Is that idiot in Tennessee? I don't know where he's from, but he still wears full gear, his lights, all that shit, and he acts like he's been in the military and law enforcement for like 40 years. But he became a cop in his department. He felt so oppressed in his department, he quit instead of transferring and continuing to be a police officer because he felt that the environment was so harsh on him that he couldn't handle being there. But he still makes content and he acts like he's a full-on RSO. Cops can't ask about guns in South Carolina anymore? That's crazy. I don't believe that. I know it's probably a dumb question, but CC Holder, how do I get over this anxiety? My first stop with the weapon in the vehicle, like in a methodical way. I just feel like I have social anxiety. Dude, if you just put the gun out of your mind but know it's there, they don't give a shit about looking for reasons to hurt you. Cops are 50-50 with donut jokes. Yeah, you got to see. If they fill up your rearview mirror as they're walking towards you, they probably have a sense of humor about it. What if I neutralize an intruder at like 3 in the morning? I won't get into trouble, right? Well, number one, Paul Harrell also says this too. The number one thing you need to do is you need to be the first person to call 911. So as long as you get ahead of everything, you have the best chance of having a positive outcome. Most cops don't shoot other people's guns. They will check them out and watch, but won't get their fingerprints on it. No, he was training and he had the new 45 or something when it first came out, and I offered to let him shoot my AR pistol. He had blacksmiths. Yeah, his is just under mine. If you notice, mine's the only one without my face on it. If you go to their website. Good question, guy. Yeah, exactly. They're 50-50 with I'm black as he pulled me over too. I still use it. Lol, I offer donuts if I didn't have any. Well, it all depends. Like, if a dude walks up and I don't know him or I don't know his department or if I'm like over on the other side of town and somebody pulled me over, I'd probably go with something like because I'm an idiot. But I don't get pulled over that often. I've only been pulled over twice since 2019. And one time was because I was doing 41 in a 35 and he just said slow down. I'm a fake cop that doesn't eat donuts. Good question. He might eat donuts. Of course, he kind of looks like a vegan. When I was younger and my foot was lead, when cops asked where I'm headed to, I said donut shop when I go. Is Johnny Q the Mexican guy? I'm not sure what his full heritage is, but he does have apparently some Latino in him. The fear of cops is a very real thing. You need to go think about why when you pass a cop you're doing nothing wrong, you check your speedometer and straighten your posture. Screw that shit, dude. Me and Daniel, my buddy, when we drive down the freeway and it's 70 miles an hour here, I'll set it at 75. If I see a cop in the center, number one, if you can see a cop, you're already done. He's already scanned your shit. But I love all these mother fathers that'll come flying by you at 82 miles an hour and you're both coming up to the same center row cop and they slow down to 68 and move over and I'm just passing them at 75. I'll wave to the cop half the time. Those people are morons. If you can see the cop, you're already radared. It's over. The TSL came out so good. The finish looks so smooth. It's pretty good. I used to get pulled over all the time. I still hold a high score on a buddy's radar after 20 years. Nice. I'm getting deported and thrown over the wall? Good question. I haven't been stopped in over 15 years. I wish I could say that. I can't possibly give enough of a shit to be scared about cops here. Yeah. Best 1911, 2011 for the money? They're all fine, dude. Fusion Firearms makes great 1911s. They're coming out with the 2011. Springfield makes great 1911s, and they're under $1,500 for like a Ronin. And I don't like the Emissary because the cuts are weird, but they're all decent. Get a Prodigy and drop about $500 into it. You'll still be $300 to $500 under a staccato, and you'll probably have a decent gun. So watching the police stop videos and noticing everyone as the cop approaches the vehicle to touch the truck or brake light, just tap the car. It's weird. It's an old tradition. It's just something that was done. Nowadays, I don't even know they know why. But there's all those, there was things like, oh, he put his fingerprints on it, so if something goes bad, they can prove that he touched the car or stuff like that. I think a lot of guys just do it because it's just a focal point as you're walking up to the car. Okay, I'm at the back of the car now. You ended up with a celly. Nice. Well, I don't have a license and drive, so I worry. Well, then that's your own problem, brother. Favorite Tekken character? Who's that Indian chick? Thoughts on the civilian tactical dude? No. Just no. I've watched him a few times, and He's like Ben Stoker to me. He's not real. Ben Stoker's a good shooter, and I've watched some of his shorts for instruction, but his like real life ability, no. Can you have a gun in the car and weed? No. Saw that one, Jackson. Some people deserve what they get. That's true. He's dumb and wrong. Pretty much. Thoughts on 2A Jekyll? Don't know who that is. I mean, you can have both in your car, but it all depends on the cop you get, because Virginia, recreational marijuana is legal, but you can't have weed and a gun. Civilian Tactical just seems kind of fake. Civilian Tactical wanted to do YouTube. I've said this many times. You can always tell when somebody started doing YouTube because they wanted to make a living at it. They saw somebody else be successful. He thinks he's like Demo Ranch or one of these other guys. These guys that start doing YouTube explicitly to make money, I don't mess with them at all. For the very simple reason, they just follow patterns and news stories. They do clickbait titles. They do clickbait photos. They do the bullshit that everybody does. Edward Sarkisian, when he did the 50 cal and the 12 gauge, and all of a sudden Kentucky Ballistic did it, Demo did it, Brandon did it, Civilian Tactical did it, all these little channels did it. So if you're a channel that's on here dedicating your life to making a living out of doing YouTube, number one, you're ridiculous. Because YouTube, while it is stable currently, there's no guarantee that you're going to ever make a living, and he's too young to be putting all his eggs into that fucking basket. And number two, it destroys the credibility of it. That's why I don't like watching pro ball. I like to watch I've got almost 2,000 videos, but I don't do this for a living. And the extra money I make just goes into bullcrap anyways. I'll buy 1,000 scratch-off tickets if it makes me happy, because I don't make any money doing this. Weed and guns is federal crime. Yep. Looking to get a Ruger Wrangler. Are they good guns? Get the Super Wrangler, then you get 22 long rifle and 22 mag at the same time. Thoughts on Springfield Echelon? Seems pretty cool. I haven't bought one yet. Have I watched the court videos where it's like live feed Zoom? Are you talking about the dude that drove while he was supposed to be in court for a suspended license? They're always trying to be FPS Russia. Pretty much. Other than Hickok 45, is there a YouTuber that you would meet? I'd meet Honest Outlaw and PewView, but their shooting skills are so far advanced beyond mine, there would be no collaboration because I could never keep up with them. Taco salad and iced peach tea. Sounds like a good one, dude. I love me some iced peach tea, dude. Drinking and guns is more illegal than weed and guns, but everyone drinks it. You mean it's more dangerous because guns and alcohol are not illegal to have in a car, especially if the alcohol isn't open, but guns and weed is illegal to have in your car. Are Savage 1911s any good? They're fine, but they're overpriced. What's your favorite on the wall? My CZ75. Civ Tactical is exactly the definition of a poser. Yeah. Quick question. Did the U.S. get put into World War II because of the Japanese? Because I heard a kamikaze plane hit a U.S. airport. Look up Pearl Harbor, son. It was an invasion on the U.S. islands in Hawaii. That's got our involvement into World War II. December 7th, 1941, a day that will live in infamy. A nice carry that's the same size as a Glock 48. Other words, your choice. A officer size 1911. It's actually thinner. Tactical Tundra. Like a truck? I'd take that one. Didn't see that one time. Tim, gotcha. DeMarcus, should I eat at midnight because I'm hungry? Yes, you should. Guns and weeds are fired in other states. No, they are not, slightly. Marijuana is federally illegal. Federally illegal. So if you own a gun and you have weed, you checked no on a 4473 federal form saying you do not use marijuana, which guess what? Is a lie on a federal document, which guess what? Is a federal crime. Just because your state legalizes weed, you cannot own a firearm and have weed in your possession, because you are on the hook to prove that you didn't own them at the same time. But when you have them both at the same time, you are violating a federal document by clicking no. And the question does not just say addicted, it says, are you a user or addicted to any federally controlled substance? Marijuana is still federally illegal. You cannot have weed and a gun in your car. I work for a gun store. I've never seen Tundra Tactical, to be honest with you. Chow time. All right, dude, enjoy it. What if you buy the gun off the street? Well, then you got an even bigger problem. If someone pulls a gun out but doesn't aim it at me, but we're in an altercation and I have my firearm, what should I do next? It depends on where you are, but if you fear your life is in danger, you do have the right to shoot somebody, especially if they pull the gun. If they pull a gun, it doesn't have to be pointed at you. The fact that they pulled a firearm is enough for you. If you feel that your life is in imminent danger, you do what you got to do. My brother does. He has medical card, though. I don't know if that makes a difference. I mean, I understand that you're telling me things, and believe it or not, I believe there's a couple of states where they don't care because state supersedes federal. But if you're caught outside of the state that allowed you to do it, you're lying on a federal document. There's no argument that you can make that supersedes that. Now, a state's willingness to prosecute is up to them. A state's willingness to accept things is up to them. That's why marijuana is legal in 24 states, because state law supersedes federal law except for cases where there's federal statutes. So if you leave the state where it's legal, it is no longer legal. It's not a hard concept. McManus, they will. That's how they got FPS Russia. Marijuana and guns, because they couldn't get them on anything else. If you buy your gun on the street, it's still in violation of that law. No, it's only a federal. You're only lying on a federal document if you do the federal document. So if you don't do the federal document, you didn't lie on it. So technically, it's not a felony, but you still have to prove that you legally bought the gun then. With alcohol, as long as it's not open, it's okay. Yeah, you can transport alcohol in a car with guns. Doesn't matter. I'm going to find like 17 Glocks, and YouTubers be finding everything. Yeah, that's all staged. Best state for CCW reciprocity, Virginia. Virginia recognizes all state CCWs. Any state that issues a CCW, you can come here and it's reciprocity. In terms of other states honoring other places, I don't know. What about the section you plan to sell this firearm? Can you still sell? I assume you can, but curious. Yes. So here's the definition of that question, and you have the same problem everybody does. The question doesn't say, do you intend to sell it? It says, do you intend to sell, give, or distribute this firearm to anybody that under federal law cannot own a firearm? AKA, are you committing a straw purchase? It doesn't ask if you intend to sell the guns. I can buy a gun today and sell it tomorrow, and there's no legal issue. It only is asking if you're planning on selling the firearm to somebody who by law cannot own a firearm. If you're under the age of 21, you're trying to buy a pistol. Your buddy's over 21, you give him the money to buy the pistol for you, and he sells you the pistol because you gave him the money for it, that is a straw purchase. That is illegal. That is in violation of the federal form that you filled out. Plus, I'm not hanging out with you if you're drinking or smoking weed while we're shooting. I don't give a shit if you smoke weed. If you do mood gummies, you get high, great, good for you. But I do not go to the range with somebody I know for a fact is high or drunk. Never will. True, only about intention of time of purchase. What do you mean only about intention at time of purchase? Yes, yes, exactly, got it. Any tips for me buying my first gun? Find a good gun store that will work with you, Xbox, and will take the time to be nice. T9, if you like it, is it full or mid size? What's Canic T9? What if it was a gift from a family member? Check your local states, but here in Virginia, a family member can gift a firearm directly to a family member. However, you cannot give any money in exchange for the gift. If it's a pure gift from mother to son, father to son, son to father, grandfather to grandson, that's fine. But if an 18-year-old kid gives his mother the money to buy him a gun because he's not 21, and she gives it to him and takes the money, it's still a straw purchase even through the family, which again is a violation of the law. Never brought a breathalyzer when we go shooting. Oh, dude, I just assumed that was cirrhosis. Oh, well. What prompted you go from Striker to 1911? No, my first gun was a 1911. You can see it as anything you want, Geneva, but that doesn't change reality. The argument isn't right or wrong, only what is. Yeah, it's wrong for weed. I don't give a shit, but it's currently the law. Become a lawyer, become a congressman, become a senator, push through bills to ban that, outlaw that rule, and then we'll be fine. Casey, no, not here. We're just trying to have a chill time. Well, just get rid of them then. If somebody's being a douche nozzle, just get rid of them. You just got off work. No problem, dude. The ATF agent watching the stream right now. The ATF agent watching this stream right now loves me. He hates these idiots. Is there a limit of guns you can buy or sell per year without an FFL? Certain states with private sales, I don't know if they monitor the number of private sales because you don't have to register your guns, but I know there's some places that get angry if you buy too many guns in one transaction. Montana has reciprocity with all states. There you go. Chris told you something. Yes, I want full-size due to the capacity. Can you put a dot on it? How can they prove that? How can they prove what? How many guns you bought? That's why I was saying it's hard to prove private sales. TP9SF, humble, strong, and I think so. Yes, you can put TP9s can have optics on them. Thoughts on the 320 compact? I don't like compact guns. Hey, don't get rid of me. I tend to be a nozzle sometimes. You do, but you're an okay douche nozzle. You're the kind that cleans. First of all, I'm the Fed here at Lamau. Hey, Kevin. Mr. Lamau. What's with the big gun? What is the big gun? That's a Caltech KS7. Sorry, when people get me on a rant when they're literally trying to argue the law, you're the problem. Sorry. Just because it's written and you don't agree with it doesn't mean it's not the law. What was it about Jimmini? Was it a dumbass in the stream? No, it's because people were, hey, Weston, what's up, by the way? But people were arguing with me over the legal law when it's clearly written. And it throws me off because I don't understand how people can be that actually stupid. Aren't you required to report multiple purchases on a single 44-73 to the feds? Only handgun. So, here in Virginia, again, it's on the 4473, so it is federal. If you purchase more than one handgun in a 7 business day period, the store that you buy it from is required to fill out a multiple handgun form and keep that. So yes, if you buy, there are multiple firearm forms on file for me, but they just go into a database. They're emailed and then they're held. But again, it's a federal document anyway, so they're going to find out. What's the firearm with the orange grips? That's the CZ Tactical Sport Orange 1. So the top right pistol isn't compact. It is, but I only own it because it's rare. I don't shoot it. Sorry for this, but thank you, ATF, for focusing on real criminals. How would they enforce the SBR law? Well, here's the thing. If you're out in public with a gun that's suspected to be a NFA item, tax stamp, class 3, anything like that, it bypasses your law of anonymity, your rights of anonymity. A police officer is well within their rights to ask to see your tax stamp on what they believe to be a short barrel rifle, short barrel shotgun, or an illegal suppressor. By filling out that tax-free document, you, in public, give up your right to refuse to identify yourself or provide your documentation. I sent you a video from YouTube. Not sure if you watched it, but it's funny. Not recently. Like for real, Geneva, can you not read or listen to what it is? If you're going to be dense, stupid, in an argument, go the fuck. Just get rid of them, dude. I'm fine with you getting rid of them. I was banning fucktards. Which one? Which question? Was most people been in your live stream? The most people at one time has been like 300. That was when I first started doing vertical live stream before they shadow banned me. Why are people even arguing with me? They're arguing with a federal document, but you know they believe because the states allow you to have marijuana that it bypasses all the laws. What is 5.7 and what is exactly unique on it? 5.7 is basically a rifle round that can be fired out of a pistol. So you have a ton of powder behind a very small round, so it's going super fast, which allows it to punch soft armor. You do not surrender any rights by having NFI items. You need to be able to provide proof that you are the legal possessor of an NFA item. Maybe not in Nevada, but here in Virginia. Here, do you have to unless they changed it in the last session, proof of class 3 when asked. Okay, hold on. Okay, so according to, depending on where you live, the police might be allowed to use, no, that's not it. Hold on. Who can ask for papers? So, any Leo that has jurisdiction where the weapon is being used or located. So if you are at a public range or any place where a law enforcement agent has jurisdiction in that county municipality, then they are within their rights to ask you for your proof of ownership. Because it's the same thing with the law that if you leave your suppressor in a car unattended, a police officer can write you a ticket and you can get in trouble. It's not that we're mad at you for being a constitutionalist. The problem is you are sticking to your interpretation of the Constitution rather than the way it's written. So you're interpreting the Constitution in a way that you feel best serves you as an individual citizen rather than the way it's currently written. So instead of looking at it the way it is and hoping to make the positive change that will encourage something to happen, you are interpreting the Constitution. You're not a constitutionalist. You're a flawed scientist. You're a flawed journalist. You're a flawed individual. You're like those people that go out and create the audits for police. You're the problem. You're not a constitutionalist. You're an anarchist because you don't understand what you're doing. You're fundamentally unable to understand that what you're doing is, by the very definition of what you're doing, not right. You don't understand what you're arguing for. You don't understand what you're trying to do. And don't go, oh, I went to college, I went to this, I got a degree. The fact of the matter is, no matter what your education level, training, etc., you don't understand what you're saying. But you're so locked into what you're saying that you're going to fight it till the end. So you're not a constitutionalist. You're a flawed person who doesn't understand that they don't understand what they don't understand. And that's what causes people to get angry at you. Here's the problem. If everybody gets angry at you, you're probably the problem. So sit back and understand that and learn from it, or go away. And again, we agree with you. There shouldn't be any of these restrictions. I should be able to have a machine gun, a suppressor, a suppressed machine gun. If I want to smoke weed and own guns, I should be able to, but it's not how the law is written. I was under the impression they can request to see the tax stamp, but the requirement wasn't unless they were ATF and can't verify the documents. Apparently, I'm wrong. This is from the ATF website. Any Leo, law enforcement agent with jurisdiction in the area to which you are currently standing. So, granted, that was 3 years ago, so it may have changed. Like I said, I don't know what the current ruling is. This was the old letter. So now I got to do more searching because I didn't notice it was an old document. Yes, you should be able to own a fully automatic MP7. Well, it once meant what I want it to mean then, and I wish it meant that again. Good. Now you're starting to accept the fact that it doesn't mean what you think it means. It means what you thought it meant. It's the same problem that sovereign citizens have when they quote the laws of the blacks. because that was a law that was, and part of the Constitution that was ratified out. The Constitution has been changed 28 times, okay? So just because it's on paper doesn't mean it can't be changed. But the problem is when you just fantasize about what it should be, you lose sight about what it is. Brandon Herrera has the right idea. He ran for office because he wanted to institute changes. He lost, but he tried. So to sit on the internet or in public or go to rallies and be the person that's being the loudest in the crowd, you are the least effective person to create change. The people that scream at the top of their lungs that this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong, but then they get felonies for protesting, they do all this shit that actually takes away all their rights to do what they're trying to do, creates a situation in a society and a system where we can't affect change because you're all going to jail instead of going to Congress. I'll check out as well, you don't sign away your rights. Signing away your rights was the wrong way to put it, McManus. But again, it's a lot less clear than it is if, so let's say if you're walking down the street with an AR-15 on your back, police can't do anything. You are not required to show any ID. But if you're carrying around a suppressed short barrel rifle, it creates different issues. And again, it could be different municipalities, state rules, but again, you also have to find a cop that wants to enforce that law. Unless there's articulable suspicion or somebody calls in on you, they're not going to bother you. Not be a problem today, but I will be tomorrow. The laws always change. Yeah, please read favorite. There it is. Somebody was asking for this earlier, dude. I know local Leos can hold you for 24 hours, run the serial numbers, and that's perfectly legal, but dumb. Yeah, it's all dumb. Am I being detained? Am I being... Oh, just tell them you have an acorn in your pocket. They may mag dump on you, but they'll miss you. Pro se all day, put them in their place if they want to smoke. That's why I sub. This man's a monster, even though the man's giving us the best down. He stops to read out the comments and stays real. I try. I remember the good old days. Can you articulate... Damn, this dude. I'm still alive. Oh, shit. Pretty much, Nate. What's that silver and OD green pistol? OD green? You mean this one? The grip is a weird-ass tan because that grip was on that 1911. That is a Kimber Arctic lightweight. Keep donating donuts and acorns for the right occasions. Yeah, Gopher will tell you what we did with that. ATF laws regarding... I got to find a current one, because one thing I do is I will eat crow if I'm wrong. I can't bitch about other people if I'm not willing to eat crow. That's why I like it here. No worries. Middle top at stand. Yep. Do I have an SP5? No. I don't want to pay $3,000 for one. That's 2 inches away from a stream end. It was, but you can tell. It was one time. Why don't you have any revolvers? Why don't you like? Oh, I've got revolvers. They're just boring. That's 2 inches. Yep, looks green on my phone. No problem. I'm gonna have to time you out for that, McManus. Gonna get an acorn and donut sticker. Pretty sure only ATF can require proof, but again, I'm looking it up, dude. Because here's the problem. ATF is too busy killing unarmed or breaking into homes without body cameras and killing people. My reasons for not EDCing a micro carry. What's your reason? I'm 6'4". I don't like micro carries. Federal government said the gas for the machine extracting raw ore had to be made in the state. Well, that's like Texas. You can get a suppressor with no paperwork, but it can't leave the state. Misuse action in McManus. Hey, Snatchy. If the can is welded fixed to an SBR and measures 18.5 from the breech, it's still an SBR? No. In fact, Keltec is doing that to get around their laws. So they do the CQB sub 2K. It has a 4-inch barrel, but a 12.5-inch suppressor that's welded to it. It's technically only a suppressor stamp. All right, here's from a lawyer. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so speaking only to Virginia, this is from a Virginia lawyer as of this last year. Local state law enforcement officer has the right to ask to see the approved tax stamp, and failure to provide it would be evidence of violation of the state law. So this is only for Virginia, but that's why I know it. So I wasn't wrong, but it could be a state by state basis for it. Might be have to do with their processes. Yes, it is a single stamp gun, exactly, because you only have to pay for the suppressor because the gun is technically a rifle because it's a fixed and welded moderator, basically, and you can take the whole cover off of it to service it. But anyways, McManus, that's the one I got from the lawyer. So it's a state by state thing. In the state of Virginia, we can be asked for our tax stamps. Don't understand why the tag on my mattress can't be removed. See, that's another one of those, Zaxxon. If you actually read the entire tag, can only be removed by the owner of the item. As an anarchist, I rip the tags off. Joe, just let you know, only 4 states have exceptions for reporting multiple long gun sales. Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California will report more than 1 long gun. Virginia, we do it. Oh, not long gun, only handguns. Yeah, so thank you. Really riding the fence there, McManus. Smith & Wesson comes in with another $1. Thank you, bro. I don't know why I do this. This is like a weird thing I do. When everybody donates, I turned into that one dude. You're the end user of the mattress. Yep. Evidently, silver solder counts as permanently attached. Really? For a 48 MOS, what exactly 1911? Anything's an improvement from 48, bro. What's the fully black middle bottom? That is an old Beretta Model 51 that I'm working on. Not gonna lie, I thought they regulate silencers. Well, they're registered, and then like I said, here in Virginia, they can ask. Maybe it's different in your state, but also 98 out of 104 counties in the state of Virginia are 2A sanctuary. So in those 98 counties, they don't enforce the bullshit. I'm a wild animals action. Yep, no Fed laws can hold me down. I have the whole cod load out? Probably. Jimmini, it looks really Asian when you put your hands together and say thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I go to eat ramen. I'm going to make it with the egg and the stuff inside with the egg. I like it the egg.
Recognize the grip and the layout. Yeah, it looks very much like a Beretta 92, but it's a little bit smaller. It's single stack only, but it's 9. I like the Will Ferrell movie from Nicky Bobby. I don't know what to do with my hands. Yeah. I don't know why. Anytime somebody donates, I do this. I want to have a live stream where I just do this for 6 hours. I won't be saying suppressor, not silencer, although many call it that. Suppressor and silencer are interchangeable. In fact, the patent for the first suppressor is actually under the name silencer. So that's completely interchangeable, unlike magazine and clip. Finding ways to make mags not easily converted to hold in pistols in case I have to move. Why would you move to a place where you can't have more than 10 rounds? Glock in a 1911, welcome to a bar. The 1911 says, I bet I can drink more than you. The Glock says, good luck, but you can only handle 8 shots. Free men don't ask permission. Oh, so you want a leg roll and a fried light? You want it to go? Credible, what is up? Smith Wesson, you guys, you have a nice night, dude. Hand rub time.
Hey, you know how many bullets I can buy for $20? I can almost fill an ETS-33 mag. This is Betsy. She's my favorite hollow point. I put her in first. Because if I have to give somebody the tip.
And check your shit on the way in there. Sorry. That sucks, dude. How many years have you worked in the firearms industry? Only since 2019. I've only been into firearms for 7 years. FBI, dude, where the hell were you, dude? We were having a long argument earlier, FBI. Could have used your help, man. That's all I'm saying. Can I use the Glock magazine in Dagger Compact? Yes, I think. Because the Dagger Compact's double stack, right? To be clear, I did say that I can only speak to laws here, not in each state. No. I ate my crow, you eat your crow. We're all good. I like crow. Recommendations on a handgun light: Streamlight or Surefire. Those are the two best options. You can go with many other options if you just want to be cheap and you get free samples, like a Night Force or a Warrior Land or the TLR1 that I normally have on the gun, but it's way over here. Oh, question for you guys. So I noticed this the other day because I have that kind of time. Is that normal? The batteries aren't swollen and it still works fine. Anybody else's TLR1 do that? How do I fix that? Like, I tried fixing it, but it won't work. Oh. Well, shit. Okay, so I know what the problem was now. What's a gunsmith, Jimmy? I thought a gunsmith is somebody who makes a gun out of random parts. No, a gunsmith is somebody who can build a gun, but they're also somebody that knows how to repair, modify, make guns work, etc. They're the only option unless you're looking for hand grenades. Then Olight. Olight makes great hand grenades. You don't even have to fill out paperwork. How is Warrior Land? My son asked me, and I told him to stop being cheap. What I can say to you, good sir, is that they no longer return my phone calls, so that's my extent of doing shit. What the fuck? Why is it that way? That's backwards. If it fits, it chips. Maybe you're right. Now you gotta send it to me. No, it's fine. What's my problem? The fact that it just fell apart? Am I familiar with Primary Arms? I'm not familiar with the company itself, but I am familiar with their optics. I've got a few of them. I really like their ACSS reticles. What is gun kettle? Is that like popcorn? Wait, which way do they go? Any particular recommendations for the digital sights on an FT? I noticed with some extended sights, they seem to be sometimes block bullet ejection. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend an SRO, but something like a Trijicon RMR, straight up RMR, would be a reasonable option, I'd say. Nope, still has the same problem, and now it don't work. Oh, there it is. Hey! Because of batteries at a certain time, yeah. Yeah, Olights unfortunately had bad batteries back in the day. Okay, so this is royally fucked. How do I fix that? I guess I'm going to have to watch something. I've never took one of these apart. The 3X micro prism is nice. Yeah, I got the fixed 4-power Cyclops. Did you see that new blue UN bulletproof helmet? Apparently it can take Magnum rounds. No, I didn't. That seems a little crazy to me. But yeah, also they just came out with the Swamp Fox Justice 2 or 3. It's got a 31mm optic lens, but it's wide versus tall like the SRO, so it shouldn't cause any problems. MP5 is the most iconic SMG. Most iconic one since the 60s. But before that, probably I'd say like a MP40. No, it's still hanging off the back a little bit. Did you get the USCCA ad? Dude, they spend so much of the money they should be spending on paying lawyers on their advertising. It's ridiculous. So ordered my red dot plate for the CZ SPO1. I'm going to need to sand it, or should I pop it right in? It's in a toning system. Am I going to need to sand it, or should it pop right in like it? Some of them do require fitting. I put one on a SPO1 Tactical, and I had to sand it down. The helmet and not between the eyes. Is anyone else scared of modern combat with the drones? Not really. Accuracy by fire will take down a drone. Is the SIG Cross 308 good with the silencer? With the right round, sure. Thompson is probably iconic as SMG. I guess in my brain, I don't consider it an SMG just because of how heavy the damn thing is. It's like, what, 15 pounds empty, like 16 or 18 pounds loaded. Cheapest 9mm SMG these days. Well, you can't buy full SMGs new manufacturer, so you have to buy old transferables, and I think the cheapest ones you can get are like $7,000 to $10,000. 2011, still cool as frick. They are canned meat. Zero freaking heavy, yeah. AR-15 better? Yes. AR-15 is a good round. Better than what? I don't know. I gotta take off. Thanks for the chat. My 2-year-old is choosing violence. Oh, well, give her violence right back, man. Best thing about a 2-year-old, they're easy to knock out. Just give them some Benadryl and a helium balloon. They'll be out in like 13 minutes. Best 9mm defense? He was running at me, so I shot him. What do you think of Osprey global scopes? I've never played with those. Thompson is Fascio, the most famous domestically. It's a typewriter, but international-wise, the MP40. I believe that. Ask questions, Jesse, not just make weird statements. Yep. See ya, Justin. Justin, you have a good one, bro. Not gonna lie, I heard about nuclear war, Jimmy. They really want to destroy Earth. Yeah, they've been wanting to forever. Even with the drawdown on nuclear weapon production, if Russia and China and us decided to go at it, we'd be toast. I'm far enough away from DC that I would survive the initial onslaught, but it's going to be a Fallout 76 situation, dude. I know where there's some underground land. Rosalind, America, sick, but little goddamn. Rednecks is take your dust and 223 better than 9mm of equal weight. Shit, that's not possible. 300 Blackout can be of equal weight to 9mm, but not 223. You got to get... Thanks for hanging out, McManus. And we had a lot of fun arguing with that Geneva chick. How do you feel about Taurus pistols? The G series, I'm fine with. The TH series, I'm fine with. The TS series can suck a bing bong. Remember, you're all loved, not allowed to quit. That's true. McManus is easy to find, but hard to kill. What's the process to get a pistol transferred over to you at 19? You have to wait 2 more years. You can openly carry one. Your family can give you one as a gift, but you can't transfer through an FFL. Any FFL requires 21 to do paperwork for a handgun. But again, you can be gifted a handgun at 19. When American finds out their aircraft has older oil reserves. Oh, we know it's there. We lie and say we're there for scientific discovery. Did you notice that they're always sponsored by BP and Exxon? Exxon was actually started by Rockefeller. It's an American company. Underground. Now I'm going to go up to Queen Elizabeth Islands in Canada and become a hermit. Dude, I'm 40 miles away from a cave system that's like big enough to do tours and boat tours and shit. I'll be fine. Like you said, if the nukes drop, I'll have plenty of time to get out of town before the fallout happens. Taurus TX22 is amazing. Yes, it is. Good night, McManus. Good night, McManus. Cartridge weight 223 is similar to 9mm. Oh, you're talking about the total weight? Yes, because it's a rifle cartridge versus a pistol cartridge. But I still think 9mm in an urban environment would be more well-suited than 223. 223 is if you're trying to drop people. 9mm is if you're trying to... Well, I mean, 9mm is going to hurt the shit out of people, but if you put headshots with either one, they're just as effective. So they're both equal. The guns are a lot lighter, though, if you're shooting a 9mm. Unless you're shooting an AR. Stop making me think. Yep, Rockefeller family owns Exxon. Midwest would be so fudged if the nukes drop. If the nukes drop, the Midwest would actually be the target because the largest number of nuclear silos is actually located in the middle of the country. Sorry, U.S. homeland, if I gave that away, but it's kind of freaking knowledge. Get the best of both worlds and carry a 5.7 by 28. How is that the best of both worlds? 5.7 28 is basically a 22. Oh, you mean because you get a lighter gun? No. Actually, 5.7 by 28 is going so fast out of a pistol that the overpenetration versus the 9 is still not going to put it back up. What does kickback mean in a gun? Kickback, recoil, it all is kind of referred to the same. It's the recoil impulse of the gun. So like revolvers kind of push up and or push back, whereas recoiling pistol semi-autos will tend to kick this way. You know, this is the front of the gun, that's the back of the gun where you're holding it. They're going to do this. Best home defense shotgun, pump 12 gauge, Maverick 88, Stevens 320. If you're just talking money, no object, get a Benelli M4. You have a musket for self-defense? No, I've got a 930 tactical Mossberg. I thought newer nukes don't have the fallout problems because they weren't fusion bombs. Newer ones probably don't, but there's still thousands, if not tens of thousands, of old-style conventional nuclear warheads. And if they detonate at ground level, it's going to cause a massive problem locally. But yeah, I mean, we have bombs that are so big that they're ridiculous. They would do most of their devastation with very little radioactive fallout. Bare bones, $250. Yeah, did it to defend your home. Yep. As a gun shop owner, what do you think the biggest mistake new gun buyers make constantly is? They listen to the internet and they listen to their friends. Incredible. So what will happen is we'll get a new shooter that'll come in and say, all my friends keep telling me I need a Glock 19. And they'll insist that all they want is a Glock 19. And even though we'll try to say, okay, cool, here's the Glock 19. Do you want to see anything else? Would you like to see a Smith & Wesson M&P? Would you like to see a Canik? Would you like to see other options before you make your mind up? No, man, all my friends told me the Glock is the thing to get. And then they'll buy it without touching another gun. And then they'll come back a week later. It's too small. It's too snappy. I don't like it. Can I trade it back in and get an M&P? And then you have to tell them, sorry, man, it's used now. I'll give you $300 for that gun you just paid $500 for. Oh, man, this sucks. So, yeah, listening to idiots like me without actually doing some in-person handheld research is the number one mistake I see new buyers make. Additionally, the second most common thing I see them make is they only buy one box of practice rounds and no self-defense round, or they buy 25 rounds of self-defense round for a Glock 17, which means they're never going to shoot it or load any of the extra mags. So lack of ammo buying. We see that a lot with AR-15 buyers. They'll buy an AR-15 and one box of 20 rounds. You're watching with Android smartphone. You don't sit in front of a PC after work. Romans thought German sitting was bad. Reclining better for blood flow. I have my legs elevated because of blood flow. I agree with you, Sid. The Germans conquered the Romans, so it's all good. Oh, they're usually not the problem. It's a 6,000 follow-up nukes when Russia does the mag dump. Exactly. Like I'm saying, if we get into a situation where mutually assured destruction takes place, we're screwed. Listening to people who are sponsored by a company X. Yes, that's true. Such 00. If anybody tells me they listen to Such, then I actually ask them if they've been adjudicated as mentally defective. You tell them Browning action hunk of junk. Yeah, that's always the funny thing too. Everybody's like, Glock is so innovative. Glock is using literally John Moses's Browning short tilting locking action. You think of the Aero Precision Lehar 30L. Don't really know anything about it. That sounds like a long gun. I'm not a long gun guy. Very nice collection of 1911s. Thank you, sir. What's up, Michelle? Is it illegal to have your kid carry some of your ammo out of the store? Crap gets heavy sometimes. A minor may carry ammunition in the presence of a guardian or parent. They cannot transport ammunition by themselves. So that's also a thing here in the state of Virginia. Again, I know different places have different rules, but according to our ATF visitor, when they did an audit, if somebody buys a PCC, so let's say that somebody buys a Caltech Sub 2K, they're 18, but they buy it and they get their approval for it. On the day of purchase of the firearm, they are allowed to buy ammunition for it at the same time. However, after that purchase, they cannot buy pistol ammo because they're under the age of 21 in the state of Virginia. So anybody under the age of 21, or if I suspect they're under the age of 21, I'm required to ask, kind of like with alcohol. If you're under the age of 21 and it's not the same day you bought your item, same time, I'm not allowed to sell you handgun ammo. So that's always an issue too when you're underage, because your parents will let you have you can carry a handgun at 18, open carry, but you can't buy ammunition for it at 18 through an FFL. Do have license? Do I have license for what? Yes, but 2011s are kind of cool. They are cool, but not my. I like them. I have them, but we love your Glocks. God damn it, Snatchy. What do you think about the FNX tactical packaging change? I didn't realize they did, but as long as the gun is the same, I'm fine with it. Wow. So Elon Musk is just good, huh? In a nuclear war, since he can go to Mars and watch us suffer. Oh, dude, I know what would happen. Elon Musk will get into that secret ship that he's been building in a bunker somewhere. He's going to launch and he's going to forget to open the door because of his ADHD, and he's just going to hit the freaking door at 2/3 the speed of light and just take out an entire section of the world. Did I do anything else to this easy besides a refinish? I did take it apart and I lost a part out of it, but no, I really didn't do it. I put a new fiber optic in it too. I made larger beads on both ends so it'll capture more light because it uses a 0.25 front fiber optic, which is so small. It's a 1 millimeter optic. So I increased the size of the dots on the end to 0.40. Oh, the Precision Lahar 30L is a suppressor. Okay, cool. Never heard of it. I'll have to check it out, Alex. They got rid of the extra mag pouches. Oh, did not know that. That's kind of dumb. What did that do to help with their money? They can buy ammo at point of sale, but not after. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. And I've had to turn away people, and it sucks. Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Hasim knows his comments, dude. That's up at the ranger station. Is that an alien on the wall? Third row, first column? No. Do fiber optics glow in the dark? No. What part of the Mojave? That's from Fallout New Vegas, my friend. Ranger station, the one where you go up the long hill and there's the two ranger statues. It's a full process of buying an NFA item. I heard you had to have a sheriff sign off on it as well. You don't have to have a sheriff sign off on it, but when you file the documentation, the sheriff of the county in which you reside is notified that you have an item. But basically, if you go to a place that has a kiosk, you can do it all in one shot. You can do your pictures, upload your fingerprints, everything. You can even get like a single shot trust, which makes it easier to add other people onto it. Literally, you have to pick your suppressor, pay your tax stamp. As long as the suppressor is in stock, either through Silencer Co. or the shop you're buying it from, they can enter the serial number that day. You could be approved as quickly as 1 day, but it could take as long as 18 months. Can I go over the guns on the wall? Sure. So up at the top, that is a Kel-Tec KSG single tube 12 gauge bullpup pump shotgun. That is a Kimber Royal Classic 2 1911 and 45 ACP. That one, I'm going to pick you up. Can you get fiber optics that do glow? No, but you can get high-vis sights that have tritium in them, so it almost looks like fiber optic. So that gun is a Kimber Arctic lightweight aluminum frame, 1911 and 45 ACP. That is a Sphinx SDP pistol, imported by Chris. That is a SIG 226 Elite stainless. That is a Sig Sauer P320 Spectre Comp Blackout. That is a Para Ordnance Black Ops 1911 and 45 ACP. That is my CZ Tactical Sport Orange with the custom finish on it. That is a Beretta model 1951. I'm not 100% sure on the age. I think it's 1955 or something. And that is a Belgian-made Browning high power from the 60s, I believe, or 70s. And that's just a single shot 12 gauge ATI. No, it might not something you don't have knowledge on, but you know what steps you take to start gunsmithing, something I've been interested for a decade. That's a good question, Credible. I just saw it, so I'm going to answer it. Basically, you can take classes, obviously, and get a degree like SDI, online, all that stuff. But if you're mechanically inclined or you've been working on guns yourself, you could always go and find a gunsmith and see if they'd let you, like, apprentice for them, kind of like a blacksmith or anything else that requires technical knowledge and practice. You don't. You can get a trade skill. You can actually just go and become a gunsmith just through years of working on your own. It's just like, though, if you work at a dealership and you're an ASE certified mechanic, so the SDI accreditation might help you. It's like through a lot of different programs. I've done the Glock Armory, Smith & Wesson Armorer, and a couple others. but most of my knowledge is just trial and error. Like I said, I don't know what part fell out of that gun, but it doesn't need it to work, so might not even be from that gun. It fell off a magnet. Which high-vis sights do you recommend? XS Big Dots makes them. Trijicon makes a really good sets for guns. They're usually, like I said, a high-vis front sight with like a green or an orange dot, and then night sights front and rear. So, Independent, what's up? Inside the waistband Kydex holster for your new Shield Plus. Any recommendation? Look at Safariland Schema. They're minimalist, but they are Kydex, and they're very nice. Took you less than 30 minutes with the kiosk, 40 minutes for fingerprints. Yep. Like I said, it's such an easy process now. I see you got the SIG out. Yes, I did. What considered knowledge? Cause I want to know guns, but what do they consider knowledge? Well, just practical physical knowledge, disassembly, reassembly, knowing which guns, how to rebuild like the fire control group in a gun, if you're talking about stuff like that. Paying back student loans is a bitch, trial and error. Yeah, pretty much. Do gunsmith make like 6 figures? It seems like a cool job. If you are an experienced gunsmith, like your own store, you're working for a good one, you can make a lot of money, but no, most do not make 6 figures. Gunsmiths make 4 figures. Gunsmiths, like, especially if you're starting as like an entry-level gunsmith, like the one we had working for us, he made $16 an hour. So, yeah, but if you own your own setup, like I know dudes that have their own 0702s, and if they only dedicated themselves like 60, 70 hours a week to gunsmithing, yeah, they could easily make 6 figures because they can rebuild demilled receivers and stuff. Do I have 300 blackout? No, not currently, actually. You do like the Enigma holster. I've seen those. Are all black rear and vis high night sights good? Yes. Why 1911s over strikers? Because I started with hammer fired guns and I got spoiled by good triggers. $16 is pretty good. Could afford a nugget meal after an hour. No, we gotta remember taxes and insurance though. You could afford it after 3 hours. What's up? Welcome back, Zako-san. Oh, hey, Jim Devlin. What's up, dude? Oh, you're up there. You just get to see all your guns being destroyed. All those high powers. Oh, it makes me so sad, bud. They're going to take them all out there and they're going to melt them all down. They won't even sell them over the border here to the U.S. That's a real Trudeau thing to think, I think, though. That makes me so sad. Is there any way to get a hold of you besides here on chat? I have some other questions. Send me an email, brother. thejiminishow@gmail.com. And then we can discuss further communications. I'm Callie. The most a gunsmith that makes is 22. In California, yeah, same problem. 3 hours, you can get a nuggy meal. What about green rear night sights with an orange vis front sight? People do that a lot. They'll do contrasting colors. My preferred sight setup, and I'm doing it on a bunch of my guns, is high vis front, blacked out rear. That's all you got to do. I'm in. I'm ready. Man, that sucks. Yep, lost them in a booting accident. Yeah, that's so sad. What do I think of the SIG with the good grips? With the wood grips, I love the 226 Elite. It's an amazing shooter. I wish it wasn't as rare as it was. Although that didn't stop me from throwing a $2,000 gun, but still, my buddy redid the finish on that one. So I think that would just kind of make me a like a douchebag if I threw a gun he just refinished last year. So yeah, there are a bunch of German guns coming in from Canada. Well, hopefully they'll bring in the high powers too. Did you see that? They're melting down like 10,000 high powers. See those, Sid? They are good. Yeah, so good. Yeah, it's not much. There's a monopoly on great gunsmiths here, and even those guys only make like 27 an hour. It's not much. Yeah, become a good gunsmith. It's just like opening your own garage. You just learn, dude. Just practice. Do your own shiz. You think I knew what I was doing when I started taking the finish off of that thing? No, I got lucky. Also, I owned a body shop, so I know it looks good. Can you please show the 1911? I've been looking for one. I can't pick up guns, son, and I already did the phone thing. Why are they getting rid of the high powers? They're moving on to new guns. I think they went with the SIG 320 for Canadian police. So, yeah. And Trudeau does suck, and he gets more money from the carbon tax for importing new guns, I guess. Canada destroying lots of guns for no reason. Oh, Canada. They're going to destroy 11,000 World War II era pistols. They're destroying them, and it's a $19 million contract to destroy them. Pistols have not yet been destroyed. They will be disposed of by the end of 2024. They're going to keep 150 of them, but the rest are going to be destroyed. Legend, what's up, dude? Cheers to good triggers. Thanks, brother. What's up, Shez? Yeah, I remember you, brother. The legit, my next gun purchase once it's legal here in Cali. Which one is? They should sell. Yeah, the high powers, they would be nice. Any good suggestion for storing 10 handguns in one rifle? Wall. Or a Winchester safe if you have like a Harbor Freight or a Tractor Supply near you. Or cannon safes, because neither one of those have been convicted or have been certified as having given the master codes out. Do they make handgun specific safes? Yes. They make a lot of different safes that have just like straight up shells in it, so you can just stack, you know, like put up pistol, you know, the stands and stuff. Yeah, they make them. And pretty much any rifle safe can be converted. You just got to put in shells. I'll take them. Yeah. What's more powerful, 9 or 45? 45. Nobody's going to hand them over. Well, it's the police department. And Canadian police, Canadian Army too. Says no final decisions have been made though, so there is a chance they might be able to find somebody to buy them all. And dude, 10,000 Brownings, if they got 10,000, if they got $500 a piece, that's a lot of money. And I know that there'll be like Atlantic Firearms or somebody would definitely take them all. It's $5 million on top of the $20 million they're spending, so they reduce what they're spending. I'm so mad at Liberty. Yeah, me too. Would you shoot and carry a 3-inch 45 ACP? How loud would it be? It would be very loud, but not like exceedingly loud. I guess that warrants a follow-up. Besides education, what would be a good way to practice? I understand the anatomy of most guns, but I don't feel I have enough experience with anything but handguns. You can actually search like local auctions and you can buy broken guns. I would talk to like if you have a local FFL that you're friends with, tell them that you're looking for things to practice on, and they may buy guns for pennies on the dollar that they normally would pass on and then sell them to you. Obviously, you'd have to do the FFL transfers for them, but I would tell them, hey, look, dude, I'm looking for a bolt action rifle to practice working on. So if somebody brings you one that's broken, keep me in mind. Or I need a shotgun, or I'm looking for this. If anybody brings one in, let me know. You can also tell them, like, if you want to practice like skies and high points and guns that are just worthless, but people will still for some reason pay to fix, tell them what you're looking for, and you can usually get a deal that way. I do that with my pawn shop buddies for all the tools, video games, computers, things like that I'm looking for, and I've made a lot of money and gotten a lot of product that way. That's what I would recommend. Also watch some local auctions for broken items. The other thing you can do is just start disassembling them. You don't have to modify them right away, but you can start fully disassembling it. Watch some YouTube videos while fully disassembling your gun. I had no idea how to take apart that 01 the tactical sport. I watched a video on it, took it apart, watched it, put it back together, and like I said, it functions. So I'm good. What's a life card considered a pocket pistol or something? Yeah, it is considered a pocket pistol. I'll give you a half a stick of deodorant, a blown up LS, and a fake candy cigarette. My final offer, take it or leave it. Oh, no, I'm a vegan. I can't have the half blown up LS. Would you shoot and carry one? How bad is the recoil going to be? The recoil is going to be a bit excessive. Look at a Glock 30. I think it's a 30. One of those small frame, 29 or 30. I want a CCW, but I'd like a 10 millimeter. Any medium frame 10 millimeter you would recommend that would be good for CCW. 10 millimeter CCW. So the Glock 29 is the Glock 26-ish size 10 millimeter, so that's one I would go with. I'll get in trust and try to start a relationship. I have most of my personal tools for disassembly and repair, but I'm looking to test myself more. Yeah, that's what I would do. Also, as you start getting comfortable, and this is where you start taking those steps, you can, like, especially pawn shops and stuff, they don't have, like, in-store gunsmiths. So you could always be like, hey man, I've been practicing a lot. You've got a gun that doesn't work. Do you want me to take a look at it? If I don't feel I can do it, I'll tell you right away, that kind of thing. Put yourself out there a little bit, but make sure that you don't oversell your capabilities. One thing I always do, even as a mechanic and a body shop guy for 20 years, I always had trepidation when I rebuilt an engine. Even after it starts, I'd be like, oh shit, is that okay? Is that okay? Never get full of yourself when it comes to your skills. Even if you're the best in the world, you can be arrogant about a lot of things, but don't be arrogant about your skills. Be humble. I didn't ban you, Barack. One of the other guys did. You were just timed out, I think. Speaking of that, did you check Arello yet? Yes, I did. He's not in the ban list, dude. I just don't know where he is. Get a punch set, wood mallet, take them apart, put them back together. Yeah. What time of the year do gun auctions take place? Every week, dude. There's places here in Virginia that do 1 or 2 a month. In fact, I might start doing them through my auction. This has been incredibly informative. Well, I appreciate you got that out of there, Smoky Monkey. Glock 30 or 21? Either one. 30 is the small frame, so you got to decide what you want. 21 is the larger gun. Where did you learn how to work on engines? I sold cars for a long time. I started selling cars back in 2001, and in 2002 or 2003, I had bought a Camaro, and it wasn't running right, and I took it up to my mechanic. I'm like, here, can you work on it? I'd always been able to do starters and brakes and stuff, but I never really did like full builds until like 2003. The guy screwed up my engine. So I had to take it back and learn to do it myself. And at that point, I'm like, screw it, this isn't hard. So I started rebuilding engines, putting in clutches, diagnosing problems. I've always been good with spatial awareness and problem solving. So it worked out well. I could figure out wiring. I've rewired Bonnevilles. And if you know Bonnevilles, they don't actually have cables in the dash. It's actually wires. So I had to solder to 2 circuit boards. So I figured it out. I never went to school for mechanics. Thoughts on buying guns they rent at gun ranges? I'd do it. They're very well taken care of. They replace parts as they break. Weird. Hopefully he's good. Yeah, I hope so. I'll keep that in mind. Time to get down that grind when I'm not trucking. I hear you, man. And that's just the best way to do it, dude. Like when I started doing the CZ yesterday, literally I was just taking it apart to let my friend recode it. And I was like, dude, this isn't that hard, taking it apart. And I'm like, ooh, this is kind of cool. So then I started doing that. And gunsmiths will take apart guns and do modifications like that too. So, you know, honestly, if I wanted to, I could probably put that gun up on Gunbroker and make close to what it's worth now. Not when it was all screwed up. What kind of gun do you recommend without all the electronic crap? 1911s, always 1911s. Thoughts on the Green Hornet? Seth Rogen knows how to ruin a movie, doesn't he? I apologize if you answered my question. I didn't hear it. I asked you about the Ruger. You briefly mentioned that he had the capability. Yes. The one you want is the Super Wrangler. It's about $200, but it comes with both the 22 long rifle and the 22 Magnum cylinder, and it has fully adjustable sights. Much better option than the $140 or $150 regular Wrangler. Now, depending on where you live. What do you know about SDI? You can learn a lot of basic knowledge, but it's an online course, so you still need to get hands-on. And you can get your certifications, which it's SDI, so they're not looked on as like high as like a traditional brick and mortar school, but they can definitely get you started. Mechanics in Richmond, Virginia are charging 140 per hour, half an hour, 1.5 hour for Honda lower control arm replacement. What a joke. Absolutely. That's the other reason I do my own work. So my buddy Daniel had a mechanic put an axle and a tie rod into his Monte Carlo. They charge him like $600 or $700, including the part. So, I mean, it was an average price. But then they told him they wanted $800 to do the other side. All it needed was a motor mount that was $50. And it was 4 literally 4 nuts. You're going to get the G30. Should I use the Chris Vector extensions? Yeah, I would. I would, because the stock mags are like 6 or 7 rounds. Yeah, no, you go to the dealership here, it's like $165 for dealership per hour. I'm going to be doing my own stuff like body work and stuff like that. I'm going to be like $80 an hour if I get land enough to put up a shop. What I thought it's getting guns both past and present. Gatling guns. Gatling guns are interesting, but as a civilian, they're just a waste of money. Unless we're preparing for a civil war or an invasion, they're just more of an oddity. I actually feel that way about full transferable autos and binary triggers, to be honest. I'm starting to lose my voice, guys, here, so we got about 10 minutes left in tonight's live stream. Gun safe without the electronic crap. Oh, gunsmith or gun safe. A lot of those guns a lot of those safes you can get a version of it, but you have to look online. But I think Canon sells one that's just like a standard code lock. Canon, you can find those on Google. I think Winchester even sells one that's just a spinny do lock. Am I Asian? Yes, I'm half Korean. Colorado School of Trades. Yep, like my buddy, I think Gun Gopher, he went up to Pennsylvania or somewhere. Tape or Stippler? I'm actually a fan of both. In fact, for a lot of these 1911s that are steel frame or hard frames like that, I just don't want to tear through the package because their new package sucks. I actually use this stuff. Talon grip tape, actually. So this is what I use for the front straps on the 1911s that aren't stippled or cut from the factory. Boom, 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 boom. Would you really, even with the G21? Yeah, I'd have fun. Well, the G21, I'd run the stock mags. But for the other one, yeah, I'd do it for fun. So yeah, I love this stuff. It's great, and I don't have to cut a hard-to-find gun. If you're using it for CCW, the only thing I would recommend is your sights. I would not recommend changing like your trigger or anything in a CCW gun. It just eliminates the option for anybody to accuse you of wanting to kill another person. Sounds like that would be a fun gun. Yeah. Y'all ready to do the giveaway? Yeah, I did. Person named Kitatu won the gift card tonight, but we'll see what happens next month because my mods are included in the giveaway. Thoughts on SIGs and all metal? I love all metal SIGs. Like my X5 Legion is tungsten infused. That one's tungsten infused. That one is an all stainless gun, no polymer. So I was down in Florida at a gun shop, found a rifle that I really wanted, and they said that they don't sell to out-of-state people, and they didn't explain. Why can you explain? They were just deciding not to sell to out-of-state. Business have the right to refuse sales, but the law is if you're out of state and you have 2 forms of ID, you can buy long guns. You can't buy handguns out of state. Why you got guns? Because I'm protecting myself from people like you. Thoughts on the SATA Jet 90? I don't know what that is. Would you carry with the 30-round Chris Vector in the G30? If I was trying to prove something, sure. But I would usually only use the extended mags at the range. Thoughts on Ruger P85? Keep or trade for 250 credit. 250 is not a terrible price to get for it, and they are replaceable. I know where there's 3 right this moment. So 250 isn't terrible. I normally only pay 250 for Glocks, so 250 for a P85 is not bad. I really wish I put stickers on stuff because I got a bunch of stickers. Ruthless People. I've heard of Ruthless People. I've never watched it. I've ever seen the Gatling gun conversion kit they made for the Ruger 1022. Yes, I have. A guy brought one into the store. It was kind of interesting. Do I have a Glock 22? No, I don't. It's the 40 cal has never interested me and never held my interest in the Glocks. Any guns in 40 Smith & Wesson? Yeah, I've got a couple, but it's not primarily anything I care about. Could you get 50 for a used Remington 783, honestly? Yeah. Sorry, my internet dropped out. I couldn't hear you, brother. Let me reread the thing you said. So, what I said was businesses have the right to deny sales out of state if they wish, but by federal law, as long as you have two forms of ID, you can cross state lines with long guns. There's not a real reason for them not selling it to you. They just chose not to sell out of state. And I guess just because they don't want interstate commerce or interstate issues with like an ATF request, maybe they sold one to somebody in the past and it came back under a criminal investigation, and then they had to do all this stupid hubbub, blah, 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 blah. So they could, it was just their reason for it. Law Abiding Citizen was pretty good. I didn't like the ending as much as I thought I would. Paid 10 for a Glock 17 on eBay. Okay, Mickey. Saying you can't buy a gun on eBay. I believe you. I'll give you $5,000 and you're only allowed 3 guns. You have to have at least one long gun, and none of them can be a gun that's on the wall. What are you choosing? In terms of the long gun, I'm going to buy the Ruger SFAR in 308, so that's 1100. For a shotgun, I'm going to buy a Mossberg 930 tactical, so that's another 1,000, we'll say. So let's go ahead and say that's 2,200. And for the rest of the money, I'm going to buy a, since it's not on the wall, a DWX with the optics cut, and I'd still have about so that's $2,000. So I'd still have $900. I can buy a holster, belt, and extra mags for all of it. So yeah, that's my 5,000. DWX optics cut. I could buy the optic too. DWX optics cut, 930 tactical, and the SFAR. I win. I'm going to need a gun. Not against me, you don't. You already lost. What don't you like about 40 short and weak? It's just, it's another caliber I don't need. I've got a couple of guns. I've got a few boxes of ammo, but every gun that's made in 40 cal is also made in 9 or 45, and I'd rather have a 9 or a 45. 40 is overpowered 9, does nothing for me. Well, my pistol looked like a toy when I pointed at bad guys, not too colorful. Yeah, you, like I said, you really shouldn't be modifying them too much. Fix it. Thanks, dude. You also have a good weekend. I'll be down at the Middletown, or Liberty, so tell them a gun, they have to sell you the rifle according to federal law. Ha! Again, they really don't, Billy. Gun, especially FFLs, are under no obligation to sell a firearm to anybody. Not some bad choices. 5K, definitely perfect amount for a 3-gun list. Yeah, that's a quality 3-gun list. 357 SIG. I've played with 357 SIG. Again, it's another one of those calibers where I've had plenty of guns in it, but it got hard to find during COVID, and I was able to sell the guns with some ammo that I had, so it was like, why? Thoughts on Ruger PC carbine for schists? No noise. No good on Apocalypse. I like the Ruger PC. I think that's a great gun, actually. I'd want the tactical one with the Magpul like AR furniture, though. I built a chain drive pneumatic Gatling gun out of water pipe that shot golf balls. That sounds like it would be fun. How does Miss Bowfang keep their prices so low? Dad used them on the fire department for 10 years and they still work great because they're not secure. That's actually one of the reasons they were talking about that in Ukraine and Russia. Anybody that's using the Baofangs, they're instantly findable. Do you buy a handgun every month? I have to wait 30 days between purchases because I don't have my VA chip yet. I have my CCW, so that. So those 3 were this week. Yeah. I can buy as many as I want. Redneck, you're heading out. I'm heading out too, dude. It's 1 o'clock. Sorry for people that are just dropping in, but I am so tired. What's the biggest vertical double barrel you've seen any shot? Biggest vertical double barrel? We had a couple of, one guy had just a couple, like a 12 gauge over and under. But if you're talking like a bigger gun, I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, fire department signals don't have to be classified, but $17 per radio is crazy. Yeah, well, I mean, the equipment is simple because it don't the Baofangs run under like ham wave radio or radio waves, so they use the same radio waves that can go across the world. I have a granddad, a Ruger, or the Marlin Camp carbine. It's not really. Have a good weekend, you too, legend. When's the next party? Saturday night? No, sorry, not till Monday night. What was the all black 1911? That is a Para Ordnance Black Ops. So it's their railgun, one that they marketed towards special operations, which is why they call it Black Ops. Built a K-swap Mazda RX-8 with a 5-speed BMW trans for a friend. I like the RX-8 body, and throwing in a K-swap, that's pretty good idea. Nicest vertical. Oh, okay. Nicest vertical double action, double barrel. I had a guy bring in a $11,000 Beretta over under. It was amazing. He's a professional shooter, and he says he goes through one a year. He buys a new one every year because he makes that much money as a professional shooter. Battle things are technically not classified as ham radios because they do not meet Part 95. Okay. Yeah, I'm not into that world. Ardwolf Solutions? Guns should be banned. You're in the wrong place for that one, sweetie. Did you see me? No hands and you still got banned, dumbass. I've never heard of these guys before, but they're in Northern Virginia. Let's see what they got. I mean, their prices look pretty good. I mean, they don't have a lot of used inventory, but still. Building a truck bag like having plenty of tourniquets. Absolutely. Too much asparagus emissions. Thanks for the fun time. You betcha. Credible, thank you for the donation, dude. That was amazing. That's always so cool. Alexandria. Oh, that's why I've never heard of Ardwolf. They're over in Alexandria. I'm over an hour and a half away. Oh, those radio. Shut your traps with Apocalypse High. No yapping on ham radio all day. Bro, that place is only open 2 hours a day? That's crazy. They got a Sam 7 though. The radios also cover the FRS, GMS, and ham bands, which is not allowed. Gotcha. So basically, they're made out of legalum, and they're cheap because they aren't actually making them, so they only dedicate to certain bands. Sounds interesting. Haha. Sounds like fun. Haha. It's home base to do transfers. Ah, gotcha. All it takes is $15 to get ham radio certified. I'm down, bro. Let's go, bro. I'll be certified. You know it will. Yeah, I have 2 FFLs that I can do transfers through, so, I mean, some of these are pretty cool, but their prices look fine, though. Give them that much. You can connect 2 or more over the ion signals. Gotcha. Well, it's all interesting. Anyways, kids, it's 1 o'clock. I got to go to bed. I got to go to Harrisonburg in 7 hours, so I need to get at least 2 hours of sleep. So I'm going to go lay down and cry a little bit because, you know, my brain isn't working. And I'll come back on Monday. So for the future reference for everybody that's still here, so this is the giveaway. It's a Holosun 407K, unless you live outside of the United States, and then I'll just send you a gift card. But if you're a member, you just have to be a member. So if you put $2 into the kitty, become a member, you get entered in to win that. Drawing is on Friday during the live stream. What, Matt? If you order from Defense Depot, they don't charge sales tax. Well, that's cool. Good work tonight. A-hole, you too. Sorry you weren't around for a lot of it, but hey, hopefully you got a little bit of fun out of it. That's always the goal for me. I like to have fun. Also, I started a little bit late because one of my buddy. I can't pick up a gun on a live stream, Matt, so sorry. The 2 1911s, the 3 1911s that are up there are the Kimber Royal Classic and the Para Ordnance Black Ops. So unfortunately, you'll have to search them. You can't pick up handguns on live streams. The wife wanted to go out. I get it, a-hole. God, I love saying that. That's just the way it goes, man. Happy wife, happy life, right? Hope you had a great time. Hope she had a great time. Hope all of you guys that came in had fun. You too, Matt. Sorry, man. The one on top is a Kel-Tec KS7. It's a 12 gauge. Credible became a member, donated, and became a member, and now has a good chance of winning a Holosun because there's only 55 people that are actually qualified so far. So, all you people, consider it, man. $2 a month to support a channel that's willing to give out some fun stuff. And I'm not doing that to beg for any reason because, trust me, I spend a lot more money on the shit I give away than I make. But I just want you guys to have fun and have a reason to come back. Also, fuck Google, who keeps on shadow banning me. You low-key like Kel-Tec. They're fun. Most reliable auto 12 gauge, Benelli M4, Beretta A300 1301, and then Mossberg 930 940, Browning A5, and then some of the Remington stuff, but I don't really know those. So, good questions. Oh wait, I'm not a punk ass bitch that quit. So, anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. You guys come back for the next video. Hopefully, you had a good time. Come back and have some fun. And yeah, I'm gonna hit the X, and then I'm gonna hit OK. And this is gonna take like a few extra seconds, and eventually